Book the Third, Part 7 of Birds of Prey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Mr. Sheldon on the Watch. Mr. Sheldon had occasion to see Captain Paget early the following day, and questioned him closely about his protégé's movements. He had found Valentine a very useful tool in sundry intricate transactions of the commercial kind, and he expected his tools to be ready for his service. He was therefore considerably annoyed by Valentine's abrupt departure. "I think young Hawkehurst might have told me he was going out of town," he said. "What the deuce has taken him off in such a hurry?" "He's going to see some mysterious old aunt at Dorking, from whom he seems to expect money," the Captain answered carelessly. "I daresay I can do what you want, Sheldon." "Very likely. But how comes that young fellow to have an aunt at Dorking? I fancy I've heard him say he was without a relative or a friend in the world, always excepting yourself." "The aunt may be another exception. Some poor old soul that he is half ashamed to own, I daresay. The inmate of an almshouse, perhaps. Val's expectations may be limited to a few pounds hoarded in a china teapot." "I should have thought Hawkehurst the last man in the world to care about looking after that sort of thing. I could have given him plenty to do if he had stopped in town. He and my brother George are uncommonly intimate, by the by," added Mr. Sheldon meditatively. It was his habit to be rather distrustful of his brother and of all his brother's acquaintance. "I suppose you can give me Hawkehurst's address, in case I should want to write him?" he said. "He told me to send my letters to the post office, Dorking," answered the Captain, "which really looks as if the aunt's residence were something in the way of an almshouse." No more was said about Valentine's departure. Captain Paget concluded his business with his patron, and departed, leaving the stockbroker leaning forward on his desk in a thoughtful attitude, and scribbling purposeless figures upon his blotting paper. "There's something queer in this young man running away from town. There's some mystification somewhere," he thought. "He's not gone to Dorking, or he would scarcely have told Lotta that he was going 150 miles from town. He would be likely to be taken off his guard by her questions, and would tell the truth. I wonder whether Paget is in the secret. His manner seemed open enough, but that sort of man can pretend anything. I've noticed that he and George have been very confidential lately. I wonder whether there's any underhand game on the cards between those two." The game of which Mr. Sheldon thought as he leant over his blotting paper was a very different kind of game from which really occupied the attention of George and his friend. "I'll go to his lodgings at once," he said to himself, by and by, raising and putting on his hat quickly in his eagerness to act upon his resolution. "I'll see if he really has left town." The stockbroker hailed the first empty hansom to be seen in the crowded thoroughfare, from which his shady court diverged. In less than an hour he alighted before the door of the house in which Captain Paget lodged. "Is Mr. Hawkehurst in?" he asked of the girl who admitted him. "No, sir. He just left to go into the country. He hasn't been gone 10 minutes. You might a'most met him." "Do you know where he has gone?" "I heard say it was Dorking, sir." I should like to have seen him before he went. Did he take much luggage?" "One portmanteau, sir." "I suppose you didn't notice where he told the man to drive?" "Yes, sir. It was Euston Square." "Ah, Euston Square. I'll go there then, on the chance of catching him," said Mr. Sheldon. He bestowed a donation upon the domestic, re-entered his hansom, and told the man to drive to Euston Square like a shot. "So his destination is Dorking, and he goes from Euston Square," muttered Mr. Sheldon in sombre meditation, as the hansom rattled and rushed, and jingled and jolted over the stones. "There's something under the cards here." Arrived at the great terminus, the stockbroker made his way to the down platform. There was a lull in the day's traffic, and only a few listless wretches lounging disconsolately here and there, with eyes ever and anon lifted to the clock. Amongst these there was no Valentine Hawkehurst. Mr. Sheldon peered into all the waiting rooms, and surveyed the refreshment counter, but there was still no sign of the man he sought. He went back to the ticket office, but here again all was desolate. The shutters of the pigeon holes hermetically closed, and no vestige of Valentine Hawkehurst. The stockbroker was disappointed, but not defeated. He returned to the platform, looked about him for a few moments, and then addressed himself to a porter of intelligent aspect. "What trains have left here within the last half hour?" he asked. "Only one, sir, the 2:15 down, for Manchester." "You didn't happen to notice a dark-eyed, dark-haired young man among the passengers, second class?" asked Mr. Sheldon. "No, sir. There are always a good many passengers by that train. I haven't time to notice their faces." The stockbroker asked no further questions. He was a man who did not care to be obliged to others for information which he could obtain for himself. He walked straight to a place where the timetables were pasted on the wall, and ran his finger along the figures until he came to those he wanted. The 2:15 train was a fast train, which stopped at only 4 places: Rugby, Ullerton, Murford, and Manchester. "I dare say he has gone to Manchester," thought Mr. Sheldon, "on some racing business most likely, which he wants to keep dark from his patron the captain. What a fool I am to trouble myself about him, as if he couldn't stir without meaning mischief to me! But I don't understand the friendship between him and George. My brother George is not likely to take up any man without some motive." After these reflections Mr. Sheldon left the station, and went back to his office in another hansom, still extremely thoughtful and somewhat disquieted. "What does it matter to me where they go or what they do?" he asked himself, impatient of some lurking weakness of his own. "What does it matter to me whether those two are friendly or unfriendly? They can do me no harm." There happened to be a kind of a lull in the stormy regions of the Stock Exchange at the time of Valentine Hawkehurst's departure. Stagnation had descended upon that commercial ocean, which is such a dismal waste of waters for the professional speculator in its hour of calm. All the bulls in the zoological creation would have failed to elevate the drooping stocks and shares and first preference bonds and debentures, which hung their feeble heads, and declined day by day, the weaker of them threatening to fade away and diminish to a vanishing point, as it seemed to some dejected holders who read the Stock Exchange lists and the money article in the Times with a persistent hopefulness which struggled against the encroachments of despair. The bears had been busy, but were now idle, having burnt their fingers, commercial gentlemen remarked. So bulls and bears alike hung listlessly about a melancholy market, and conversed together dolefully in corners, and the burden of all their lamentations was to the effect that there never had been such times, and things had never been so bad, and it was a question whether they would ever right themselves. Philip Sheldon shared in the general depression. His face was gloomy, and his manner, for the time being, lost something of its brisk, business-like cheerfulness. The men who envied his better fortunes watched him furtively when he showed himself amongst them, and wondered whether Sheldon, of Jewel, Griddlestone, and Sheldon, had been hit by these bad times. It was not entirely the pressure of that commercial stagnation which weighed on the spirits of Philip Sheldon. The stockbroker was tormented by private doubts and uncertainties which had nothing to do with the money market. On the day after Valentine's journey to Ullerton, Mr. Sheldon the elder presented himself at his brother's office in Gray's Inn. It was his habit to throw waifs and strays of business in the attorney's way, and to make use of him occasionally, though he had steadily refused to lend or give him money, and it was his habit, as it were, to keep an eye upon his younger brother, a rather jealous eye, which took note of all George's doings, and kept suspicious watch upon all George's associates. Going unannounced into his brother's office on this particular morning, Philip Sheldon found him bending over an outspread document, a great sheet of cartridge paper covered with a network of lines, dotted about with circles. and with little patches of writing in red and black ink, in the neatest possible penmanship. Mr. Sheldon the elder, whose bright black eyes were as the eyes of the hawk, took note of this paper, and had caught more than one stray word that stood out in larger and bolder characters than its neighbours, before his brother could fold it. For it is not an easy thing for a man to fold an elephantine sheet of cartridge when he is nervously anxious to fold it quickly, and is conscious that the eyes of an observant brother are upon him. Before George had mastered the folding of the elephantine sheet, Philip had seen and taken note of two words. One of these was the word intestate, and the other name Haygarth. "You seem to be in a great hurry to get that document out of the way," said Philip, as he seated himself in the client's chair. "Well, to tell the truth, you rather startled me," answered George. "I didn't know who it might be, you know, and I was expecting a fellow who—" And then Mr. Sheldon the younger broke off abruptly, and asked, with rather a suspicious air, "Why didn't that boy announce you?" "Because I wouldn't let him. Why should he announce me?" "One would think you were carrying on some political conspiracy, George, and had a modern Thistlewood gang hidden in that cupboard yonder. How thick you and Hawkehurst are, by the by." In spite of the convenient "by the by," this last remark of the stockbroker's sounded rather irrelevant. "I don't know about being thick. Hawkehurst seems a very decent fellow, and he and I get on pretty well together; but I'm not as thick with him as I was with Tom Halliday." It was to be observed that Mr. Sheldon the younger was very apt to refer to that friendship with the dead Yorkshireman in the course of conversation with Philip. "Hawkehurst has just left town," said Philip indifferently. "Yes, I know he has." "When did you hear it?" "I saw him last night," answered George, taken off his guard by the carelessness of his brother's manner. "Did you?" cried Mr. Sheldon. "You made a mistake there. He left town at 2 o'clock yesterday." "How do you happen to know that?" asked George sharply. "Because I happened to be at the station and saw him take his ticket. There is something underhand in that journey of his, by the way, for Paget told me he was going to Dorking. I suppose he and Paget have some game of their own on the cards. I was rather annoyed by the young man's departure, as I had some work for him. However, I can find plenty of fellows to do it as well as Hawkehurst could have done." George was looking into an open drawer in his desk while his brother said this. He had a habit of opening drawers and peering into them absently during the progress of an interview, as if looking for some particular paper that was never to be found. After this the conversation became less personal. The brothers talked a little of the events of the day, the money article in that morning's Times, the probability or improbability of a change in the rate of discount. But this conversation soon flagged, and Mr. Sheldon rose to depart. "I suppose that sheet of cartridge paper which you had so much trouble to fold is one of your genealogical tables," he said as he was going. "You needn't try to keep dark things from me, George. I'm not likely to steal a march upon you. My own business gives me more work than I can do. But if you have really a good thing at last, I shouldn't mind going into it with you, and finding the money for the enterprise." George Sheldon looked at his eldest brother with a malicious flitter in his eyes. "On condition that you got the lion's share of the profits," he said. "Oh yes, I know how generous you are, Phil. I've asked you for money before to-day, and you've refused it." Mr. Sheldon's face darkened just a little at this point. "Your manner of asking it was offensive," he said. "Well, I'm sorry for that," George answered politely. "However, you refused me money when I did want it, so you needn't offer it me now I don't want it. There are some people who think I've sacrificed my life to a senseless theory, and perhaps you are one of them. But there is one thing you may be certain of, Philip Sheldon. If I ever do get a good chance, I shall know how to keep it to myself." There are men skilled in the concealment of their feelings on all ordinary occasions, who will yet betray themselves in a crisis of importance. George Sheldon would fain have kept his project hidden from his elder brother, but in this one unguarded moment he forgot himself, and allowed the sense of triumph to irradiate his face. The stockbroker was a reader of men rather than books, and it is a notable thing what superiority in all worldly wisdom is possessed by men who eschew books. He was able to translate the meaning of George's smile, a smile of mingled triumph and malice. "The fellow has got a good thing," he thought to himself, "and Hawkehurst is in it. It must be a deuced good thing too, or he wouldn't refuse my offer of money." Mr. Sheldon was the last man in the world to reveal any mortification which he might experience from his brother's conduct. "Well, you're quite right to stick to your chance, George," he said, with agreeable frankness. "You've waited long enough for it. As for me, I've got my fingers in a good many pies just at present, so perhaps I had better keep them out of yours, whatever plums there may be to be picked out of it by an enterprising Jack Horner. Pick out your plums for yourself, old fellow, and I'll be one of the first to call you a good boy for your pains." With this, Mr. Sheldon slapped his brother's shoulder and departed. "I think I've had the best of Master Phil for once," muttered George. And then he thrust his sinewy hands into the depths of his trousers pocket, and indulged in a silent laugh, which displayed his strong square white teeth to perfection. "I flatter myself I took a rise out of Phil to-day," he muttered. The sense of a malicious triumph over a social enemy is a very delightful kind of thing, so delightful that a man is apt to ignore the possible cost of the enjoyment. It is like the pleasure of kicking a man who is down, very delicious in its way, only one never knows how soon the man may be up again. George Sheldon, who was tolerably skilled in the science of human nature, should have known that taking a rise out of his brother was likely to be a rather costly operation. Philip was not the safest man to deal with at any time, but he was most dangerous when he was jolly. End of Book the Third, Part 7. Book the Fourth, Part 1 of Birds of Prey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The Oldest Inhabitant. Black Swan Inn, Ullerton, October 2nd. As the work I am now employed in is quite new to me, and I am to keep Sheldon posted up in this business day by day, I have decided on jotting down the results of my inquiries in a kind of a diary. Instead of writing my principal a formal letter, I shall send a copy of the entries in the diary, revised and amended. This will ensure exactitude, and there is just the possibility that the record may be useful to me hereafter. To remember all I hear and pick up about these departed Haygarths without the aid of pen and ink would be out of the question. So I mean to go in for an unlimited pen and ink like a hero, not to say a martyr. And I am to do all this for 20 shillings a week, and the remote possibility of £3,000. Oh, genius, genius! In all of the markets of this round world, is there no better price for you than that? How sweetly my Charlotte looked at me yesterday when I told her I was going away! If I could have dared to kneel at her feet under those whispering elms, unconscious of the children, unconscious of the nursemaids; if I could have dared to cry aloud to her, "I am a penniless reprobate, but I love you. I am a disreputable pauper, but I adore you. Have pity upon my love, and forget my worthlessness." If I could have dared to carry her away from her prim suburban home and that terrible black-whiskered stockbroking stepfather; but how is a man to carry off the woman he adores, when he has not the décoif for the first stage of the journey? With £3,000 in my pocket, I think I could dare anything. £3,000! 1 year of splendour and happiness, and then the rest is chaos. I have seen The Oldest Inhabitant. Ah de me! Sheldon did not exaggerate the prosiness of that intolerable man. I thought of the luckless wedding guest in Coleridge's grim ballad as I sat listening to this modern ancient mariner. I had to remind myself of all the bright things to be bought for £3,000 every now and then, in order to endure with fortitude if not serenity. And now the day's work is done. I begin to think it might as well have been left undone. How am I to disintegrate the mass of prosiness which I have heard this day? For 3 mortal hours did I listen to my ancient mariner, and how much am I the wiser for my patience? Clever as you may fancy yourself, my friend Hawkehurst, you don't seem to be the man for this business. You have not the legal mind. Your genius is not the genius of Scotland Yard, and I begin to fear that in your new line you may prove yourself a failure. However, where all is dark to me the astute Sheldon may see daylight, so I'll observe the letter of my bond, and check off the residuum of the ancient mariner's prosiness. By dint of such pumping, I obtained from my ancient, first, his father's recollections of Matthew Haygarth a few years before his death, and secondly, his grandfather's recollections of Matthew in his wild youth. It seems that in those last years of his life Matthew was a most sober and estimable citizen, attended the chapel of a nonconforming sect, read the works of Baxter, and followed in the footsteps of his departed father, was a kind husband to a woman who appears to me to have been rather a pragmatical and icy personage, but who was esteemed a model of womanly virtue, and who had money. Strange that these respectable and wealthy citizens should be so eager to increase their store by alliance with respectable and wealthy citizenesses. In his later years Matthew Haygarth seems to have imitated his father in many respects. Like his father, he executed more than one will, and like his father he died intestate. The lawyer who drew up his will on more than one occasion was a man called Bryce, like his client, eminently respectable. After his marriage our esteemed Matthew retired to a modest mansion in the heart of the country, and some 10 or 15 miles from Ullerton. The mansion in question is at a place called Dewsdale, and was the property of the wife, and accrued to him through her. This house and estate of some 30 acres was afterwards sold by the Rev. Intestate John Haygarth, shortly after his coming of age, and within a year of his mother's death. This much and no more could I extort from the oldest inhabitant relative to the latter days of our Matthew. Respecting his wild youth, I obtained the following crumbs of enlightenment. In the year 1741 and 1742, being then 21 years of age, he left Ullerton. It is my ancient mariner's belief that he ran away from home, after some desperate quarrel with his father, and it is also the belief of my ancient that he stayed away, without intermission, for 20 years, though on what precise fact that belief is founded is much more than I can extract from the venerable proser. My ancient suggests, always in the haziest and most impracticable manner, the possibility that Matthew in his wild days lodged somewhere Clerkenwell way. He has a dim idea that he has heard his grandfather speak of St. John's Gate, Clerkenwell, in connection with Matthew Haygarth. But as my ancient's grandfather seems to have been almost imbecile at the time he made such remarks, this is not much. He has another idea, also very vague and impracticable, of having heard his grandfather saying something about an adventure of Matthew Haygarth's, which was a rather heroic affair in its way, an adventure in which, in some inexplicable manner, the wild Matthew is mixed up with a dancing girl, or player girl of Bartholomew Fair, and a nobleman. This is the sum total of the information to be extracted in 3 mortal hours from my ancient. Altogether the day has been very unsatisfactory, and I begin to think I'm not up to the sort of work required of me. October 3rd. Another long interview with my ancient. I dropped in directly after my breakfast, and about an hour after his dinner. I sat up late last night, occupied till nearly 10 in copying my diary for Sheldon, which was just in time for the London post, and lingering over my cigar till past midnight, thinking of Charlotte. so I was late this morning. My ancient received me graciously. I took him half a pound of mild bird's eye tobacco, on diplomatic grounds. He is evidently the sort of person who would receive Mephistopheles graciously, if the fiend presented him with tobacco. I returned to the charge, diplomatically of course, talked about Ullerton and Ullerton people in general, insinuating occasional questions about the Haygarths. I was rewarded by obtaining some little information about Mrs. Matthew. That lady appears to have been a devoted disciple of John Wesley, and was fonder of travelling to divers towns and villages to hear the discourses of that preacher than her husband approved. It seems they were wont to disagree upon this subject. For some years before her marriage, Mrs. Matthew was a member of a Wesleyan confraternity, in those days newly established at Ullerton. They held meetings and heard sermons in the warehouse of a wealthy draper, and shortly before Mrs. Matthew's demise they built a chapel, still extant, in a dingy little thoroughfare known as Waterhouse Lane. On these points my ancient mariner is tolerably clear. They belong to the period remembered by his father, and now I believe him to be pumped dry. I gave him my benediction, and left him smoking some of my tobacco, content with himself and with the world, always excepting the authorities, or board, of the almshouses, against whom he appears to nourish a grievance. After leaving him, I walked about Ullerton for half an hour or so before returning to my humble hostelry. The streets of Ullerton are sealed with a seal of desolation. The abomination of desolation reigns in the market-place, where the grass flourishes greenly in the interstices of the pavement. The place has known prosperity, and is prosperous no longer. But although its chief trade has left it, there are still some 3 or 4 factories in full swing. I heard clanging bells, and met bareheaded women and uncouth-looking men hurrying to and fro. I went to look at the Wesleyan chapel in Waterhouse Lane. It is a queer little building, and bears some resemblance to a toy Noah's Ark in red brick. Tall warehouses have risen about it and hemmed it in, and the slim chimney shaft of a waterworks throws a black shadow aslant its unpretending facade. I inquired the name of the present minister. He is called Jonah Goodge, began life as a carpenter, and is accounted the pink and pattern of piety. October 4th. A letter from Sheldon awaited me in the coffee-room letter-rack when I went downstairs to breakfast. My dear Hawkehurst, don't be disheartened if the work seems slow at first. You'll soon get used to it. I should recommend you to adopt the following tactics. First, go to the house at Dewsdale, inhabited by M.H. and his wife. You may have some difficulty in obtaining admission, and full liberty to explore and examine, from the present servant or owner. But you are not the man I take you for if you cannot overcome such a difficulty. I enclose a few of my cards, which you can use at your discretion. They show professional status. It would be as well to call yourself my articled clerk, and to state that you are prosecuting an inquiry on behalf of a client of mine, who wishes to prove a certain event in the past connected remotely with the H family. If asked whether your business relates to the property left by the new Rev intestate, you must reply decisively in the negative. But I must remind you that extreme caution is required in every move you make. Wherever you can, do your work without any reference to the name of Haygarth. Avoid such reference. Always remember that there may be other people on the same scent. Second, examine the house in detail. Look for old pictures, old furniture, old needlework. If you are lucky enough to find the Haygarth furniture was sold with the property, which I should think probable, the Rev intestate must have been at the university when he made the sale, and a young Cantab would, in all likelihood, pass over his ancestral chairs and tables to the purchaser of his ancestral mansion, as so much useless lumber. It is proverbial that walls have ears. I hope the Dewsdale walls may have tongues, and favour you with a little information. Third, when you have done all that is to be done at Dewsdale, your next work must be to hunt up any scion of the lawyer Bryce, if such scion be in existence at Ullerton; or, if not to be found in Ullerton, ascertain where the descendant or descendants of Bryce is or are to be found. Bryce, the lawyer, must have known the contents of those wills executed and afterwards destroyed by Haygarth, and may have kept rough drafts, or copies or memoranda of the same. This is most important. Yours truly, G.S. This Sheldon is a wonderful man, and cautious. No signature to his letter. I started for Dewsdale immediately after my breakfast. I made arrangements for boarding in this house, which is a second-rate commercial inn. They have agreed to give me board and lodging for 20 shillings a week, the full amount of my stipend. So all that I gain by my researches in the affairs of the departed Matthew is food and shelter. However, as this food and shelter is perhaps more honestly obtained than those little dinners which I have so often eaten with the great Horatio, I will try to fancy a sweetness in the trough steaks and greasy legs of mutton. O sheep of Midlandshire! Why cultivate such ponderous calves, and why so inclined to sinews? O cooks of Midlandshire! Why so superficial in the treatment of your roasts, so impetuous and inconsiderate when you boil? A railroad now penetrates the rural district in which the village of Dewsdale is situated. There is a little station, something like a wooden Dutch oven, within a mile of the village, and here I alighted. The morning savoured of summer rather than autumn. The air was soft and balmy. The sunshine steeped the landscape in warm light, and the red and golden tints of the fading foliage took new splendour from that yellow sunshine. A man whose life is spent in cities must be dull of soul indeed if he does not feel a little touched by the beauty of rustic scenery, when he finds himself suddenly in the heart of the country. I had seen nothing so fair as those English fields and copses since I left the pine-clad hills of Forêtdechêne. An idiotic boy directed me across some fields to Dewsdale. He sent me a mile out of the way, but I forgave and blessed him, for I think the walk did me good. I felt as if all manner of vicious vapours were being blown out of my head as the soft wind lifted my hair. And so to Dewsdale. Strolling leisurely through those quiet meadows, I fell to thinking of many things that seldom came into my mind in London. I thought of my dead mother, a poor gentle creature, too frail to carry heroically the burden laid upon her, and so little soured by chronic debt and difficulty. I have reason to remember her tenderly. We shared so much misery together. I believe my father married her in the rules of the bench; and if I'm not sure upon this point, I know for a certainty that I was born within those mystic boundaries. And then my mind wandered to those nomadic adventures in which poor Diana Paget and I were so much together. I think we were a little fond of each other in those days, but in that matter I was at least prudent, and now the transient fancy has faded, on Di's part as well as on mine. If I could be as prudent where Charlotte H. is concerned! But prudence and Charlotte's eyes cannot hold their own in the same brain. Of two things, one, as our neighbours say, a man must cease to be prudent, or he must forget those bewitching grey eyes. I know she was sorry when she heard of my intended departure. This is her birthday. She is 21 years of age to-day. I remember the two girls talking of it, and Miss Halliday declaring herself quite old. My dear one, I drink to your health in this poor tavern liquor, with every tender wish and holy thought befitting your innocent girlhood. End of Book the Fourth, Part 1. Book the Fourth, Part 2 of Birds of Prey, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Matthew Haygarth's Resting Place. I found the house at Dewsdale without difficulty. It is a stiff, square, red brick dwelling place, with long, narrow windows, a high, narrow door, and carved canopy. A house which savours the Tatler and Spectator. A house in which the short-faced gentleman might have spent his summer holidays after Sir Roger's death. It stands behind a high iron gate, surmounted by a handsome coat of arms, and before it there lies a pleasant patch of greensward, with a pond and a colony of cackling geese, which craned their necks and screamed at me as I passed them. The place is the simplest and smallest of rural villages. There is a public house, the Seven Stars, a sprinkling of humble cottages, a general shop, which is at once a shoemaker's, a grocer's, a linen draper's, a stationer's, and a post office. These habitations, a grey old church with a square tower, half hidden by the sombre foliage of yews and cedars, and the house, once inhabited by the Haygarths, comprise the whole of the village. The Haygarthian household is now the rectory. I ascertained this fact from the landlord of the Seven Stars, at which house of entertainment I took a bottle of soda water, in order to sonder le terrain before commencing business. The present rector is an elderly widower with 7 children, an easy, good-natured soul, who is more prone to bestow his money in charity than to punctuality in the payment of his debts. Having discovered this much, I rang the bell at the iron gate and boarded the Haygarthian mansion. The rector was at home, and received me in a very untidy apartment, par excellence a study. A boy in a holland blouse was smearing his face with his inky fingers, and wrestling with a problem in Euclid, while his father stood on a step-ladder exploring a high shelf of dusty books. The rector, whose name was Wendover, descended from the step-ladder and shook the dust from his garments. He is a little withered old man, with a manner so lively as to be on the verge of flightiness. I observed that he wiped his dusty palms on the skirts of his coat, and argued therefrom that he would be an easy person to deal with. I soon found that my deduction was correct. I presented Sheldon's card and stated my business, of course acting on that worthy's advice. Could Mr. Wendover give me any information relating to the Haygarth family? Fortune favoured me throughout this Dewsdale expedition. The rector is a simple, garrulous old soul, to whom to talk to is bliss. He has occupied the house 35 years. He rents it out of the lord of the manor, who bought it from John Haygarth. Not a stick of furniture has been removed since our friend Matthew's time, and the reverend intestate may have wrestled with the mysteries of Euclid on the same old-fashioned mahogany table at which I saw the boy in brown holland. Mr. Wendover left his books and manuscripts scattered on the floor of the study, and conducted me to a cool, shady drawing-room, very shabbily furnished with the spindle-legged chairs and tables of the last century. Here he begged me to be seated, and here we were ever and anon interrupted by intruding juveniles, the banging of doors, and the shrill clamour of young voices in the hall and garden. I brought all the diplomacy of which I am master to bear in my long interview with the rector, and the following is a transcript of our conversation, after a good deal of polite skirmishing. Myself. You see, my dear sir, the business I am concerned in is remotely connected with these Haygarths. Any information you will kindly afford me, however apparently trivial, may be of service in the affair I am prosecuting. The rector. To be sure, to be sure. But you see, though I've heard a great deal of the Haygarths, it is all gossip, the merest gossip. People are so fond of gossip, you know, especially country people. I have no doubt you have remarked that. Yes, I have heard a great deal about Matthew Haygarth, my late clerk and sexton, a very remarkable man, 91 when he died, and able to perform his duties very creditably within a year of his death, very creditably. But the hard winter of '56 took him off, poor fellow, and now I have a young man. Old Andrew Hone, that was my late clerk's name, was employed in this house when a lad, and was very fond of talking about Matthew Haygarth and his wife. She was a rich woman, you know, a very rich woman, the daughter of a brewer at Ullerton, and this house belonged to her, inherited from her father. Myself. And did you gather from your clerk that Matthew Haygarth and his wife lived happily together? The rector. Well, yes. I never heard anything to the contrary. They were not a young couple, you know. Rebecca Caulfield was 40 years of age, and Matthew Haygarth was 53 when he married. So you see, one could hardly call it a love match. Abrupt inroad of bouncing damsel exclaiming "Pa! Don't you see I'm engaged, Sophia Louisa? Why are you not at your practice?" Sudden retreat of bouncing damsel, followed by the scrambling performance of scale of C major in adjoining chamber, which performance abruptly ceases after 5 minutes. You see, Mrs. Haygarth was not young, and I was about to observe when my daughter interrupted us, and she was perhaps a little more steadfast in her adherence to the newly arisen sect of Wesleyans than was pleasing to her husband, although he consented to become a member of that sect. But as their married life lasted only a year, they had little time for domestic unhappiness, even supposing them not to be adapted to each other. Myself. Mrs. Matthew Haygarth did not marry again? Rector. No, she devoted herself to the education of her son, and lived and died in this house. The room which is now my study she furnished with a small reading desk and a couple of benches, now in my nursery, and made it into a kind of chapel, in which the keeper of the general shop, who was, I believe, considered shining light amongst the Wesleyan community, was in the habit of holding forth every Sunday morning to such few members of that sect as were within reach of Dewsdale. She died when her son was 19 years of age, and was buried in the family vault in the churchyard yonder. Her son's adherence to the Church of England was a very great trouble to her. Inroad of boy in Holland, very dejected and inky of aspect, also claiming "Pa!" No, John, not till that problem is worked out. Now take that cricket back to the lobby, sir, and return to your studies. Sulky withdrawal of boy. You see what it is to have a large family, Mr. Sheldon. I beg your pardon, Mr. Myself. Hawkehurst, clerk to Mr. Sheldon. The rector. To be sure. I have some thoughts of the law for one of my elder sons. The church is terribly overcrowded. However, as I was on the point of saying, when my boy John disturbed us, though I have heard a great deal of gossip about the Haygarths, I fear I can give you very little substantial information. Their connection with Dewsdale lasted little more than 20 years. Matthew Haygarth was married in Dewsdale Church. His son John was christened in Dewsdale Church, and he himself buried in the churchyard. That is about as much positive information as I can give you, and you will perhaps remark that the parish register would afford you as much. After questioning the good-natured old rector rather closely, and obtaining little more than the above information, I asked permission to see the house. Old furniture and old pictures are apt to be suggestive, I said, and perhaps while we are going over the house you may happen to recall some further particulars relating to the Haygarth family. Mr. Wendover assented. He was evidently anxious to oblige me, and accepted my explanation of my business in perfect good faith. He conducted me from room to room, waiting patiently while I scrutinized the panelled walls and stared at the attenuated old furniture. I was determined to observe George Sheldon's advice to the very letter, though I had little hope of making any grand melodramatic discovery in the way of documents hidden in old cabinets, or mouldering behind sliding panels. I asked the rector if he had ever found papers of any kind in forgotten nooks and corners of the house or furniture. His reply was a decided negative. He had explored and investigated every inch of the old dwelling place, and had found nothing. So much for Sheldon's idea. Mr. Wendover led me from basement to garret. encountering bouncing daughters and boys in brown holland wherever we went, and from basement to garret I found that all was barren. In the whole house there was but one object which arrested my attention, and in the interest which that one object aroused in my mind had no relation to the Haygarthian fortune. Over a high carved chimney piece in one of the bedchambers there hung a little row of miniatures, old fashioned oval miniatures, pale and faded, pictures of men and women with powdered hair of the Georgian period, and the flowing fall bottom wigs familiar to St. James's and Tunbridge Wells in the days of inoffensive Anne. There were in all 7 miniatures, 6 of which specimens of antique portraiture were prim and starched and artificial of aspect, but the 7th was different in form and style. It was the picture of a girlish face looking out of a frame of loose unpowdered locks. A bright innocent face, with grey eyes and marked black eyebrows, pouting lips a little parted, and white teeth gleaming between lips of rosy red. Such a face as one might fancy the inspiration of an old poet. I took the miniature gently from the little brass hook on which it hung, and stood for some time looking at the bright frank face. It was the picture of Charlotte Halliday. Yes, I suppose there is a fatality in these things. It was one of those marvellous accidental resemblances which every man has met with in the course of his life. Here was this dead and gone beauty of the days of George the Second smiling upon me with the eyes and lips of Philip Sheldon's stepdaughter. Or was it only a delusion of my own? Was my mind so steeped in thought of that girl, was my heart so impressed by her beauty, that I could not look upon that fair woman's face without conjuring up her likeness in an old pictured countenance? However this may be, I looked long and tenderly at the face which seemed to me to resemble the woman I love. Of course I questioned the rector as to the original of this particular miniature. He could tell me nothing about it, except that he thought it was not one of the Caulfields or Haygarths. The man in the full-bottomed Queen Anne wig was Jeremiah Caulfield, brewer, father of the pious Rebecca. The woman with the high powdered head was the pious Rebecca herself. The man in the George the Second wig was Matthew Haygarth. The other 3 were kindred of Rebecca's. But the wild-haired damsel was some unknown creature, for whose presence Mr. Wendover was unable to account. I examined the frame of the miniature, and found that it opened in the back. Behind the ivory on which the portrait was painted there was a lock of dark hair encased in crystal, and on the inside of the case, which was of some worthless metal gilded, there was scratched the name Molly. How this Molly with the loose dark locks came to be admitted among the prim and pious Caulfields is certainly more than I can understand. My exploration of the house having resulted only in this little romantic accident of the likeness to Charlotte, I prepared to take my departure, no wiser than when I had first crossed the threshold. The rector very politely proposed to show me the church, and as I considered that it would be well to take a copy of the Haygarthian entries in the register, I availed myself of his offer. He dispatched a maidservant to summon his clerk, in order that functionary might assist in the investigation of the registers. The girl departed on this errand, while her master conducted me across his garden, in which there is now a gate opening into the churchyard. It is the most picturesque of burial grounds, darkened by the shadow of those solemn yews and spreading cedars. We walked very slowly between the crumbling old tombstones, which have almost all grown one-sided with time. Mr. Wendover led me through the little labyrinth of lowly graves to a high and ponderous iron railing surrounding a square space, in the midst of which there is a stately stone monument. In the railing there is a gate, from which a flight of stone steps lead down to the door of a vault. It is altogether rather a pretentious affair, wherein one sees the evidence of substantial wealth unelevated by artistic grace or poetic grandeur. This is the family vault of the Caulfields and Haygarths. "I've brought you to look at this tomb," said the rector, resting his hand upon the rusted railing, because there is a rather romantic story connected with it, a story that concerns Matthew Haygarth, by the by. I did not think of it just now when we were talking of him, but it flashed on my memory as we came through the garden. It is a rather mysterious affair, and though it is not very likely to have any bearing upon the subject of your inquiry, I may as well tell you about it, as a leaf out of family history, you know, Mr. Hawkehurst, and as a new proof of the old adage that truth is stranger than fiction." I assured the rector that I should be glad to hear anything he could tell me. "I must premise that I only tell the story as I got it from my old clerk, and that it may therefore seem rather indistinct. But there is an entry in the register yonder to show that it is not without foundation. However, I will waste no more words in preamble, but give you the story, which is simply this." The rector seated himself on a dilapidated old tombstone, while I leaned against the rails of the Haygarth vault, looking down upon him. "Within a month or two of Matthew Haygarth's death a kind of melancholy came over him," said the rector. "Whether he was unhappy with his wife, or whether he felt his health declining, is more than I can say. You must remember that my informant was but a lad at the time of which I speak, and that when he talked to me about the subject 60 years afterwards he was a very old man, and his impressions were therefore more or less vague. But upon certain facts he was sufficiently positive, and amongst the circumstances he remembered most vividly are those of the story I am going to tell you. It seems that within a very few weeks of Matthew's death, his wife, Rebecca Haygarth, started on an expedition to the north, in the company of an uncle, to hear John Wesley preach on some very special occasion, and to assist at a love feast. She was gone more than a fortnight, and during her absence Matthew Haygarth mounted his horse early one morning and rode away from Dewsdale. His household consisted of 3 maids, a man, and the lad Andrew Horne, afterwards my sexton. Before departing on his journey, Mr. Haygarth had said that he would not return until late the next evening, and had requested that only the man, whose name I forget, should sit up for him. He was punctiliously obeyed. The household, always of early habits, retired at 9, the accustomed hour, and the manservant waited to receive his master, while the lad Andrew, who slept in the stables, sat up to keep his fellow servant company. At 10 o'clock Mr. Haygarth came home, gave his horse into the charge of the lad, took his candle from the manservant, and walked straight upstairs as if going to bed. The manservant locked the doors, took his master key, and then went to his own quarters. The boy remained up to feed and groom the horse, which had the appearance of having performed a hard day's work. He had nearly concluded this business when he was startled by the slamming of the back door opening into the courtyard, in which were the stables and outhouses. Apprehending thieves, the boy opened the door of the stable and looked out, doubtless with considerable caution. It was broad moonlight, and he saw at a glance that person who had opened the door was one who had a right to open it. Matthew Haygarth was crossing the courtyard as the lad peered out. He wore a long black cloak, and his head drooped upon his breast, as if he had been in dejection. The lad, being, I suppose, inquisitive, after a manner of country lads, made no more ado, but left his unfinished work and crept stealthily after his master, who came straight into this churchyard, indeed to this very spot on which we are now standing. On this spot the boy Andrew Hone became the secret witness of a strange scene. He saw an open grave close against the rails yonder, and he saw a little coffin lowered silently into that grave by the sexton of that time and a strange man, who afterwards went away in a mourning coach, which was in waiting at the gate, and in which doubtless the stranger and the little coffin had come. Before the man departed he assisted to fill up the grave, and when it was filled Matthew Haygarth gave money to both the men. Gold it seemed to the lad Andrew, and several pieces to each person. The 2 men then departed, but Mr. Haygarth still lingered. As soon as he fancied himself alone, he knelt down beside the little grave, covered his face with his hands, and either wept or prayed. Andrew Hone could not tell which. If he wept silently. From that night, my sexton said, Matthew Haygarth faded visibly. Mistress Rebecca came home from her love feast and nursed and tended her husband with considerable kindness, though, as far as I can make out, she was at the best a stern woman. He died 3 weeks after the event which I have described, and was buried in that vault close to the little grave. I thanked Mr. Wendover for his succinct narrative, and apologized for the trouble I had occasioned him. "Do not speak of the trouble," he answered kindly. "I am used to telling that story. I have heard it a great many times from poor old Andrew, and I have told it a great many times." "The story has rather a legendary tone," I said. "I should have scarcely thought such a thing possible." The rector shrugged his shoulders with a deprecating gesture. "In our own day," he replied, "such an occurrence would be almost impossible. But you must remember that we are talking of the last century, a century in which, I regret to say, the clergy of the Church of England were sadly lax in the performance of their duties. The followers of Wesley and Whitefield could scarcely have multiplied as they did if the flocks had not been cruelly neglected by their proper shepherds. It was a period in which the benefices were bestowed constantly on men obviously unfitted for the holy office, men who were gamblers and drunkards, patrons of cockpits, and in many cases open and shameless reprobates. In such an age almost anything was possible, and this midnight and unhallowed interment may well have taken place either with the consent or without the knowledge of the incumbent, who, I am told, bore no high character for piety or morality." "And you say there is an entry in the register?" "Yes, a careless scrawl, dated September 19th, 1774, recording the burial of one Matthew Haygarth, aged 4 years, removed from the burial ground attached to the parish church of Spotswold." "Then it was a reinterment?" "Evidently." "And is Spotswold in this county?" "Yes, it's a very small village, about 50 miles from here." "And Matthew Haygarth died very soon after this event?" "He did. He died very suddenly, with an awful suddenness, and died intestate. His widow was left the possessor of great wealth, which increased in the hands of her son John Haygarth, a very prudent and worthy gentleman, and a credit to the church of which he was a member. He only died very lately, I believe, and must therefore have attained a great age." It is quite evident that Mr. Wendover had not seen the advertisement in the Times, and was ignorant of the fact that the accumulated wealth of Haygarths and Caulfields is now waiting a claimant. I asked to see the register containing the entry of the mysterious interment, and after the administration of a shilling to the clerk, a shilling at Dewsdale being equal to half a crown in London, the vestry cupboard was opened by that functionary, and the book I required was produced from a goodly pile of such mouldy brown leather-bound volumes. The following is a copy of the entry: "On Thursday last pass, being ye 19 September, A.D. 1774, was interred ye body of one Matthew Haygarth, aged 4 years, removed from ye churchyard of St. Marie, under ye hill, Spotswold, in this county, paid for so doing 7 shil." After having inspected the register, I asked many further questions, but without eliciting much further information. So I expressed my thanks for the courtesy that had been shown me, and took my departure, not wishing to press the matter so closely as to render myself a nuisance to the worthy Wendover, and bearing in mind that it would be open to me to return at any future time. And now I ask myself, and I ask the astute Sheldon, what is the meaning of this mysterious burial, and is it likely to have any bearing on the subject of our search? These are questions for consideration of the astute S. I spent my evening in jotting down the events of the day, in the above free and easy fashion for my own guidance, and in a more precise and business-like style for my employer. I posted my letter before 10 o'clock, the hour at which the London mail is made up, and then smoked my cigar in the empty streets, overshadowed by gaunt square stacks of building and tall black chimneys, and so back to my inn, where I took a glass of ale and another cigar, and then went to bed, as the worthy Pepys might have concluded. End of Book the Fourth, Part 2. Book the Fourth, Part 3, Birds of Prey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Mr. Goodge's Wisdom. October 5th. My dreams last night were haunted by the image of a grey-eyed Molly with her wild loose hair. She must needs have been a sweet creature, and how she came amongst those prim, fishy-eyed men and women with absurd headgear is much more than I can understand. That she should mix herself up with Diana Paget, and play rouge et noir at Forêt-de-Chêne in a tucked-up chintz gown and quilted satin petticoat in my dreams last night. That I should meet her afterwards in the little stucco temple on the Belgian hills, and stab her to the heart, whereupon she changed into Charlotte Halliday, is only in the nature of dreams, and therefore no subject for wonder. On referring to Sheldon's letter, I found that the next people to be looked up were descendants of Bryce the lawyer, so I devoted my breakfast hour to the cultivation of an intimacy with the oldest of the waiters, a very antique specimen of his brotherhood, with a white stubble upon his chin, and a tendency to confusion of mind in the matter of forks and spoons. "Do you know, or have you ever known an attorney of the name of Bryce in this town?" I asked him. He rubbed the white stubble contemplatively with his hand, and then gave his poor old head a dejected shake. I felt at once that I should get very little good out of him. "No," he murmured despondently, "not that I can call to mind." I should like to know what he could call to mind, piteous old meanderer. "And yet you belong to Ullerton, I suppose?" "Yes, and have belonged to these 75 years, man and boy." Whereby, no doubt, the dreary confusion of the unhappy being's mind. "Figurez donc, mon cher, que ce soit 55 years ago or so of commercial breakfasts and diners in such a place as Ullerton. 55 years of steaks and chops, 55 years of ham and eggs, indifferently buttered toasts, and perennial sixes of brandy and water. After rambling to and fro with spoons and forks, and while in progress of clearing my table, and dropping the different items of my breakfast equipage, the poor sodden faded face of this dreary wanderer became suddenly illumined with a faint glimmer that was almost the light of reason. "There were a Bryce in Ullerton where I were a lad. I've heard father tell on him," he murmured slowly. "An attorney?" "Yes, he were a rare wild one, he were. It was when the Prince of Wales were regent for this poor old mad father, as the saying is, and folks was wilder like in general in those times, and wore spencers. Lawyer Bryce wore a plum-coloured one." "Imagine then again, mon cher, an attorney in a plum-coloured spencer! Who, in these enlightened days, would trust his business to such a practitioner?" I perked up considerably, believing that my aged imbecile was going to be of a real service to me. "Yes, he were a rare wild one, he were," said my ancient friend with excitement. "I can remember him as well as if it was yesterday, at Tiverford races. There was races at Tiverford in those days, and gentlemen jocks. Lawyer Bryce rode his roan mare, Queen Charlotte they called her. But after that he went wrong. Folks said, speculated with some money, you see, that he didn't ought to have touched, and went to America and died." "Died in America, did he? Why the deuce couldn't he die in Ullerton? I should fancy it was a pleasanter place to die in than it is to live in. And how about his sons?" "Lawyer Bryce's sons? Yes, of course." My imbecile's lips expanded into a broad grin. "Lord Bryce never had no sons," he exclaimed, with a tone which seemed to express a contemptuous pity for my ignorance. "He never married." Well, his brothers. He had brothers, I suppose?" "Not as I ever heard tell on," answered my imbecile, relapsing into hopeless inanity. It was clear that no further help was to be obtained from him. I went to the landlord, a brusque businesslike individual of transatlantic go-aheadism. From him I learned that there were no Bryces in Ullerton, and never had been within the 30 years of his experience in that town. He gave me an Ullerton directory in confirmation of that fact, a neat little shilling volume, which I begged leave to keep for a quarter of an hour before returning it. Bryce was evidently a failure. I turned to the letter G, and looked up the name of Goodge. Goodge, Jonah, minister of Beulah Chapel, resided at No. 7 Waterhouse Lane, the lane in which I had seen the chapel. I determined upon waiting on the worthy Goodge. He may be able to enlighten me as to the name of the pastor who preached to the Wesleyan flock in the time of Rebecca Caulfield, and from the descendants of such pastor I may glean some straws and shreds of information. The pious Rebecca would have been likely to confide much to her spiritual director. The early Wesleyans had all the exultation of the Quietists, and something of the lunatic fervour of the Convulsionists, who kicked and screamed themselves into epilepsy under the influence of the ingenuitous Bull. The pious Rebecca was no doubt an enthusiast. I found No. 7 Waterhouse Lane. It is a neat little 6-roomed house, with preternaturally green palings enclosing about 60 square feet of bright yellow gravel, adorned by a row of whitewashed shells. Some scarlet geraniums bloomed in pots of still more vivid scarlet, and the sight of those bright red blossoms recalled Philip Sheldon's garden at Bayswater, and that sweet girl by whose side I have walked its trim pathways. But business is business, and if I am ever to sue for my Charlotte's hand, I must present myself before her as the winner of the 3,000. Remembering this, I lifted Mr. Goodge's knocker, and presently found myself in conversation with that gentleman. Whether unordained piety has a natural tendency to become greasy of aspect, and whether, among the many miracles vouchsafed to the amiable and really great Wesley, he received for his disciples of all time to come the gift of a miraculous straightness and lankiness of hair, I know not, but I do know that every Methodist parson I have had the honour to know has been of one pattern, and that Mr. Goodge is no exception to the rule. I am bound to record that I found him a very civil person, quite willing to afford me any help in his power, and far more practical and businesslike than the rector of Dewsdale. It seems that the gift of tongues descended on the Goodges during the lifetime of John Wesley himself, and during the earlier part of that teacher's career. It was a Goodge who preached in the draper's warehouse, and it was the edifying discourse of a Goodge which developed the piety of Miss Rebecca Caulfield, afterwards Mrs. Haygarth. "That Goodge was my great uncle," said the courteous Jonah, "and there was no one in Ullerton better acquainted with Rebecca Caulfield. I heard my grandmother talk of her many a time. She used to send him poultry and garden stuff from her house at Dewsdale, and at his instigation she contributed handsomely to the erection of the chapel in which it is my privilege to preach." I felt I had struck upon a vein of gold. Here was a sharp-witted, middle-aged man, not an ancient mariner or a meandering imbecile, who could remember the talk of the grandmother, who had known Matthew Haygarth's wife. And this visit to Mr. Goodge was my own idea, not prompted by the far-seeing Sheldon. I felt myself advancing in the insidious arts of a private inquirer. "I am employed in the prosecution of a business which has a remote relation to the Haygarth family history," I said, "and if you can afford me any information on that subject, I should be extremely obliged." I emphasized the adjective remote, and felt myself, in my humble way, a Talleyrand. "What kind of information do you require?" asked Mr. Goodge thoughtfully. "Any information respecting Matthew Haygarth or his wife." Mr. Goodge became profoundly meditative after this. "I am not given to act unadvisedly," he began, and I felt that I was in for a little professional discourse. "The creatures of impulse are the children of Satan. the babes of Lucifer, the infants of Beelzebub. I take counsel in the silence of the night, and wait for the whispers of wisdom in the waking hours of darkness. You must allow me time to ponder this business in my heart, and to be still." I told Mr. Goodge that I would willingly await his own time for affording me any information in his power to give. "That is pleasant," said the pastor blandly. "The worldly are apt to rush blindly through life, as the roaring lion rushes through the forest. I am not one of those rushing worldlings. I presume, by the way, that such information as I may afford is likely to become a source of pecuniary profit to your employer?" I began to see that my friend Goodge and the rector of Dewsdale were very different kind of people, and that I must play my cards accordingly. "That will depend upon the nature of your information," I replied diplomatically. "It may be worth something to us, or it may be worthless." "And in that case it should be worth something?" "In that case my employer would be glad to remunerate the person from whom he obtained it." Mr. Goodge again became meditative. "I was in the habit of the sainted Wesley to take counsel from the Scriptures," he said presently. "If you will call again to morrow, young man, I shall have taken counsel, and may be able to entreat with you." I did not much relish being addressed as "young man," even by such a shining light as the Reverend Jonah Goodge. But as I wanted the Reverend Jonah's aid, I submitted with a tolerant grace to his patriarchal familiarity, and bade him good morning, after promising to call again on the following day. I returned to my inn and wrote to Sheldon in time for the afternoon mail, recounting my interview with Mr. Goodge, and asking how far I should be authorised to remunerate that gentleman, or to pledge myself to remunerate him for such information as he might have to dispose of. October 6th. A letter from Sheldon. Dear Hawkehurst, there may be something very important behind that mysterious burial at Dewsdale. Go without delay to Spotswold, examine the registers, tombstones, and hunt up oldest inhabitant or inhabitants, from whom you may be able to discover whether any Haygarth or Haygarths ever lived there, and all that is known respecting such Haygarth or Haygarths. You have got a clue to something. Follow it up till it breaks off short, as such clues often do, or till you find it is only leading you on a wild goose chase. The Dewsdale business is worth investigation. Mem. How about descendants of Lawyer Bryce? Yours truly, G.S. G's Inn, October 5th. Before starting for Spotswold, it was necessary for me to see Mr. Goodge. I found that gentleman in a pious and yet businesslike frame of mind. He had taken counsel from the Scriptures, like the founder of his sect, but I fancy with rather less spiritual aspirations. The text upon which the lot fell was the 12th verse of the 9th chapter in the book of Proverbs. "If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself," he said solemnly. "Whereby I perceive that I shall not be justified in parting with that which you seek without fitting recompense. I ask you therefore, young man, what are you prepared to give?" The Reverend Jonah's tone could scarcely have been more lofty, or his manners more patronising, if he had been Saul and I the humble David. But a man who is trying to earn £3,000 must put up with a great deal. Finding that the minister was prepared to play the huckster, I employed no further ceremony. "The price must of course depend on the quality of the article you have to sell," I said. "I must know that before I can propose terms." "Suppose my information took the form of letters?" "Letters from whom? To whom?" "From Miss Rebecca Haygarth to my great uncle, Samson Goodge." "How many of such letters have you to sell?" I put it very plainly, but the Reverend Jonah's susceptibilities were not of the keenest order. He did not wince. "Say 40 letters." I pricked up my ears, and it needed all my diplomacy to enable me to conceal my sense of triumph. 40 odd letters! There must be an enormous amount of information in 40 odd letters, unless the woman wrote the direst twaddle ever penned by a feminine correspondent. "Over what period do the dates of these letters extend?" I asked. "over about 7 years, from 1769 to 1776. 4 years prior to the marriage with our friend Matthew, 3 years after the marriage." "Are they tolerably long letters, or mere scrawls?" "They were written in a period when nobody wrote short letters," answered Mr. Goodge sententiously; "the period of Bath post and dear postage. The greater number of the epistles cover 3 sides of a sheet of letter paper, and Mrs. Rebecca's caligraphy was small and neat." "Good!" I exclaimed. "I suppose it's no use my asking you to let me see one of those letters before striking a bargain, Mr. Goodge?" "Well, I think not," answered the oily old hypocrite. "I have taken counsel, and I will abide by the light that has been shown to me. 'If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself.' Such are the words of inspiration. No, I think not." "And what do you ask for the 40 odd letters?" "£20." "A stiff sum, Mr. Goodge, for 40 letters of old letter paper." "But if they were not likely to be valuable, you would scarcely happen to want them," answered the minister. "I have taken counsel, young man." "And those are your lowest terms?" "I cannot accept 6 pence less. It is not in me to go from my word. As Jacob served Laban 7 years, and again another 7 years, having promised, so do I abide by my bond. Having said £20, young man, heaven forbid that I should take so much as 20 pence less than those £20." The solemn unction with which he pronounced this twaddle is beyond description. The pretence of conscientious feeling which he contrived to infuse into his sordid bargain driving might have done honour to Molière's Tartuffe. Seeing that he was determined to stick to his terms, I departed. I telegraphed to Sheldon for instructions as to whether I was to give Goodge the money he asked, and then went back to my inn, where I devoted myself for the next 10 minutes to the study of a railway time-table, with a view to finding the best route to Spotswold. After a close perusal of the bewildering strings of proper names and dazzling columns of figures, I found a place called Black Harbour, for Wisborough, Spotswold, and Chilton. A train left Ullerton for Black Harbour at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and was due at the latter place at 8:40. This gave me an interval of some hours, in which I could do nothing, unless I received a telegram from Sheldon. The chance of a reply from him kept me a prisoner in the coffee room of the Swan Inn, where I read almost every line in the local and London newspaper pending the arrival of the dispatch, which came at last. "Tell Goodge he shall have the sum asked, and get the letters at once. Money by to-night's post." This was Sheldon's message, sharp and short, and within the 18-penny limit. Acting upon this telegram, I returned to the abode of Mr. Goodge, told him his terms were to be complied with, showed him the telegram at his request, and asked for the letters. I ought to have known my reverend friend better than to imagine he would part with those ancient documents except for money upon the counter. He smiled a smile which might have illuminated the visage of Machiavelli. "The letters have kept a long time, young man," he said, after having studied the telegram as closely as if it had been written in Punic; "and to you they are in no wise the worse for keeping, so they will keep yet longer. 'If thou be wise, then shalt be wise for thyself.' You can come for the letters to-morrow, and bring the money with you, say at 11 a.m. I put on my hat and bade my friend good day. I have often been tempted to throw things at people, and have withheld my hand; but I never felt Satan so strong upon me as at that moment, and I very much fear that if I had anything in the way of a kitchen poker or a carving knife about me, I should have flung that missile at the patriarchal head of my saintly Jonah. As it was, I bade him good day, and returned to the Swan, where I took a hurried repast and started for the station, carrying a light carpet bag with me, as I was not likely to return till the following night at the earliest. I arrived at the station 10 minutes before the starting of the train, and had to endure 10 minutes of that weariness called waiting. I exhausted the interest of all the advertisements on the station walls, found out how I could have my furniture removed with the utmost convenience, supposing myself to possess furniture, discovered where I ought to buy a dinner service, and the most agreeable kind of blind to screen my windows in sunny weather. I was still lingering over the description of this new invention in blinds, when a great bell set up a sudden clanging, and the down train from London came thundering into the station. This was also the train for Black Harbour. There were a good many passengers going northwards, a good many alighting at Ullerton, and in the hurry and confusion I had some difficulty in finding a place in a second-class carriage, the passengers therein blocking up the windows with that unamiable exclusiveness particular to railway travellers. I found a place at last, however, but in hurrying from carriage to carriage I was startled by an occurrence which I have since pondered very seriously. I ran bold against my respected friend and patron, Horatio Paget. We had only time to recognise each other with exclamations of mutual surprise when the clanging bell rang again, and I was obliged to scuffle into my seat. A moment's delay would have caused me to be left behind, and to have remained behind would have been very awkward for me, as the captain would undoubtedly have questioned me as to my business in Ullerton. Was I not supposed to be at Dorking, enjoying the hospitality of an aged aunt? It would have been unlucky to lose that train. But what makes the gallant captain in Ullerton? That is a question which I deliberated as the train carried me towards Black Harbour. Sheldon warned me of the necessity for secrecy, and I have been as secret as the grave. It is therefore next to an impossibility that Horatio Paget can have any idea of the business I am engaged in. He is the very man of all others to try and supersede me if he had an inkling of my plans, but I am convinced he can have no such inkling. And yet the advertisement of the Haygarth property in the Times was as open to the notice of all the world as it was open to the notice of George Sheldon. What if my patron should have been struck by the same advertisement, and should have come to Ullerton on the same business? It is possible, but it's not likely. When I left town the captain was engaged in Philip Sheldon's affairs. He has no doubt come to Ullerton on Philip Sheldon's business. The town, which seems an abomination of desolation to a man who is accustomed to London and Paris, is nevertheless a commercial centre, and the stockbroker schemes may involve the simple Ullertonians as well as the more experienced children of the metropolis. Having thought the business out thus, I gave myself no further trouble about the unexpected appearance of my friend and benefactor. At Black Harbour I found a coach, which carried me to Spotswold, whither I travelled in a cramped and painful position as regards my legs, and with a pervading sensation which was like a determination of luggage to the brain, so close to my oppressed head was the heavily laden roof of the vehicle. It was pitch dark when I and two fellow passengers of agricultural aspect were turned out of the coach at Spotswold, which in the gloom of night appeared to consist of half a dozen houses shut in from the road by ghastly white palings, a grim looming church, and a low roofed inn with a feeble light glimmering athwart a red stuff curtain. At this inn I was fain to take up my abode for the night, and was conducted to a little whitewashed bedchamber, draperied with scanty dimity and smelling of apples, the humblest, commonest cottage chamber, but clean and decent, and with a certain countrified aspect which was pleasing to me. I fancied myself the host of such an inn, with Charlotte for my wife, and it seemed to me that it would be a nice place to live in that remote and unknown village. The world forgetting, by the world forgot. I beguiled myself by such foolish fancies. I, who have been reared amidst the clamour and riot of the Strand! Should I be happy with that dear girl if she were mine? Alas, I doubt it. A man who has led a disreputable life up to the age of 27 is very likely to have lost all capacity for such pure and perfect happiness as that which good men find in the tranquil haven of a home. Should I not hear the rattle of the billiard balls or the voice of the croupier calling the main, as I sat by my quiet fireside? Should I not yearn for the glitter and confusion of West End dancing rooms, or the mad excitement of the ring, while my innocent young wife was sitting by my side, and asking me to look at the blue eyes of my firstborn? No, Charlotte is not for me. There must be always the two classes, the sheep and the goats, and my lot has been cast among the goats. And yet there are some people who laugh and scorn the doctrines of Calvin, and say there's no such thing as predestination. Is there not predestination? Was I not predestined to be born in a gaol and reared in a gutter, educated among swindlers and scoundrels, fed upon stolen victuals, and clad in garments never to be paid for? Did no Eumenides preside over the birth of Richard Savage, so set apart for misery that the laws of nature were reversed, and even his mother hated him? Did no dismal fatality follow the footsteps of Chatterton? Has no mysterious ban been laid upon the men who have been called Dukes of Buckingham? What foolish lamentations I'm scribbling in this diary, which is intended to be only the baldest record of events! It is so natural to mankind to complain, that having no ear in which to utter his discontent, a man is fain to resort to pen and ink. I devoted my evening to conversation with the landlord and his wife, but found that the name of Haygarth was as strange to them as if it had been taken from an inscription in the tomb of the Pharaohs. I inquired about the few inhabitants of the village, and ascertained that the oldest man in the place is the sexton, native born, and supposed by mine host never to have travelled 20 miles from his birthplace. His name is Peter Drabbles. What extraordinary names that class of people contrive to have! My first business to-morrow morning will be to find my friend Drabbles, another ancient mariner no doubt, and to examine the parish registers. October 7th. A misty morning, and a perpetual drizzle, to say nothing of a damp, penetrating cold, which creeps through the thickest overcoat and chills one to the bone. I do not think Spotswold can have much brightness or prettiness, even on the fairest summer morning that ever beautified the earth. I know that, seeing as I see it to-day, the place is the very archetype of all that is darksome, dull, desolate, dismal, and dreary. How odd, by the way, that all that family of epithets should have the same initial! A wide stretch of moorland ties around and about the little village, which crouches in a hollow, like some poor dejected animal that seeks to shelter itself from the bitter blast. On the edge of the moorland, and above the straggling cottages and the little inn, rises the massive square tower of an old church, so far out of proportion to the pitiful cluster of houses that I imagine it must be the remnant of some monastic settlement. Towards this church I made my way, under the dispiriting drip drip of the rain, and accompanied by a feeble old man, who was sexton, clerk, gravedigger, and anything or everything of an official nature. We went into the church after my ancient mariner number 2 had fumbled a good deal with a bunch of ghostly looking keys. The door opened with a dismal scroop, and shut with an appalling bang. Grim and dark as the church is without, it's grimmer and darker within, and damp and vault-like. A fair familiar. There all the mysterious cupboards and corners peculiar to such edifices, an organ loft from which weird noises issue at every opening or closing of a door, a vaulted roof which echoes one's footsteps with a moan, as of some outraged spirits hovering in empty space and ejaculating piteously, "Another impious intruder after the sacramental plate! Another plebeian soul trampling on the brasses of de Montehus, lords of the manor!" The vestry is, if anything, more ghostly than the general run of vestries, but the business mind is compelled to waive all considerations of a supernatural character. For the moment there flashed across my brain the shadows of all the Christmas stories I had ever heard or read concerning vestries. The phantom bridal, in which the bride's beautiful white hand changed to the bony fingers of a skeleton as she signed the register. The unearthly christening, in which all at once, after the ceremony having been conducted with the utmost respectability, to the edification of the unauthorized intruder hiding behind a pillar, the godfathers and godmothers, nurse and baby, priest and clerk, became in a moment dilapidated corpses, whereupon the appalled intruder fell prone at the foot of his pillar, there to be discovered the next morning by his friends and the public generally, with his hair blanched to an awful whiteness, or his noble intellect degraded to idiocy. For a moment the memory of about 100 Christmas stories was too much for me. So weird of aspect and earthy of atmosphere was the vestry of Spotswold. And then begone the shadows of the Christmas stories. I was a man and a lawyer's clerk again, and set myself assiduously to the search of the registers and interrogate my ancient. I found that an individual, a creature of mental fogginess compared with whom my oldest inhabitant of Ullerton could have been a Pitt, Earl of Chatham. But I questioned and cross-questioned him until I had in a manner turned his poor old wits to the seamy side without, and had discovered, first, that he had never known any one called Haygarth in the whole course of those 75 years' vegetation which politeness compelled me to speak of as his life. Secondly, that he had never known any one who knew a Haygarth. Thirdly, that he was intimately acquainted with every creature in the village, and that he knew that no one of the inhabitants could give me the smallest shred of such information as I required. Having extorted so much as this from my ancient with unutterable expenditure of time and trouble, I next set to work upon the registers. If the ink manufactured in the present century is of no more durable nature than that abominable fluid employed in the penmanship of 100 years ago, I profoundly pity the generations that are to come after us. The registers of Spotswold might puzzle a Bunsen. However, bearing in mind the incontrovertible fact that £3,000 is a very agreeable sum of money, I stuck to my work for upwards of 2 hours, and obtained as a result the following entries. 1. Matthew Haygarth, aged 4 years, buried in this churchyard, over against ye tomb of Mrs. Martha Stileman, about 10 feet from ye old yew tree, February 6th, 1753. 2. Mary Haygarth, aged 27 years, buried under ye yew tree, November 21, 1754. After copying these 2 entries, I went out into the churchyard to look for Mary Haygarth's grave. Under a fine old yew, which had been old 100 years ago, it seems, I found huddled amongst other headstones one so encrusted with moss that it was only after scraping the parasite verdure from the stone with my penknife that I was able to discover the letters that had been cut upon it. I found at last a brief inscription: "Here lieth ye body of Mary Haygarth, aged 27, born 1727, died 1754. This stone has been set up by one who sorroweth without hope of consolation." A strange epitaph. No scrap of Latin, no text from Scripture, no conventional testimony to the virtues and accomplishments of the departed, no word to tell whether the dead woman had been maid, wife, or widow. It was the most provoking inscription for a lawyer or a genealogist, but such as might have pleased a poet. I fancy this Mary Haygarth must have been some quiet creature, with very few friends to sorrow for her loss, perhaps only that one person who sorrowed without any hope of consolation. Such a tombstone might have been set above the grave of that simple maid who dwelt beside the banks of Dove. This is the utmost that my patience or ingenuity can do for me at Spotswold. I have exhausted every possibility of obtaining further information. So having written and posted my report to Sheldon, I have no more to do but to return to Ullerton. I take back with me nothing but the copy of the 2 entries in the Register of Burials. Who this Matthew Haygarth or this Mary Haygarth was, and how related to the Matthew, is an enigma not to be solved at Spotswold. Here the story of the Haygarths ends with the grave under the yew tree. End of Book the 4th, Part 3. Book the 5th, Part 1 of Birds of Prey, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Betrayed by a Blotting Pad. At an early hour upon the day on which Valentine Hawkehurst telegraphed to his employer, Philip Sheldon presented himself again at the dingy door of the office in Gray's Inn. The dingy door was opened by the still more dingy boy, and Mr. Sheldon the elder, who lived in a state of chronic hurry, and had a hansom cab in attendance upon him at almost every step of his progress through life, was aggravated by the discovery that his brother was out. "Out," he repeated, with supreme disgust. "He's always out, I think. Where is he to be found?" The boy replied that his master would be back in half an hour, if Mr. Sheldon would like to wait. "Like to wait!" cried the stockbroker. "When will lawyers' clerks have sense enough to know that nobody on this earth ever liked to wait? Where's your master gone?" "I think he's just slipped around to Holborn, sir," the boy replied, with some slight hesitation. He was very well aware that George had secrets from his brother, and that it was not judicious to be too free in his communications with the elder gentleman. But the black eyes and white teeth of the stockbroker seemed very awful to him, and if Philip chose to question him, he must needs answer the truth, not having been provided by his master with any convenient falsehood in case of inquiry. "What part of Holborn?" asked Philip sharply. "I did hear tell as it was the telegraph office." "Good!" exclaimed Mr. Sheldon. Then he dashed downstairs, leaving the lad on the threshold of the door staring after him with eyes of wonder. The telegraph office meant business, and any business of his brother's was a matter of interest to Mr. Sheldon at this particular period. He had meditated the meaning of George's triumphant smile in the secluded calm of his own office, and the longer he had meditated, the more deeply rooted had become his conviction that his brother was engaged in some very deep and very profitable scheme, the nature of which was his bounden duty to discover. Impressed by this idea, Mr. Sheldon returned to the hansom cab, which was waiting for him at the end of Warwick Court, and made his way to the telegraph office. The ostensible motive of his call in Gray's Inn was sufficient excuse for this following up of his brother's footsteps. It was one of those waifs and strays of rather disreputable business which the elder man sometimes threw in the way of the younger. As the wheel of the hansom ground against the curbstone in front of the telegraph office, the figure of George Sheldon vanished in a little court to the left of that establishment. Instead of pursuing this receding figure, Philip Sheldon walked straight into the office. It was empty. There was no one in any of the shaded compartments, so painfully suggestive of pecuniary distress and the stealthy hypothecation of portable property. A sound of rattling and bumping in an inner office betrayed the neighbourhood of a clerk, but in the office Mr. Sheldon was alone. Upon the blotting pad on the counter of the central partition the stockbroker perceived one great blot of ink, still moist. He laid the tip of his square forefinger upon it, to assure himself of that fact, and then set himself deliberately to scrutinize the blotting paper. He was a man who seldom hesitated. His greatest coups on the money market had been in a great measure the result of this faculty of prompt decision. To-day he possessed himself of the blotting pad, and examined the half-formed syllables stamped upon it with as much coolness and self-possession as if he had been seated in his own office reading his own newspaper. A man given to hesitation would have looked to the right and left and watched for his opportunity, and lost it. Philip Sheldon knew better than to waste his chances by needless precaution, and he made himself master of all the intelligence the blotting pad could afford him before the clerk emerged from the inner den where the rattling and stamping was going forward. "I thought as much," muttered the stockbroker, as he recognised traces of his brother's sprawling penmanship upon the pad. The message had been written with a heavy hand and a spongy quill, and had left a tolerably clear impression of its contents on the blotting paper. Here and there the words stood out bold and clear. Here and there again there was only one decipherable letter amongst a few broken hieroglyphics. Mr. Sheldon was accustomed to the examination of very illegible documents, and he was able to master the substance of that random impression. If he could not decipher the whole, he made out sufficient for his purpose. Money was to be offered to a man called Goodge for certain letters. He knew his brother's affairs well enough to know that these letters for which money was to be offered must needs be letters of importance in some search for an heir at law. So far all was clear and simple, but beyond this point he found himself at fault. Where was this Goodge to be found, and who was the person that was to offer him money for the letters? The names and addresses, which had been written first, had left no impression on the blotting pad, or an impression so faint as to be useless for any practical purpose. Mr. Sheldon put down the pad and lingered by the door of the office deliberating, when the rattling and hammering came to an abrupt termination, and the clerk emerged from the interior den. "Oh," he exclaimed, "it's all right. Your message shall go directly." The stockbroker, whose face was half averted from the clerk, and who stood between that functionary and the light from the open doorway, at once comprehended the error that had arisen. The clerk had mistaken him for his brother. "I'm not quite clear as to whether I gave the right address," he said promptly, with his face still averted, and his attention apparently occupied by a paper in his hand. "Just see how I wrote it, there's a good fellow." The clerk withdrew for a few minutes, and returned with the message in his hand. "From George Sheldon to Valentine Hawkehurst, Black Swan Inn, Ullerton," he read aloud from the document. "All right, and thanks," cried the stockbroker. He gave one momentary glance at the clerk, and had just time to see that individual's look of bewilderment as some difference in his voice and person from the voice and person from the black-whiskered man who had just left the office dawned upon his troubled senses. After that one glance, Mr. Sheldon darted across the pavement, sprang into his cab, and called to the driver, "Literary Institution, Burton Street, as fast as you can go." "I will try my luck in the second column of the Times," he said to himself. "If George's scheme is what I take it to be, I shall get some clue to it there." He took a little oblong memorandum book from his pocket, and looked at his memoranda of the past week. Among those careless jottings he found one memorandum scrawled in pencil, amongst notes and addresses in ink. "Haygarth, intestate, G.S. to see after." "That's it," he exclaimed. "Haygarth, intestate. Valentine Hawkehurst, not at Dorking, but working for my brother. Goodge, letters to be paid for. It's all like the bits of mosaic those antiquarian fellows are always finding in the ruins of somebody's baths. A few handfuls of coloured chips that look like rubbish, and can yet be patched into a perfect geometric design. I'll hunt up a file of the Times at the Burton Institution, and find out this Haygarth, if he's to be found there." The Burton Institution was a somewhat dingy temple devoted to the interests of science and literature, and next door to some baths that were very popular among the denizens of Bloomsbury. People in quest of the baths were apt to ascend the classic flight of steps leading to the institution, when they should have descended to a lower threshold lurking modestly by the side of that edifice. The baths and the institution had both been familiar to Mr. Sheldon in that period of probation which he had spent in Fitzgeorge Street. He was sufficiently acquainted with the librarian of the institution to go in and out uninterrogated, and to make any use he pleased of the reading room. He went in to-day, asked to see the latest bound volumes of the Times and the latest files of unbound papers, and began his investigation, working backwards. Rapidly and dexterously he turned the big leaves of the journals. The investigation occupied nearly 3/4 of an hour, but at the expiration of that time he had alighted on the advertisement published in the March of the preceding year. He gave a very low whistle, a kind of phantom whistle, as he read this advertisement: John Haygarth, £100,000. The fortune for which a claimant was lacking amounted to £100,000. Mr. Sheldon knew commercial despots who counted their wealth by millions, and whose fiat could sway the exchanges of Europe. But a few £100,000 seemed to him a very nice thing nevertheless, and he was ready to dispute the prize the anticipation whereof had rendered his brother so triumphant. "He has rejected me as a coadjutor," he thought, as he went back to his cab after having copied the advertisement. "He shall have me as an antagonist. Omega Street, Chelsea, next call," he cried to the driver, and was soon beyond the confines of Bloomsbury, and rattling away towards the borderland of Belgravia. He had completed his search of the newspapers at 10 minutes past 12, and at 20 minutes to 1 he presented himself at the lodging house in Omega Street, where he found Captain Paget, in whose promoting business there happened to be a lull just now. With this gentleman he had a long interview, and the result of that interview was the departure of the Captain by the 2 o'clock express for Ullerton. Thus had it happened that Valentine Hawkehurst and his patron encountered each other on the platform of Ullerton station. CHAPTER II. Valentine invokes the phantoms of the past. October 7th, midnight. I was so fortunate as to get away from Spotswold this morning very soon after the completion of my researches in the vestry, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon I found myself once more in the streets of Ullerton. Coming home in the rain, I meditated seriously upon the unexpected appearance of Horatio Paget at the headquarters of this Haygarthian investigation, and the more I considered that fact, the more I felt inclined to doubt my own patron's motives, and to fear his interference. Can his presence in Ullerton have any relation to the business that has brought me here? That is the question which I asked myself 100 times during my journey from Spotswold. That is the question which I ask myself still. I have no doubt I give myself unnecessary trouble, but I know that old man's Machiavellian cleverness only too well, and I am inclined to look with suspicion upon every action of his. My first business on returning to this house was to ascertain whether any one bearing his name, or answering my description of him, had arrived during my absence. I was relieved by finding that no stranger whatever had put up at the inn since the previous forenoon. Who may have used the coffee room is another question, not so easily set at rest. In the evening a great many people come in and go out, and my friend and patron may have taken his favourite brandy and soda, skimmed his newspaper, and picked up whatever information was to be obtained as to my movements, without attracting any particular attention. In the mortal words of Lessee of the Globe Theatre, "Why I should fear I know not, and yet I feel fear." I found a registered letter from George Sheldon, enclosing £20 in notes, and furnished therewith I went straight to my friend Jonah, whom I found engaged in the agreeable occupation of taking tea. I showed him the money, but my estimate of the reverend gentleman's honour being of a very limited nature, I took care not to give it to him till he had produced the letters. On finding that I was really prepared to give him his price, he went to an old-fashioned bureau, and opened one of those secret recesses which cannot for 3 minutes remain a secret to any investigator possessed of a tolerably accurate eye or a 3-foot rule. From this hiding place, which he evidently considered a triumph of mechanical art, Worthy the cabinet of a D'Argenson or a Fouché, he produced a packet of faded yellow letters, about which there lurked a faint odour of dried rose leaves and lavender, which seemed the very perfume of the past. When my reverend friend had laid the packet on the table within reach of my hand, and not until then, I gave him the bank notes. His fat old fingers closed upon them greedily, and his fishy old eyes were illumined by a faint glimmer which I believe nothing but bank notes could have kindled in them. After having assured himself that they were genuine acknowledgments of indebtedness on the part of the old lady in the Threadneedle Street, and not the base simulacra of Birmingham at 25 shillings a dozen, 13 as 12, Mr. Goodge obligingly consented to sign a simple form of receipt which I had drawn up for the satisfaction of my principal. "I think you said there were 40 odd letters," I remarked, before I proceeded to count the documents in the presence of Mr. Goodge. That gentleman looked at me with an air of astonishment, which, had I not known him to be the most consummate of hypocrites, would have seemed to be simplicity itself. "I said from 30 to 40, he exclaimed. "I never said there were 40 odd letters." I looked at him, and he looked at me. His face told me plainly enough that he was trying to deceive me, and my face told him plainly enough that he had no chance of succeeding in that attempt. Whether he was keeping back some of the letters with a view to extorting more money from me hereafter, or whether he was keeping them with the idea of making a better bargain with somebody else, I could not tell. But of the main fact I was certain: he had cheated me. I untied the red tape which held the letters together. Yes, there was a piece of circumstantial evidence which might have helped to convict my friend had he been on his trial in a criminal court. The red tape bore the mark of the place in which it had been tied for half a century, and a little way within this mark the trace of a very recent tying. Some of the letters had been extracted, and the tape had been tied anew. I had no doubt that this had been done while my negotiation with Mr. Goodge had been pending. What was I to do? Refuse the letters and demand to have my principal's money returned to me? I knew my friend well enough to know that such a proceeding would be about as useless as it would be to request the ocean to restore a cup of water that had been poured into it. The letters he had given me might or might not afford some slight link in the chain I was trying to put together, and the letters withheld from me might be more or less valuable than those given to me. In any case, the transaction was altogether a speculative one, and George Sheldon's money was hazarded as completely as if it had been put upon an outsider for the Derby. Before bidding him a polite farewell, I was determined to make Mr. Goodge thoroughly aware that he had not taken me in. "You said there were more than 40 letters," I told him. "I remember the phrase 40 odd, which is a colloquialism one would scarcely look for in Tillotson or John Wesley, who cherished a prejudice in favour of scholarship which does not distinguish all his followers. You said there were 40 odd letters, and you have removed some from the packet. I am quite aware that I have no legal remedy against you, as our contract was a verbal one, made without witnesses, so I must be content with what I get. But I do not wish you to flatter yourself with the notion that you have hoodwinked a lawyer's clerk. You are not clever enough to do that, Mr. Goodge, though you are knave enough to cheat every attorney in the law list. Young man, are you aware? As I have suffered by the absence of any witness to our negotiation, I may as well profit by the absence of any witness to our interview. You are a cheat and a trickster, Mr. Goodge, and I have the honour to wish you good afternoon." "Go forth, young man," cried the infuriated Jonah, whose fat round face became beetroot colour with rage, and who involuntarily extended his hand to the poker, for the purpose of defence and not defiance, I believe. "Go forth, young man, I say unto you, as Abimelech said unto Jedediah, go forth." I am not quite clear as to the two scriptural proper names with which the Reverend Jonah embellished his discourse on this occasion, but I know that sort of man always has a leaning to the Abimelech and Jedediahs of biblical history. solely, I believe, because the names have a sonorous roll with them that is pleasant in the mouth of the charlatan. As I was in the act of going forth, quite at my leisure, for I had no fear of the clerical poker, my eye happened to alight on a small side table, covered with a chessboard patterned cloth in gaudy colours, and adorned with some of those sombre volumes which seemed like an outward evidence of the sober piety of their possessor. Among the sombre volumes lay something which savoured another hemisphere than that to which those brown leather-bound books belonged. It was a glove, a gentleman's glove, of pale lavender kid, small in size for a masculine glove, and bearing upon it the evidence of the cleaner's art. Such might be the glove of an exiled Brummel, but could never have encased the squat paw of a Jonah Goodge. It was as if the Point d'Alençon ruffle of Chesterfield had been dropped in the study of John Wesley. In a moment there flashed into my mind an idea which has haunted me ever since. That glove had belonged to my respected patron, Horatio Paget, and it was for his benefit the letters had been abstracted from the packet. He had been with Jonah Goodge in the course of that day, and had bought him over to cheat me. I then was obliged to go back to the old question. Was it possible that the Captain could have any inkling of my business? Who could have told him? Who could have betrayed a secret which was known only to George Sheldon and myself? After all, are there not other people than Horatio Paget who wear clean lavender gloves? But it always has been a habit with the Captain to leave one loose glove behind him, and I dare say it was the recollection of this which suggested the idea of his interference in the Goodge business. I devoted my evening to the perusal of Mrs. Rebecca Haygarth's letters. The pale ink, the quaint cramped hand, the old-fashioned abbreviations, and very doubtful orthography rendered the task laborious, but I stuck to my work bravely, and the old clock in the market-place struck 2 as I began the last letter. As I get deeper into this business, I find my interest in it growing day by day, an interest sui generis, apart from all prospect of gain, apart even from the consideration that by means of this investigation I am obtaining a living which is earned almost honestly. For if I tell an occasional falsehood, or act an occasional hypocrisy, I am no worse than a secretary of legation of an Old Bailey barrister. The pleasure which I now take in the progress of this research is a pleasure that is new to me. It is the stimulus which makes a breakneck gallop across dreary fields gridironed with dykes and stone walls so delicious to the sportsman. It is the stimulus which makes the task of the mathematician sweet to him when he devotes laborious days to the solution of an abstruse problem. It is the stimulus that sustains the Indian trapper against all the miseries of cold and hunger, foul weather and aching limbs. It is the fever of the chase, that inextinguishable fire, which, once lighted in the human breast, is not to be quenched until the hunt is ended. I should like to earn £3,000, but if I were to be none the richer for my trouble, I think now, that I am so deeply involved in this business, I should still go on. I want to fathom the mystery of that midnight interment at Dewsdale. I want to know the story of that Mary Haygarth who lies under the old yew tree at Spotswold, and for whose loss someone sorrowed without hope of consolation. Was that a widower's commonplace, I wonder? And did the unknown mourner console himself ultimately with a new wife? Who knows, as my Italian friends say when they discuss the future of France? Shall I ever penetrate that mystery of the past? My task seems to me almost as hopeless as if George Sheldon had set me to hunt up the descendants of King Solomon's 99th wife. 100 years ago seems as far away, for all practical purposes, as if it were on the other side of the flood. The letters are worth very little. They are prim and measured epistles, and they relate much more to spiritual matters than to temporal business. Mrs. Rebecca seems to have been so much concerned for the health of her soul that she had very little leisure to think about anything so insignificant as the bodies of other people. The letters are filled with discourses upon her own state of mind, and the tone of them reveals not a little of that pride whose character it is to stimulate humility. Mrs. Rebecca is always casting ashes on her head, but she takes care to let her friend and pastor know what a saintly head it is notwithstanding. I have laid aside 3 of the most secular letters, which I selected after wading through unnumbered pages of bewailings in the strain of a Wesleyan Madam Guyon. These throw some little light upon the character of Matthew Haygarth, but do not afford much information of a tangible kind. I have transcribed the letters verbatim, adhering even to certain eccentricities of orthography, which were by no means unusual in an age when the pretender to the crown of Great Britain wrote of his father as Gems. The first letter bears the date of August 30th, 1773, 1 week after the marriage of the lady to our friend Matthew. Reverend Friend and Pastor, on Monday se'nnight we arrived in London, which seems to me a mighty big city, but of no more merit or piety than Babylon of old. My husband, who knows ye town better than he knows those things with which it would more become him to be familiar, was pleased to laugh mightily at that pious aversion wherewith I regarded some of ye most notable sights in this place. We went the other night to a great garden, called by some Spring Garden, by others Vauxhall, as having been at one time ye resident or estate of that arch fiend and papistical traitor Vaux or Fox. But although I felt obligated to my husband for ye desire to entertain me with a fine sight, I could not but look with shame upon serious Christians disporting themselves like children amongst coloured lamps, and listening as if in rapture to profane music, when, at so much less cost of money or of health, they might have been assembled together to improve and edify one another. My obliging Matthew would have taken me to other places of the like character, but inspired, as I hope and believe, by ye direction of ye Spirit, I look upon myself to tell him what vain trifling is all such kind of pleasure. He argued with me stoutly, saying that ye king and queen, who are both shining examples of goodness and piety, do attend Vauxhall and Ranelagh, and are to be seen there frequent, to the delight of their subjects. On which I told him that, much as I esteemed my sovereign and his respectable consort, I would complete my existence without having seen them rather than I would seek to encounter them in a place of vain and frivolous diversion. He listened to my discourse in a kind of sober temper, but he was not convinced, for by and by he falls of a sudden to sighing and groaning, and cries out, "Oh, I went to Vauxhall once when ye garden was not many years made, and oh, how bright ye lamps shone, like ye stars of heaven fallen among bushes, and oh, how sweet ye music sounded, like ye hymns of angels in dewy evening. But that was nigh upon 20 years gone by, and all ye world is changed since then." You will conceive, reverend sir, that I was scandalized by such a foolish rhapsody, and in plain words admonished my husband of his folly. Whereupon he speedily became sober and asked my pardon, but for all that night continued of a gloomy countenance, ever and anon falling and sighing into groaning as before. Indeed, honoured sir, I have good need of a patient spirit in my dealings with him, for although at times I think he is in a fair way to become a Christian, there are other times when I doubt Satan still has a hold upon him, and that all my prayers and admonitions have been in vain. You, who know the wildness and wickedness of his past life, so far as that life was ever known to any but himself, who was ever a secret and silent disposition concerning his own doings in this city, though free spoken and frank in all common matters, you, honoured sir, know with how serious an intention I have taken upon myself the burden of matrimony, hoping thereby to secure the complete conversion of his wayward soul. You are aware how it was ye earnest desire of my late respected father that Matthew Haygarth and I should be man and wife, and his father and my father having been friends and companions in ye days of her most gracious Majesty Queen Anne. You know how, after being lost to all decent company for many years, Matthew came back after his father's death, and lived a sober and serious life, attending amongst our community, and being seen to shed tears on more than one occasion while listening to the discourse of our reverend and inspired founder. And you, my dear and honoured pastor, will feel for me when I tell you how I am tormented by ye fear of backsliding in his soul, which I have promised to restore to ye fold. It was but yesterday, when walking with him near St. John's Gate at Clerkenwell, he came to a standstill all of a sudden, and he cried in that impetuous manner which is even yet natural to him, "Look ye now, Becky, wouldst like to see the house in which the happiest years of my life was spent?" And I, making no answer, as thinking it was but some sudden freak, he points out a black, dirty looking dwelling place, with overhanging windows and a wide gabled roof. "Yonder it stands, Becky," he cries, "number 7 John Street, Clerkenwell. A queer dingy box of 4 walls, my wench, a tumble down kennel, with a staircase that would break your neck to mount, being strange to it, and half a day's journey from court end of town. But that house was once paradise to me, and to look at it even now, though 'tis over 18 years since I saw the inside of it, will bring the tears to these poor old eyes of mine." And then he walked on so fast that I could scarce keep pace with him, till we came to Smithfield, and then he began to tell me about Bartholomew Fair and brave sights he had seen, and must needs showed me where had stood the booth of one Fielding, since infamously notorious as the writer of some trashy novels, the dullness whereof is only surpassed by their profligacy. And then he talks of Fox the conjurer, who made a great fortune, and of some humble person called Tiddydoll, a dealer in gingerbread and such foolish wares. But he could tell me nothing of those early preachings of our revered founder in Moorfields, which would have been more pleasant to me than all this vain babble about drolls and jesters, gingerbread makers and showmen. When we had walked around the place, and it was time to take a coach for our lodging at Chelsea, he having brought me thus far to see St. Paul's and the prison of Newgate, the Mint and Tower, the gloomy fit came upon him again, and all that evening he was dull and sorrowful, though I read aloud to him from the printed sermons of a rising member of our community. So you will see, honoured sir, how difficult it is for these children of Satan to withdraw themselves from that master they have once served. Since that sober age of 53 years my husband's weak heart yet yearns after profligate fairies and foolish gardens lighted by coloured lamps. And now no more, reverend friend, my paper being gone, and it is full time to reflect that your patience must be gone also. Service to Mrs. Goodge. I have no more room but to assure you that your gaieties of this foolish and erring city have no power to withdraw your heart of her whose chief privilege it is to subscribe herself. Your humble follower and servant, Rebecca Haygarth. To my mind there seems just a shadowy hint of some bygone romance in this letter. Why did the dingy house in John Street bring the tears to Matthew's eyes? And why did the memory of Vauxhall and Bartholomew Fair seem so sweet to him? And then that sighing and groaning and dolefulness of visage whenever the thought of the past came back to him. What did it all mean, I wonder? Was it only his vanished youth, which poor, sobered, converted, Wesleyanized Matthew regretted? Or were there pensive memories of something even sweeter than youth associated with the coloured lamps of Vauxhall and the dinginess of Clerkenwell? Who shall sound the heart of a man who lived 100 years ago? And where is the fathom line which shall plumb its mysteries? I should need a stack of old letters before I could arrive at the secret of that man's life. The other two letters which I have selected after some deliberation relate to the last few weeks of Matthew's existence, and in these again I fancy I see the trace of some domestic mystery, some sorrowful secret which this sober citizen kept hidden from his wife, but which he was on several occasions half inclined to reveal to her. Perhaps if the lady's piety, which seems to have been thoroughly sincere and praiseworthy by the by, had been a little less cold and pragmatical in its mode of expression, poor Matthew might have taken heart of grace and made a clean breast of it. That there was a secret in that man's life I feel convinced, but that conviction goes very little way towards proving any one point of the smallest value to George Sheldon. I transcribe an extract from each of the two important letters, the first written a month before Matthew's death, the second a fortnight after that event. "And indeed, honoured sir, I have of late suffered much unease of spirit concerning my husband. Those fits of ye mopes, of which I informed you some time back, have again come upon him. For a while I did hope that these melancholic affections were ye fruit put forth by a regenerate soul. But within this month past it has been my sorrow to discover that these gloomy disorders arise from ye promptings of the evil one. It has pleased Mr. Haygarth of late to declare that his life is nigh at an end, and indeed he affects a conviction that his days are numbered. This profane and impertinent notion I take to be a direct inspiration of Satan, of a character to ye sudden and unaccountable fits of laughter which have seized upon many pious Christians in the midst of earnest congregations, whereby much shame and discomfiture has been brought upon our sect. Nor is there any justification for this presumptuous certainty entertained by my husband, inasmuch as his health is as much as it has ordinarily been for ye last 10 years. He does acknowledge this with his own lips, and immediately after cries out that his race is run, and ye hand of death is upon him, which I cannot but take as ye voice of ye enemy speaking through that weak mouth of ye flesh. On Sunday night last past, ye gloomy fit being come upon him after prayers, Mr. Haygarth began all on a sudden, as it is his habit to do. 'There is something I would fain tell ye, wench,' he cries out, 'something about those roystering days in London, which it might be well for thee to know.' But I answered him directly that I had no desire to hear of profane roisterings, and that it would be better for him to keep his peace, and listen reverently to the expounding of the Scriptures, which Humphrey Bagot, our worthy pastor and friend, had promised to explain and exemplify after supper. We was seated at ye time in ye blue parlour, the table being spread for supper, and were waiting our friend from the village, a man of humble station, being but a poor chapman and huckster, but of exalted mind and a most holy temper, and sells me the same growth of bohea as that drunk by our gracious Queen at Windsor. After I had thus reproved him, in no unkind spirit, Mr. Haygarth fell to sighing, and then cries out all at once, 'When I am on my deathbed, wife, I shall tell thee something. Be sure thou ask'st me for it. Or if death come upon me unawares, thou wouldst do well to search in the old tulip leaf bureau for a letter, since I may tell thee that in a letter which I would not tell thee with these lips.' Before there was time to answer him, in comes Mr. Bagot, and we to supper, after which he read the 6th chapter of Hebrews, and expounded it at much length for our edifying. At the end whereof Satan had obtained fast hold of Mr. Haygarth, who was fallen asleep and snoring heavily. Here is the plain allusion to some secret, which that pragmatical idiot, Mrs. Rebecca, studiously endeavoured not to hear. The next extract is from a letter written when the lips that had been fain to speak were stilled for ever. 'Ah, Mistress Rebecca, you were but mortal woman, although you were also a shining light amongst the followers of John Wesley, and I wonder what you would have given for poor Matthew's secret then. Some days being gone after his melancholy event, I bethought me of that which my husband had said to me before I left Dewsdale for that excursion to the love feasts at Kemberton and Kesfield, Bropendine and Donfold, from which I returned but 2 short weeks before my poor Matthew's demise. I call to remembrance that discourse about approaching death, in which my poor human judgment did esteem a pestilent error of mind, but which I do now recognise as a spiritual premonition; and I set myself earnestly to look for that letter which Matthew told me he would leave in the tulip leaf bureau. But though I did search with great care and pains, my trouble was wasted, inasmuch as there was no letter. Nor did I leave off to search until every nook and crevice had been examined. But in one of ye secret drawers, hidden in an old dog's-eared book of prayers, I did find a lock of fair hair, as if cut from the head of a child, entwined curiously with a long plait of dark hair, which, by reason of ye length thereof, must needs have been the hair of a woman, and with these the miniature of a girl's face in a golden frame. I will not stain this paper, which is near come to an end, by the relation of such suspicions as arose in my mind on finding these curious treasures, nor will I be of so unchristian temper as to speak ill of the dead. My husband was in his latter days exemplarily sober, and a humble acting Christian. Ye secrets of his earlier life will not now be shown to me on this side heaven. I have set aside ye book, ye picture, and ye plaited hair in my desk for conveniency, where I will show them to you when I am next rejoiced by your improving conversation. Until then, in grief or in happiness, in health and sickness, I trust I shall ever continue, with your same sincerity, your humble and obliged servant and disciple, Rebecca Haygarth. Thus end my excerpts from the correspondence of Mrs. Haygarth. They are very interesting to me as containing the vague shadow of a vanished existence, but whether they will ever be worth setting forth in an affidavit is extremely uncertain. Doubtless that miniature of an unknown girl which caused so much consternation in the mind of sober Mrs. Rebecca was no other than the Molly, whose grey eyes reminded me of Charlotte Halliday. As I copied Mrs. Rebecca's quaint epistles in the midnight stillness, the things of which I was writing arose before me like a picture. I could see the blue parlour that Sunday evening, the sober couple seated primly opposite to each other, the china monsters on the high chimney-piece, the blue and white Dutch tiles, with queer squat figures of Flemish citizens on foot and on horseback, the candles burning dimly on the spindle-legged table, 2 poor pale flames reflected ghastly in the dark polished panels of the wainscot, the big open Bible on an adjacent table, the old silver tankard, and buckhorn-handled knives and forks set out for supper, the solemn 8-day clock ticking drearily in the corner, and amid all that sombre old-fashioned comfort, grey-haired Matthew sighing and lamenting for his vanished youth. I have grown strangely romantic since I have fallen in love with Charlotte Halliday. The time was when I should have felt nothing but a flippant ignorant contempt for poor Haygarth's feeble sighings and lamentings. But now I think of him with a sorrowful tenderness, and am more interested in his poor commonplace life, that picture, and those 2 locks of hair, than in the most powerful romance that ever emanated from mortal genius. It has been truly said that truth is stranger than fiction. May it not as justly be said that truth has a power to touch the human heart which is lacking in the most sublime flights of a Shakespeare, or the grandest imagings of an Aeschylus? One is sorry for the fate of Agamemnon, but one is infinitely more sorrowful for the cruel death of that English Richard in the dungeon at Pomfret, who was a very insignificant person as compared to the King of men and of ships. End of Book the 5th, Part 1. Book the Fifth, Part 2 of Birds of Prey, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Hunting the Judsons. October 10th. Yesterday and the day before were blank days. On Saturday I read Mrs. Rebecca's letters a second time after a late breakfast, and spent a lazy morning in the endeavour to pick up any stray crumbs of information which I might have overlooked the previous night. There was nothing to be found, however, and, estimable as I have always considered the founder of the Wesleyan fraternity, I felt just a little weary of his virtues and his discourses, his journeyings from place to place, his love feasts and his prayer meetings, before I had finished with Mrs. Haygarth's correspondence. In the afternoon I strolled about the town, made inquiries at several inns, with a view to discover whether Captain Paget was peradventure an inmate thereof, looked in at the railway station, and watched the departure of a train, dawdled away half an hour at the best tobacconist's shop in the town, on the chance of encountering my accomplished patron, who indulges in 2 of the choicest obtainable cigars per diem, and might possibly repair thither to make a purchase, if he were in the place. Whether he is still in Ullerton I cannot tell, but he did not come to the tobacconist's, and I was fain to go back to my inn, having wasted a day. Yet I do not think that George Sheldon will have cause to complain of me, since I have worked very closely for my 20 shillings per week, and have devoted myself to the business in hand with an amount of enthusiasm which I did not think possible for me to experience, except for I went to church on Sunday morning, and was more devoutly inclined than it has been my habit to feel. For although a man who lives by his wits must not necessarily be a heathen or an atheist, it is very difficult for him to be anything like a Christian. Even my devotion yesterday was not worth much, for my thoughts went vagabondishing off to Charlotte Halliday, in the midst of a very sensible practical sermon. In the afternoon I read the papers, and dozed by the fire in the coffee-room, 2/3 Coke, by the way, and alternating from the fierceness of a furnace to the dreary blackness of an exhausted coal-mine, still thinking of Charlotte. Late in the evening I walked the streets of the town, and thought what a lonely wretch I was. The desert of the Sahara is somewhat dismal, I dare say, but in its dismality there is at least a flavour of romance, a smack of adventure. Oh, the hopeless dulness, the unutterable blankness of a provincial town late on a Sunday night, as it presents itself to the contemplation of a friendless young man without a sixpence in his pocket, or one bright hope to tempt him to forgetfulness of the past in pleasant dreaming of the future. Complaining again! O pen, which art the voice of my discontent, your spluttering is like this outburst of unmanly fretfulness and futile rage. O paper, whose flat surface typifies the dull level of my life, your greasy unwillingness to receive the ink is emblematic of the soul's revolt against destiny. This afternoon brought me a letter from Sheldon, and opened a new channel for my explorations in that underground territory, the past. The man has a marvellous aptitude for his work, and has, what is more than aptitude, the experience of 10 years of failure. Such a man must succeed sooner or later. I wonder whether his success will come while I am allied to him. I have been used to consider myself an unlucky wretch, a creature of ill fortune to others as well as to myself. It is a foolish superstition, perhaps, to fancy one's self set apart for an evil destiny, but the Eumenides have been rather hard upon me. Those amiable deities, whom they of Cologne tried so patiently to conciliate with transparent flatteries, have marked me for their prey from the cradle. I don't suppose that cradle was paid for, by the by. I wonder whether there is an avenging deity whose special province it is to pursue the insolvent, a nemesis of the bankruptcy court. My Sheldon epistle bears the evidence of a very subtle brain, as I think. It is longer than his previous letters. I transcribe it here, as I wish this record to be a complete brief of my proceedings in this Haygarth business. Gray's Inn, Sunday night. Dear Hawkehurst, the copies of the letters came duly to hand, and I think you have made your selections with much discretion, always supposing you have overlooked nothing in the remaining mass of writing. I will thank you to send me the rest of the letters, by the way. You can take notes of anything likely to be useful to yourself, and it will be as well for me to possess the originals. I find one very strong point in the first letter of your selection, viz., the allusion to a house in John Street. It is clear that Matthew lived in that house, and in that neighbourhood there may even yet remain some traces of his existence. I shall begin a close investigation to-morrow within a certain radius of that spot, and if I have good luck to fall upon any clear-headed centenarians, I may pick up something. There are some almshouses hard by Whitecross Street Prison, where the inmates live to ages that savour of the Pentateuch. Perhaps there I may light upon some impoverished citizen fallen from a good estate, who can remember some contemporary of Matthew's. London was smaller in those days than it is now, and men lived out their lives in one spot, and had leisure to be concerned about the affairs of their neighbours. As I have now something of a clue to Matthew's roystering days, I shall set to work to follow it up closely, and your provincial researches and my metropolitan investigations proceeding simultaneously, we may hope to advance matters considerably ere long. For your own part, I should advise you forthwith to hunt up the Judson branch. You will remember that Matthew's only sister was a Mrs. Judson of Ullerton. I want to find an heir at law in a direct line from Matthew, and you know my theory on that point. But if we fail in that direction, we must of course fall back upon the Judsons, who are a disgustingly complicated set of people, and will take half a lifetime to disentangle, to say nothing of other men who may be working the same business, and who are pretty sure to have pinned their faith on the female branch of the Haygarthian tree. I want you to ferret out some of the Judson descendants with a view to picking up further documentary evidence in the shape of old letters, inscriptions in old books, and so on. That Matthew had a secret is certain, and that he was very much inclined to reveal that secret in his later days is also certain. Who shall say that he did not tell it to his only sister, though he was afraid to tell it to his wife? You have acted with so much discretion up to this point, that I do not care to trouble you with any further hints or suggestions. When money is wanted, it shall be forthcoming, but I must beg you to manage things economically, as I have to borrow at a considerable sacrifice, and should this affair prove a failure, my ruin is inevitable. Yours, etc., G.S. My friend Sheldon is a man who can never have been more than yours, etc., to any human creature. I suppose what he calls ruin would be a quiet passage through the bankruptcy court, and a new set of chambers. I should not suppose that sort of ruin would be very terrible for a man whose sole possessions are a few weak-backed horsehair chairs, a couple of old battered desks, half a dozen empty japanned boxes, a file of Bell's Life, and a Turkey carpet in which the progress of corruption is evident to the casual observer. The hunting up of the Judsons is a very easy matter as compared to the task of groping in the dimness of the past in search of some faint traces of the footsteps of departed Haygarths. Whereas the Haygarth family seem to be an extinct race, the Judsonian branch have bred and mustered in the land, and my chief difficulty in starting has been embarras de richesse, in the shape of a half page of Judsons in the Ullerton Directory. Whether to seek out Theodore Judson, the attorney, in Nile Street East, or the Reverend James Judson, curate of St. Gamaliel; whether to appeal in the first instance to Judson and Company, haberdashers and silk mercers, of the Ferrygate, or to Judson of Judson and Grinder, wadding manufacturers in Lady Lane, was the grand question. On inquiring of the landlord as to the antecedents of these Judsons, I found that they were all supposed to spring from one common stock, and to have the blood of old Jonathan Haygarth in their veins. The Judsons had been an obscure family, people of no account, the landlord told me, until Joseph Judson, chapman and cloth merchant in a very small way, was so fortunate as to win the heart of Ruth Haygarth, only daughter of the wealthy nonconformist grocer in the market-place. This marriage had been the starting point of Joseph Judson's prosperity. Old Haygarth had helped his industrious and respectable son-in-law along the stony road that leads to fortune, and had no doubt given him many a lift over the stones which bestrew that toilsome highway. My landlord's information was as vague as the information of people in general, but it was easily to be made out, from his scanty shreds and scraps of information, that the well-placed Judsons of the present day had almost all profited to some extent by the hard-earned wealth of Jonathan Haygarth. "They've nearly all of them got the name Haygarth mixed up with their other names somehow," said my landlord. "Judson of Judson and Grinder is Thomas Haygarth Judson. He's a member of our tradesmen's club, and worth £100,000 if he's worth a sixpence. I have observed, by the way, that a wealthy business man in a country town is never accredited with less than 100,000. There seems a natural hankering in the human mind for round numbers. There's J.H. Judson of St. Gamaliel," continued my landlord. "He's James Haygarth Judson, and young Judson, the attorney's son, puts Haygarth Judson on his card, and gets people to call him Haygarth Judson when they will, which in a general way they won't, on account of his giving himself airs, which you may see him any summer evening walking down Ferrygate as if the place belonged to him, and he didn't set much value on it. They do say his father's heir at law to £1,000,000 of money left by the last of the Haygarths, and that he and the son are trying to work up a claim to the property against the Crown. But I have heard young Judson deny it in our room when he was spoken to about it, and I don't suppose there's much ground for people's talk." I was sorry to discover there was any ground for such talk. Mr. Judson the lawyer would be no insignificant opponent. I felt that I must give very wide berth to Mr. Theodore Judson the attorney and his stuck-up son, unless circumstances should so shape themselves as to oblige us to work with him. In the meanwhile, any move I made amongst the other Judsons would be likely, I thought, to come to the knowledge of these particular members of the family. "Are the Judson family very friendly with one another?" I artfully inquired. "Well, you see, some of 'em are, and some of 'em ain't. They're most of 'em third and fourth cousins, you see, and that ain't very near relationship in a town where there's a good deal of competition, and interests often clash. Young Theodore, Haygarth Judson as he calls himself, is very thick with Judson of St. Gamaliel's, and they were at college together, you see. And fine airs they give themselves on the strength of a couple of years or so at Cambridge. Those two get on very well together. But Judson of the Lady Lane Mills don't speak to either of 'em when he meets 'em in the streets, and has been known to cut 'em dead in any room. William Judson of Ferrygate is a dissenter, and keeps himself to himself very close. The other Judsons are too fast a lot for him, though what's the harm of a man taking a glass or two of brandy and water of an evening with his friends is more than I can find out," added mine host musingly. It was to William Judson, the dissenter, who kept himself to himself, that I determined to present myself in the first instance. As a dissenter, he would be likely to have more respect for the memory of the nonconformist and Wesleyan Haygarths, and to have preserved any traditions relating to them with more fidelity than the Anglican and frivolous members of the Judson family. As an individual who kept himself to himself, he would be unlikely to communicate my business to his kindred. I lost no time in presenting myself at the house of business in Ferrygate, and after giving the servant George Sheldon's card, and announcing myself as concerned in a matter of business relating to the Haygarth family, I was at once ushered into a prim counting house, where a dapper old gentleman in spotless broadcloth and a cambric cravat and shirt frill which were soft and snowy as the plumage of the swan, received me with old-fashioned courtesy. I was delighted to find him 75 years of age at the most moderate computation, and I should have been all the better pleased if he had been older. I very quickly discovered that in Mr. Judson, the line-draper, I had to deal with a very different person from the Reverend Jonah Goodge. He questioned me closely as to my motive in seeking information on the subject of the departed Haygarth, and I had some compunction in diplomatizing with him as I had diplomatized with Mr. Goodge. To hoodwink the wary Jonah was a triumph. To deceive the confiding linen-draper was a shame. However, as I have before set down, I suppose at the falsest I am not much further from the truth than a barrister or a diplomatist. Mr. Judson accepted my account of myself in all simplicity, and seemed quite pleased to have an opportunity of talking about the deceased Haygarths. "You are not concerned in the endeavour to assert Theodore Judson's claim to the late John Haygarth's property, eh?" the old man asked me presently, as if struck by a sudden misgiving. I assured him that Mr. Theodore Judson's interests and mine were in no respect identical. "I am glad of that," answered the draper. "Not that I owe Theodore Judson a grudge, you must understand, though his principles and mine differ very widely. I have been told that he and his son hope to establish a claim to that Haygarth property, but they will never succeed, sir. They will never succeed. There was a young man who went to India in '41, a scamp and a vagabond, sir, who was always trying to borrow money in sums ranging from £100 to set him up in business and render him a credit to his family, to a shilling for the payment of a night's lodging or the purchase of a dinner. But that young man was the great-grandson of Ruth Haygarth, the eldest surviving grandson of Ruth Haygarth's eldest son, and if that man is alive, he is rightful heir to John Haygarth's money. Whether he is alive or dead at this present moment is more than I can tell, since he has never been heard of in Ullerton since he left the town. But until Theodore Judson can obtain legal proof of that man's death, he has no more chance of getting 1/6 of the Haygarth estate than I have of inheriting the crown of Great Britain." The old man had worked himself into a little passion before he finished this speech, and I could see that the Theodore Judsons were as unpopular in the draper's counting house as they were at the Swan Inn. "What was this man's Christian name?" I asked. "Peter. He was called Peter Judson, and was the great-grandson of my grandfather, Joseph Judson, who inhabited this very house, sir, more than 100 years ago. Let me see. Peter Judson must have been about 25 years of age when he left Ullerton, so he is a middle-aged man by this time, if he hasn't killed himself, or if the climate hasn't killed him long ago. He went as supercargo to a merchant vessel. He was a very clever fellow, and could work hard when it suited him, in spite of his dissipated life. Theodore Judson is a very good lawyer, but though he may bring all his ingenuity to bear, he will never advance a step nearer to the possession of John Haygarth's money till he obtains evidence of Peter Judson's death, and he's afraid to advertise for that evidence, for fear he might arouse the attention of other claimants." Much as I was annoyed to find that there were other claimants lying in wait for the Reverend intestate's wealth, I was glad to perceive that Theodore Judson's unpopularity was calculated to render his kindred agreeably disposed to any stranger likely to push that gentleman out of the list of competitors for these great stakes, and I took my cue from this in my interview with the simple old draper. "I regret that I am not at liberty to state the nature of my business," I said, in a tone that was at once insinuating and confidential. "But I think I may venture to go so far as to say, without breach of trust to my employer, that whoever may ultimately succeed to the Reverend John Haygarth's money, neither Mr. Judson the lawyer nor his son will ever put a finger on a penny of it." "I'm not sorry to hear it," answered Mr. Judson, enraptured. "Not that I owe the young man a grudge, you must understand, but because he is particularly undeserving of a good fortune. A young man who passes his own kindred in the streets of his native town without common courtesy due to age or respectability. A young man who sneers at the fortune acquired in an honest and reputable trade. A young man who calls his cousins counter-jumpers and his aunts and uncles swaddlers, a vulgar term of contempt applied to the early members of the Wesleyan confraternity. Such a young man is not the individual to impart moral lustre to material wealth. And I am free to confess that I had rather any one else than Theodore Johnson should inherit this vast fortune. Why, are you aware, my dear sir, that he has been seen to drive tandem through this very street as it is? And I should like to know how many horses he would harness to that gig of his, or how openly he would insult his relatives, if he had £100,000 to deal with." £100,000! I exclaimed. "Am I to understand that the fortune left by the Reverend John Haygarth amounts to that sum?" "To every penny of it, sir. And a nice use Theodore Judson and that precious son of his would make of it, if it fell into their hands." For a second time Mr. Judson the draper had worked himself into a little passion, and the conversation had to be discontinued for some minutes, while he cooled down to his ordinary temperament. "Oho," I said within myself, while awaiting the completion of this cooling down process, "so this is the stake for which my friend Sheldon is playing." "I'll tell you what I will do for you, Mr. Hawkshell," Mr. Judson said at last, making a compound of my own and my employer's names. "I will give you a line of introduction to my sister. If any one can help you in hunting up intelligence relating to the past, she can. She is 2 years my junior, 71 years of age, but as bright and active as a girl. She has lived all her life in Ullerton, and is a woman who hoards every scrap of paper that comes her way. If old letters or old newspapers can assist you, she can show you plenty amongst her stores." Upon this the old man wrote a note, which he dried with sand out of a perforated bottle, as Richard Steele may have dried one of those airy tender essays which he threw off in tavern parlours for the payment of a jovial dinner. Provided with his antique epistle, written on a bath post and sealed with a great square seal from a bunch of cornelian monstrosities which the draper carried at his watch chain, I departed to find Miss Hephzibah Judson of Lochiel Villa, Lancaster Road. End of Book the Fifth, Part 2. Book the Fifth, Part 3 of Birds of Prey, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Glimpses of a Bygone Life. October 10th. I found the villa inhabited by Miss Hephzibah Judson very easily, and found it one of those stiff square dwelling houses with brass curtain rods, prim flower beds, and vivid green palings, only to be discovered in full perfection in the choicer suburb of a country town. I had heard enough during my brief residence in Ullerton to understand that to live in the Lancaster Road was to possess a diploma of respectability not easily vitiated by individual conduct. No disreputable persons had ever yet set up their unholy lairs and penates in one of those new slack-baked villas, and that person must have been very bold who, conscious of moral unfitness or pecuniary shortcoming, should have ventured to pitch his tent in that sacred locality. Miss Hephzibah Judson was one of the individuals whose shining sanctity of life and comfortable income lent a reflected brightness to the irreproachable suburb. I was admitted to her abode by an elderly woman of starched demeanour but agreeable visage, who ushered me into a spotless parlour, whereof the atmosphere was that of a vault-like coldness peculiar to a room which is only inhabited on state occasions. Here the starched domestic left me while she carried my letter of introduction to her mistress. In her absence I had leisure to form some idea of Miss Judson's character on the mute evidence of Miss Judson's surroundings. From the fact that there were books of a sentimental and poetical tenor amongst the religious works arranged at mathematically correct distances upon the dark green table cover, from the presence of 3 twittering canaries in a large brass cage, from the evidence of a stuffed Blenheim spaniel with intensely brown eyes reclining on a crimson velvet cushion under a glass shade, I opined that Miss Judson's piety was pleasantly leavened by sentiment, and that her Wesleyanism was agreeably tempered by that womanly tenderness which, failing more legitimate outlets, will waste itself upon twittering canaries and plethoric spaniels. I was not mistaken. Miss Judson appeared presently, followed by the servant bearing a tray of cake and wine. This was the first occasion on which I had been offered refreshment by any person to whom I had presented myself. I argued, therefore, that Miss Judson was the weakest person with whom I yet had to deal, and I flattered myself with the hope that from Miss Judson's amiable weakness, sentimentality, and womanly tenderness I should obtain better aid than from more businesslike and practical people. I fancied that with this lady it would be necessary to adopt a certain air of candour. Therefore I did not conceal from her the fact that my business had something to do with that Haygarthian fortune awaiting a claimant. "The person for whom you are concerned is not Mr. Theodore Judson?" she asked, with some asperity. I assured her that I had never seen Theodore Judson, and that I was in no manner interested in his success. "In that case I shall be happy to assist you as far as lies in my power. But I can do nothing to advance the interests of Theodore Judson junior. I venture to hope that I am a Christian, and if Theodore Judson junior were to come here to me and ask my forgiveness, I should accord that forgiveness as a Christian, but I cannot and will not lend myself to the furtherance of Theodore Judson's avaricious designs. I cannot lend myself to the suppression of truth or the assertion of falsehood. Theodore Judson senior is not the rightful heir to the late John Haygarth's fortune, though I am bound to acknowledge that his claim would be prior to my brother's. There is a man who stands before the Theodore Judsons, and the Theodore Judsons know it. But were they the rightful claimants, I should still consider them most unfitted to enjoy superior fortune. If that dog could speak, he would be able to testify to ill usage received from Theodore Judson junior at his own garden gate, which would bespeak the character of the man to every thoughtful mind. A young man who could indulge his spiteful feelings against an elderly kinswoman at the expense of an unoffending animal is not the man to make worthy use of fortune." I expressed my acquiescence with this view of the subject, and I was glad to perceive that with Miss Judson, as with her brother, the obnoxious Theodores would stand me in good stead. The lady was only 2 years younger than her brother, and even more inclined to be communicative. I made the most of my opportunity, and sat in the vault-like parlour, listening respectfully to her discourse, and from time to time hazarding a leading question, as long as it pleased her to converse, although it seemed to me as if a perennial spring of cold water were trickling slowly down my back and pervading my system during the entire period. As the reward of my fortitude, I obtained Miss Judson's promise to send me any letters or papers she might find amongst her store of old documents relating to the personal history of Matthew Haygarth. "I know I have a whole packet of letters in Matthew's own hand amongst my grandmother's papers," said Miss Judson. "I was a great favourite with my grandmother, and used to spend a good deal of my time with her before she died, which she did while I was in pinafores. But young people wore pinafores much longer in my time than they do now, and I was getting on for 14 years of age when my grandmother departed this life. I have often heard her talk of her brother Matthew, who had been dead some years when I was born. She was very fond of him, and he of her, I've heard her say, and she used to often tell me how handsome he was in his youth, and how well he used to look in a chocolate and gold laced riding coat just after the victory of Culloden, when he came to Ullerton in secret to pay her a visit, not being on friendly terms with his father. I asked Miss Judson if she had ever read Matthew Haygarth's letters. "No," she said; "I look at them sometimes when I am tidying the drawer in which I keep them, and I have sometimes stopped to read a word here and there, but no more. I keep them out of respect to the dead, but I think it would make me unhappy to read them. The thoughts and the feelings in old letters seem so fresh that they bring our poor mortality too closely home to us when we remember how little except those faded letters remains of those who wrote them. It is well for us to remember that we are only travellers and wayfarers on this earth, but sometimes it seems just a little hard to think how few traces our footsteps we leave behind us when the journey is finished." The canaries seemed to answer Miss Judson with a feeble twitter of assent, and I took my leave, with a feeling of compassion in my heart. I, the scamp, I, Robert McNair the younger, had pity upon the caged canaries, and the lonely old woman whose narrow life was drawing to its close, and who began to feel how very poor a thing it had been after all. October 11th. I have paid the penalty of my temerity in enduring the vault-like chillness of Miss Hephzibah Judson's parlour, and I am suffering to-day from a sharp attack of influenza, that complaint which of all others tends to render a man a burden to himself and a nuisance to his fellow creatures. Under these circumstances I have ordered a fire in my own room, a personal indulgence scarcely warranted by Sheldon's stipend, and I sit by my own fire pondering over the story of Matthew Haygarth's life. On the table by my side are scattered more than 100 letters, all in Matthew's bold hand. But even yet, after a most careful study of those letters, the story of the man's existence is far from clear to me. The letters are full of hints and indications, but they tell so little plainly. They deal in enigmas, and disguise names under the mask of initials. There is much in these letters which relates to the secret history of Matthew's life. They were written to the only creature amongst his kindred in whom he fully confided. This fact transpires more than once, as will be seen anon by the extracts I shall proceed to make, if my influenza, which causes me to shed involuntary tears that give me the appearance of a drivelling idiot, and which jerks me nearly out of my chair every now and then with a convulsive sneeze, will permit me to do anything rational or useful. I have sorted and classified the letters, first upon one plan, then upon another, until I have classified and sorted them into chaos. Having done this, my only chance is to abandon all idea of classification, and go quietly through them in consecutive order according to their dates, jotting down whatever strikes me as significant. George Sheldon's acumen must do the rest. Thus I begin my notes with an extract from the 4th letter in the series. Mem. I preserve Matthew's own orthography, which is the most eccentric it ever was my lot to contemplate. December 14th, 42. Indeed, my dear Ruth, I am venturesome where you are concerned, and would tell you that I would take pains to keep from another. I saw ye same girl which was my good fortune to save from ye molestation of racketeers and Mohawks at Smithfield in September last past. She is ye dearest, prettiest creature you ever saw, and as elegant and genteel in her speech and manner as a court lady, or as ye best bred person in Ullerton. I met her in ye neighbourhood of ye Marshalsea prison, where her father is at this present time a prisoner, and had some pleasant talk with her. She remembered me at once, and seemed mightily glad to see me. Mem. Her pretty blue eyes were filled with tears when she thanked me for having stood up to be her champion at ye fair. As you see, Mrs. Ruth, ye brother is more thought of in London than with them which have ye right to regard him best. If you had seen ye poor simple childish creature, and heard her tell her artless tale, I think your kind heart would have been sore to consider so much unremitted misfortune. Ye father is in poor health, a captive, ye mother has been dead 3 years, and ye poor orphan girl, Molly, has to maintain ye burden of ye sick father, and a young helpless sister. Think of this, kind Miss Ruth, and your wealthy home. Mem. Poor Miss Molly is prettier than ye finest ladies that were to be seen at ye opening of ye grand new room at Rellinar this spring last pass, and I saw you too, Miss Gunnings, and Miss Lady Arvy, which is also accounted a great beauty. I think this extract goes very far to prove that my friend Matthew was considerably smitten by the pretty young woman whose champion he had been in some row at Bartholomew Fair. This fits into one of the scraps of information afforded by my ancient inhabitant in Ullerton almshouses, who remembers having heard his grandfather talk of Matt Haygarth's part in some fight or disturbance at the great Smithfield festival. My next extract treats again of Molly, after an interval of 4 months. It seems as if Matthew had confided in his sister so far as to betray his tenderness for the poor player girl of the London booths, but I can find no such letter amongst those in my hands. Such an epistle may have been considered by Mrs. Ruth too dangerous to be kept where the parental eye might in some evil hour discover it. Matthew's sister was unmarried at this date, and lived within the range of that stern parental eye. Matthew's letter appears to me to have been written in reply to some solemn warning from Ruth. April 12, 1743. Sure my dear sister cannot think me so base a wretch as to injure a poor simple girl who confides in me as yet best and truest of mortals, which for her dear sake I will strive to be. If so be my sister could think so ill of me, it would almost tempt me to think amiss of her, which could imagine so vile a thought. You tell me that Miss Rebecca Caulfield is more than ever esteemed by my father. But, Ruth, I am bound to say my father's esteem is not to be ye rule of my actions through life. For it seems to me that there is no worser tyranny than ye which fathers do strive to impose on their children. And I do account that kind of barbarity which you'd compel ye heart of youth to suit ye prudence of age. I do not doubt Miss Rebecca is a mighty proper and well-natured person, though taken up with this new sect of Methodies, or, as some do call them in derision, swaddlers and jumpers, set afoot by ye mad-brained young man Wesley, and one that is still madder, Whitfield. There are, I dare swear, many men in Ullerton which would be glad to obtain Miss Rebecca's hand and fortune. But if ye fortune were 10 times more, I would not pretend to offer my heart to her which can never be its mistress. Now, my dear sister, having gone as far towards satisfying all your queries as my paper would well permit, I will say no more, but to beg you to send me all ye news, and to believe that none can be more affectionately your humble servant than your brother, Matthew Haygarth. In this extract we have a strong ground for supposing that our Matthew truly loved the player girl, and meant honestly by his sweetheart. There is a noble indignation in his repudiation of his sister's doubts, and a manly determination not to marry Miss Rebecca's comfortable fortune. I begin to think that Sheldon's theory of an early and secret marriage will turn up a trump card, but heaven only knows how slow or how difficult may be the labour of proving such a marriage. And then, even if we can find documentary evidence of such an event, we shall have but advanced one step in our obscure path, and should have yet to discover the issue of that union, and to trace the footsteps of Matthew's unknown descendants during the period of a century. I wonder how Sisyphus felt when the stone kept rolling back upon him. Did he ever look up to the top of the mountain and calculate the distance he must needs traverse before his task should be done? The next letter in which I find a passage worth transcribing is of a much later date, and abounds in initials. The postmark is illegible, but I can just make out the letters P.O. and L., the two first close together, and the third after an interval. And there is internal evidence to show that the letter was written from some dull country place. Might not that place have been Spotswold? The P.O. and the L. of the postmark would fit very well into the name of that village. Again, I leave this question to the astute Sheldon. The date is March 1749. M. is but poorly. Sometimes I am pained to believe this quiet life is not well suited to her disposition, having been accustomed to so much liveliness and noise. I have reproached her with this, but she told me, with tears in her eyes, to be near me and M and C was to be happy, and ye it is ill health only which ye cause of ye sadness. I pray heaven M's health may be on ye mending hand soon. Little M grows more beautiful every day, and indeed, my dear sister, if you could steal another visit this way, and oblige your affectionate brother, you would consider him ye most beautiful creature ever seen. So much intelligence, with such engaging temper, endears him to all hearts. Mrs. J. says she adores him, and is almost afraid to be thought a pagan for bestowing so much affection on an earthly creature. And this is to our good parson, who could find no reproach for her pleasant folly. We have had heavy rains all ye week past. Such weather can but serve to hinder M's recovery. The physician at G, where I took her, says she should have much fresh air every day, if not afoot, to be carried in a chair or a coach. But in this weather, and in a place where neither chair nor coach can be had, she must needs stop indoors. I have begged her to let me carry her to G, but she will not, and says ye summer she will be as strong as ever. I pray God she may be so. But there are times when my heart is sore and heavy, and the rain beating against the window seems like drops of cold water falling upon my poor aching heart. If you could steal a visit, you would see whether she seems worse than when you saw her last autumn. She is trying ye tansy tea, and begs her service to you, and grateful thanks for your remembrance of her. I dare to say you will hear splendid accounts of my doings in London, at cockfights and theatres, dancing at Vauxhall, and beating ye watch at Covent Garden. Does my F. still use to speak harsh against me, or has he nie forgot there is such a creature living? If he has so, I hope you will keep him in such forgetfulness, and oblige your loving brother and obedient servant, Matthew Haygarth. To me this letter is almost conclusive evidence of a marriage. Who can this little M. be, of whom he writes so tenderly, except a child? Who can this woman be, whose ill health causes him such anxiety, unless a wife? Of no one but a wife could he write so freely to his sister. The place to which he asks her to steal a visit must needs be a home to which a man could invite his sister. I fancy it is thus made very clear that at this period Matthew Haygarth was secretly married and living at Spotswold, where his wife and son were afterwards buried, and whence the body of the son was ultimately removed to Dewsdale to be laid in that grave which the father felt would soon be his own resting place. That allusion to the Ullerton talk of London roisterings indicates that Matthew's father believed him to be squandering the paternal substance in the metropolis at the very time when the young man was leading a simple domestic life within 50 miles of the paternal abode. No man could do such a thing in these days of rapid locomotion, when every creature is more or less peripatetic. But in that benighted century the distance from Ullerton to Spotswold constituted a day's journey. That Matthew was living in one place while he was supposed to be in another is made sufficiently clear by several passages in his letter, all more or less in the strain of the following. I was yesterday, market day, at G., where I ran suddenly against Peter Brown's eldest lad. The boy opened his eyes wide, staring like an owl, but I gave him back his look with interest, and told him if he was curious to know my name, I was Simon Lubchick, farmer, at his service. The poor simple lad asked my pardon humbly for having mistook me for a gentleman of Ullerton, a friend of his father, on which I gave him a shilling, and we parted, vastly pleased with each other. And this is not the first time the sight of Ullerton folks has put me into a sweat. Amongst later letters are very sad ones. The little M. is dead. The father's poor aching heart proclaims its anguish in very simple words. November 1751. I thank my dear sister kindly for her friendliness and compassion, But he is gone, and there seems to be no pleasure or comfort on this earth without him. Only a little child of 6 years, and yet so dear a creature to this heart that the world is empty and lonely without him. M. droops sadly, and is more ailing every day. Indeed, my dear Ruth, I see nothing but sorrow before me, and I would be right glad to lay down at peace in my little M.'s grave. I can find no actual announcements of death, only sad allusions here and there. I fancy the majority of Matthew's letters must have been lost, for the dates of those confided into my hands are very far apart, and there is evidence in all of them of other correspondence. After the letter alluding to little M.'s death, there is a hiatus of 8 years. Then comes a letter with the postmark London very clear, from which I transcribe an extract. October 4th, 1759. The town is very sad. Everybody, high and low, rich and poor, in the mourning for General Wolfe. What a noble death to die, and how much happier than to live, when one considers their cares and miseries of this life, and such has been the opinion of wiser folks than your humble servant. Being in company on Thursday night with that distinguished writer Dr. Johnson, whose admired story of Restless I sent you new from ye press, but who am I bound to confess is less admirable as a fine gentleman than as another, his lining siled with his cravat twisted airy, and his manners what in a more obscure person would be thought ungenteel, and made a remark which impressed me much. Some one present, being almost a gentleman of parts and learning, except your poor untutored brother, observed that it was saying with the ancients that ye happiest of men was him which was never born, yet next happy him which died the soonest. On which Dr. Johnson cried out, very loud and angry, "That was a pagan sentiment, sir, and I am ashamed that a Christian gentleman should repeat it as a subject for admiration. Between these heathen men and ye followers of Christ there is all ye difference between a slave and a servant of a kind master. Each bears the same burden, but ye servant knows he will receive just wages for his work, while ye slave hopes for nothing, and so concludes that to escape work is to be happy." I could but acknowledge the wisdom and piety of his speech, yet when I see ye people going by their black raiment, I envy the young general his glorious death, and I wish I was laying amongst the plain on the heights of Quebec. I went to look at ye old house in J Street, but I would not go in to see Mr. F. or ye old rooms, for I think I should see the apparitions of those that once lived in them. C. thrives at Highgate, where the air is fresh and pure. I go to see her often. She is nearly as high as you. Give my service to Mrs. Rebecca, since you say it will please my father to do so, and he is now disposed to think more kindly of me. But if he thinks I shall ever ask her to be my wife is mightily mistaken. You know where my heart lies, in ye grave with all that made life dear. Thank my father for the bill, and tell him I pass my time in good company, and neither drink nor play, and will come to Ullerton to pay him my respects when he pleases to bid me. But I have no desire to leave London, as I am glad to be near C. Who was C whom Matthew visited at Highgate, and who was nearly as tall as Ruth Judson? Was she not most likely the same C mentioned in conjunction with the little M in the earlier letters? And if so, can there be any doubt that she was the daughter of Matthew Haygarth? Of whom but a daughter would he write as in this letter? She was at Highgate, at school most likely, and he goes to see her. She is nearly as tall as Mrs. Judson. This height must have been a new thing, or he would scarcely impart it as a piece of news to his sister. And then he has no desire to leave London, as he is glad to be near C. My life upon it, C is a daughter. Acting upon this conviction, I have transcribed all passages relating to C, at whatever distance of time they occur. Thus, in 1763, I find, "C has grown very handsome, and Mrs. N. tells me is much admired by a brother of her friend Tabitha. She never stirs abroad but with Tabitha, and if a duchess could be scarce waited on more carefully, Mrs. N. loves her very tenderly, and considers her the sweetest and most well bred of young women. I have given her the new edition of Sir Charles Grandison, which they read aloud in ye evenings, turn and turn about, to which Mrs. N. at her spinning. C. has given me a wool comforter of her own work, and some stockings which are too thick to wear, but I have not told her so. Again, in 1764, Tabitha Meynell's brother goes more than ever to Highgate. He is a clerk in his father's warehouse, very sober and estimable, and if it be for ye happiness of C. to marry him, I would be ye last of men to set my authority against her inclination. She is yet but 18 years of age, which is young to make a change, so I tell Mrs. N. we will wait. Meanwhile ye young people see each other often. Again, in 1765, young Meynell is still constant, expressing much love and admiration for C. in his discourse with Mrs. N., but satisfied to await my pleasure before speaking openly to C. He seems a most exemplary young man, his father a citizen of some repute in Aldersgate street, where I have dined since last writing to you, and at whose table I was paid much consideration. He, Thomas Meynell ye father, will give his son £500, and I promise £1,000 with C., and to furnish a house at Chelsea, a very pleasant and countrified village. So I make no doubt that there will soon be a wedding. I am sorry to hear my father is ailing. Give him my love and service, and will come to Ullerton immediate on receiving his commands. I am pleased to think Mrs. Rebecca Caulfield is so dutiful and kind to him, and has comforted him with prayers and discourses. I thank her for this more than for any friendship for my undeserving self. Pray tell her that I am much at her service. Our new king is loved and admired by all. His ministers not so, and wise people do entertain themselves with what I think foolish jokes about the Scotch boot. Perhaps I am not clever enough to see the fun in this joke. In this letter I detect a certain softening of feeling towards Mrs. Rebecca Caulfield. In the next year, 66, according to my notes, Matthew's father died, and I have no letters bearing the date of that year, which our Matthew no doubt spent at home. Nor have I any letters from this time until the year of Matthew's marriage with Rebecca Caulfield. In the 1 year of his union with Mrs. Rebecca, and the last year of his life, there are many letters, a few from London and the rest from the manor house at Dewsdale. But in these epistles, affectionate and confidential as they are, there is little positive information. These are the letters of the regenerate and Wesleyanized Matthew, and like the more elaborate epistles of his wife Rebecca, deal chiefly with matters spiritual. In these letters I can perceive the workings of a weak mind, which is in its decline, and has become prey to religious terrors, and though I fully recognise the reforming influence which John Wesley exercised upon the people of England, I fancy poor Matthew would have been better in the hands of a woman whose piety was of a less severe type than that of Wesleyan Rebecca. There is an all-pervading tone of fear in these letters, a depression which is almost despair. In the same breath he laments and regrets the lost happiness of his youth, and regrets and laments his own iniquity in having been so ignorantly and unthinkingly happy. Thus in one letter he says, "When I think of that inconsiderate foolish time with M., and how to be near her seemed the highest bliss earth could bestow or heaven promise, I tremble to think of my poor awakened soul, and of her dome on which the true light never shone. If I could believe she was happy, my own sorrow would be less; but I cannot, since all ye worthiest members of our sect agree that to die thinking only of earthly friends, and clinging with a passionate regret to them we love on earth, is to be less than true Christian, and for such is there but one dome." And again, in a still later epistle, he writes, "On Tuesday se'nnight, an awakening discourse from a very young man, until lately a carpenter, but now employed piously in going from town to town and village to village preaching. He says that a life of careless happiness, finding pleasure in ye things of this world, is not being repented of, irretrievably damnation. This is a melancholy thought. I fell to musing on M., with whom I enjoyed such complete happiness, till death came like a spectre to banish all comfort. And now I know that our lives were vanity. I assure you, dear sister, I am prodigiously sad, and reflect upon this truth. Assuredly it is a hard saying. Anon comes that strange foreknowledge of death, that instinctive sense of the shadowy hand so soon to lay him at rest, and with that mystic prescience comes a yearning for the little child M. to be laid where his father may lay down beside him. There are many passages in the latter letters which afford a clue to that mysterious midnight burial at Dewsdale. Last night I dreamt of the churchyard at S. I sat under ye old yew tree, as it seemed in my dream, and heard a child's voice crying in a very piteous manner. The thought of this dream has oppressed my spirits all day, and Rebecca has inquired more than once what ails me. But if little M. but lay near at hand, in ye grave to which I feel I must soon be carried, I believe I should be happier. Reprove me for this folly if you please. I am getting old, and Satan tempts me with such foolish thoughts. What does it matter to my soul where my vile body is laid? And yet I have a fond foolish desire to be buried with little M. In these latest letters there is ample evidence of that yearning on Matthew's part to reveal a secret, which Rebecca's own correspondence betrays. We talked of many things, and she was more than ordinary kind and genteel. I had a mind to tell her about M., and ask her friendship for C. But she seemed not to care to hear my secrets, and I think would be offended if she knew the truth. So I could not find courage to tell her. Before I die I shall speak plainly for the sake of C and M and ye little one. I shall come to you early next week to make my will, and this time shall change my humour no more. I have burnt ye last, not liking it. This passage occurs in the last letter amongst the packet confided to me. The letter is dated September 5, 1774. On the 14th of the following month Matthew died, and in all probability the will here alluded to was never executed. Certain it is that Matthew, whose end was awfully sudden at the last, died intestate, whereby his son John inherited the bulk, and ultimately the whole of his fortune. There are many allusions to this infant son in the last few letters, but I do not think the little creature obtained any great hold on the father's heart. No doubt he was bound and swaddled out of even such small semblance to humanity as one may reasonably expect a child of 6 or 7 weeks old, and by no means an agreeable being. And poor weak-minded Matthew's heart was with that player girl wife whom he never acknowledged, and the little M. And thus ends the story of Matthew Haygarth, so far as I've been able to trace it in the unfathomable gloom of the past. It seems to me that what I have next to do will be to hunt up information respecting that young man Meynell, whose father lived in Aldersgate Street, and was a respectable and solid citizen of that ilk, able to give a substantial dinner to the father of his son's sweetheart, and altogether a person considerable enough, I should imagine, to have left footprints of some kind or other in the sands of time. The inscrutable Shelton will be able to decide in what manner the hunt of the Meynells must begin. I doubt if there is anything more to be done in Ullerton. I have sent Sheldon a fair copy of my extracts from Matthew's correspondence, and have returned the letters to Miss Judson, carefully packed in accordance with her request. I now await my Sheldon's next communication and the abatement of my influenza before making my next move in the great game of chess called life. What is the meaning of Horatio Paget's lengthened abode in this town? He is still here. He went past this house to-day while I was standing at my window in that abject state of mind known only to influenza and despair. I think I was suffering from a touch of both diseases, by the by. What is that man doing here? The idea of his presence fills me with all manner of vague apprehensions. I cannot rid myself of the absurd notion that the lavender glove I saw lying in Goodge's parlour had been left there by the Captain. I know the idea is an absurd one, and I tell myself again and again that Paget cannot have any inkling of my business here, and therefore cannot attempt to forestall me or steal my hard-won information. But as I often reiterate this, in that silent argument which a man is always elaborating in his own mind, I am still tormented by a nervous apprehension of treachery from that man. I suppose the boundary line between influenza and idiocy is a very narrow one. And then Horatio Paget is such a thorough-paced scoundrel. He is lie with Philip Sheldon too. Another thorough-paced scoundrel in a quiet gentlemanly way, unless my instinct deceives me. October 12th. There is treachery somewhere. Again the Haygarthian epistles have been tampered with. Early this morning comes an indignant note from Miss Judson, reminding me that I promised the packet of letters to be restored to her yesterday at noon, and informing me that they were not returned until last night at 11 o'clock, when they were left at her back garden gate by a dirty boy who rang the bell as loudly as if he had been giving the alarm of fire, and who thrust the packet rudely into the hand of the servant and vanished immediately. So much for the messenger. The packet itself, Miss Judson informed me, was of a dirty and disgraceful appearance, unworthy the hands of a gentlewoman, and one of the letters was missing. Heedless of my influenza, I rushed at once to the lower regions of the inn, saw the waiter in whose hands I had confided my packet at 10:30 o'clock yesterday morning, and asked what messenger had been charged with it. The waiter could not tell me; he did not remember. I told him plainly that I considered this want of memory very extraordinary. The waiter laughed at me to scorn, with that quiet insolence which a well-fed waiter feels for a customer who pays 20 shillings a week for his board and lodging. The packet had been given to a very respectable messenger, the waiter made no doubt. As to whether it was the ostler, or one of the boys or the boots, or a young woman in the kitchen who went on errands sometimes, the waiter wouldn't take upon himself to swear, being a man who would perish rather than inadvertently perjure himself. As to my packet having been tampered with, that was ridiculous. What on earth was there in a lump of letter paper for any one to steal? Was there money in the parcel? I was fain to confess there was no money, on which the waiter laughed out loud. Failing the waiter, I applied myself severally to the ostler, the boys, the boots, and the young woman in the kitchen, and then transpired the curious fact that no one had carried my packet. The ostler was sure he had not. The boots could take his Bible oath to the same effect. The young woman in the kitchen could not call to mind anything respecting a packet, though she was able to give me a painfully circumstantial account of the events of the morning, where she went and what she did, down to the purchase of 3 penny worth of pearlash and a pound of Glenfield starch for the head chambermaid, on which she dwelt with a persistent fondness. I now felt assured that there had been treachery here, as in the Goodge business, and I asked myself to whom I could impute that treachery. My instinctive suspicion was of Horatio Paget, and yet was it not more probable that Theodore Judson senior and Theodore Judson junior were involved in this business, and were watching and counter-checking my actions with a view to frustrating the plans of my principal? This was one question which I asked myself as I deliberated upon this mysterious business. Had the Theodore Judsons some knowledge of a secret marriage on the part of Matthew Haygarth? And did they suspect the existence of an heir in the descendant of the issue of that marriage? These were further questions which I asked myself, and which I found it much more easy to ask than to answer. After having considered these questions, I went to the Lancaster road, saw Miss Judson, assured her, on my word as a gentleman, that the packet had been delivered by my hands into those of the waiter at 11 o'clock on the previous day, and asked to see the envelope. There it was, my large blue wire-wove office envelope, addressed in my own writing. But in these days of adhesive envelopes there is nothing easier than to tamper with the fastening of a letter. I registered a mental vow never again to trust any important document to the protection of a morsel of gummed paper. I counted the letters, convinced myself that there was a deficiency, and then set to work to discover which of the letters had been abstracted. Here I failed utterly. For my own convenience in copying my extracts, I had numbered the letters from which I intended to transcribe passages before beginning my work. My pencilled figures in consecutive order were visible in the corner of the superscription of every document I had used. Those numbered covers I now found intact, and I could thus assure myself that the missing document was one from which I had taken no extract. This inspired me with a new alarm. Could it be possible that I had overlooked some scrap of information more important than all that I had transcribed? I racked my brains in the endeavour to recall the contents of that one missing letter. But although I sat in that social tomb, Miss Judson's best parlour, until I felt my blood becoming of an arctic quality, I could remember nothing that seemed worth remembering in the letters I had laid aside as valueless. I asked Miss Judson if she had any suspicion of the person who had tampered with the packet. She looked at me with an icy smile, and answered in ironical accents, which were even more chilling than the atmosphere of her parlour. "Do not ask if I know who has tampered with those letters, Mr. Hawkehurst. Your affectation of surprise has been remarkably well put on, but I am not to be deceived a second time. When you came to me in the first instance I had my suspicions, but you came furnished with a note from my brother, and as a Christian I repressed those suspicions. I know now that I have been the dupe of an impostor, and that in trusting those letters to you I entrusted them to an emissary and tool of Theodore Judson." I protested that I had never to my knowledge set eyes upon either of the Theodore Judsons, but the prejudiced kinswoman of those gentlemen shook her head with a smile whose icy blandness was eminently exasperating. "I am not to be deceived a second time," she said. "Who else but Theodore Judson should have employed you? Who else but Theodore Judson is interested in the Haygarth fortune? Oh, it was like him to employ a stranger where he knew his own efforts would be unavailing. It was like him to hoodwink me by the agency of a hireling tool. I had been addressed as a young man by the Reverend Jonah, and now I was spoken of as a hireling tool by Mrs. Judson. I scarcely knew which was most disagreeable, and I began to think that board and lodging in the present, and a visionary £3,000 in the future, would scarcely compensate me for such an amount of ignominy. I went back to my inn utterly crestfallen, a creature so abject that even the degrading influence of influenza could scarcely sink me any lower in the social scale. I wrote a brief and succinct account of my proceedings, and dispatched the same to George Sheldon. And then I sat down in my sickness and despair, as deeply humiliated as Ajax when he found that he had been pitching into sheep instead of Greeks, as miserable as Job among his dust and ashes, but I am happy to say untormented by the chorus of one or the friends of the other. In that respect at least I had some advantage over both. October 13th. This morning's post brought me a brief scrawl from Sheldon. "Come back to town directly. I have found the registry of Matthew Haygarth's marriage." And so I turned my back on Ullerton, with what rejoicing of spirit is not in language to express. End of Book the Fifth, Part 3. Book the Sixth, Part 1 of Birds of Prey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Disappointment. Of all places on this earth, perhaps there is none more obnoxious to the civilized mind than London in October. And yet to Valentine Hawkehurst, newly arrived from Ullerton per North Western Railway, that city seemed as an enchanted and paradisiacal region. Were not the western suburbs of that murky metropolis inhabited by Charlotte Halliday, and might he not hope to see her? He did hope for that enjoyment. He had felt something more than hope while speeding Londonwards by that delightful combination of a liberal railway management, a fast and yet cheap train. He had beguiled himself with a delicious certainty. Early the next morning, or at any rate as early as civilization permitted, he would hie him to Bayswater, and present himself at the neat iron gate of Philip Sheldon's Gothic villa. She would be there, in the garden most likely, his divine Charlotte, so bright and radiant a creature that the dull October morning would be made glorious by her presence. She would be there, and she would welcome him with a smile which made her the most enchanting of women. Such thoughts of these had engaged him during his homeward journey, and compared with the delight of such visions, the perusal of daily papers and the consumption of sandwiches, whereby other passengers beguiled their transit, seemed a poor amusement. But arrived in the dingy streets, and walking towards Chelsea under a drizzling rain, the bright picture began to grow dim. Was it not more than likely that Charlotte would be absent from London at this dismal season? Was it not very probable that Philip Sheldon would give him the cold shoulder? With these gloomy contingencies before him, Mr. Hawkehurst tried to shut Miss Halliday's image altogether out of his mind, and to contemplate the more practical aspect of his affairs. "I wonder whether that scoundrel Paget has come back to London," he thought. "What am I to say to him if he has? If I own to having seen him in Ullerton, I shall lay myself open to being questioned by him as to my own business in that locality. Perhaps my wisest plan would be to say nothing, and hear his own account of himself. I fully believe he saw me on the platform that night when we passed each other without speaking." Horatio Paget was at home when his protégé arrived. He was seated by his fireside in all the domestic respectability of a dressing gown and slippers, with an evening paper on his knee, a slim smoke-coloured bottle at his elbow, and the mildest of cigars between his lips, when the traveller, weary and weather-stained, entered the lodging-house drawing-room. Captain Paget received his friend very graciously, only murmuring some faint depreciation of the young man's reeking overcoat, with just such a look of gentlemanly alarm as the lamented Brummel may have felt when ushered into the presence of a damp stranger. "And so you've come back at last," said the captain, "from Dorking?" He made a little pause here, and looked at his friend with a malicious sparkle in his eye. "And how was the old aunt? Likely to cut up for any considerable amount, eh? It could only be with a view to that cutting up process that you could consent to isolate yourself in such a place as Dorking. How did you find things?" "Oh, I don't know, I'm sure," Mr. Hawkehurst answered rather impatiently, for his worst suspicions were confirmed by his patron's manner. "I only know I found it tiresome work enough." "Oh, to be sure. Elderly people always are tiresome, especially when they are unacquainted with the world. There is a perennial youth about men and women of the world. The sentimental twaddle people talk of freshness and purity of mind unsullied by communion with the world is the shallowest nonsense. Your Madame du Deffand at 80 and your Horace Walpole at 60 are as lively as a girl and boy. Your octogenarian Voltaire is the most agreeable creature in existence. But take Simon and Daphne from their flocks and herds and pastoral valleys in their old age, and see what senile bores and quavering imbeciles you would find them. Yes, I have no doubt you found your Dorking aunt a nuisance. Take off your wet overcoat and put it out of the room, and then ring for more hot water. You'll find the cognac is very fine. Won't you have a cigar?" The captain extended his Russian leather case with the blandest smile. It was a very handsome case. Captain Paget was a man who could descend into some unknown depths of the social ocean in the last stage of shabbiness, and who, while his acquaintance were congratulating themselves upon the fact of his permanent disappearance, would start up suddenly in an unexpected place, provided with the very necessity and luxury of civilized life, from a wardrobe by Poole to the latest fashionable absurdity in the shape of a cigar case. Never had Valentine Hawkehurst found his patron more agreeably disposed than he seemed to be this evening, and never had he felt more inclined to suspect him. "And what have you been doing while I've been away?" the young man asked presently. "Any more promoting work?" "Well, yes, a little bit of provincial business. A Life and Fire on a novel principle, a really good thing, if we can only find men with perception enough to see its merits, and pluck enough to hazard their capital. But promoting in the provinces is very dull work. I have been to 2 or 3 towns in the Midland districts, Beauport, Mudborough, and Ullerton, and have found the same stagnation everywhere." Nothing could be more perfect than the semblance of unconscious innocence with which the Captain gave this account of himself. Whether he was playing a part, or whether he was telling the entire truth, was a question which even a cleverer man than Valentine Hawkehurst might have found himself unable to answer. The two men sat till late, smoking and talking; but to-night Valentine found the conversation of his guide, philosopher, and friend strangely distasteful to him. That cynical manner of looking at life, which not long ago had seemed to him the only manner compatible with wisdom and experience, now grated harshly upon those finer senses which had been awakened in the quiet, contemplative existence he had of late been leading. He had not been wont to enjoy Captain Paget's savage bitterness against a world which had not provided him with a house in Carlton Gardens and a seat in the cabinet. But to-night he was revolted by the noble Horatio's tone and manner. Those malicious sneers against respectable people and respectable prejudices, with which the Captain interlarded all his talk, seemed to have a ghastly grimness in their mirth. It was like the talk of some devil who had once been an angel, and had lost all hope of ever being restored to his angelic status. To believe in nothing, to respect nothing, to hope for nothing, to fear nothing, to consider life as so many years in which to scheme and lie for the sake of good dinners and well-made coats. Surely there can be no state of misery more complete, no degradation more consummate, thought the young man, as he sat by the fireside smoking, and listening dreamily to his companion. Better to be Miss Rebecca Haygarth, narrow-minded and egotistical, but always looking beyond her narrow life to some dimly comprehended future. He was glad to escape at last from the Captain's society, and to retire to his own small chamber, where he slept soundly enough after the day's fatigues, and dreamed of the Haygarths and Charlotte Halliday. He was up early the next morning, but on descending to the sitting-room he found his patron toasting his Times before a cheerful fire, while his gold hunting watch stood open on the breakfast-table, and a couple new-laid eggs made a pleasant wobbling noise in a small saucepan upon the hob. "You don't care for eggs, I know, Val," said the Captain, as he took the saucepan from the hob. He had heard the young man object to an egg of French extraction too long severed from its native land, but he knew very well that for rural delicacies from a reliable dairyman at 2d. apiece, Mr. Hawkehurst had no particular antipathy. Even in so small a matter as a new-laid egg, the Captain knew how to protect his own interests. "There is some of that Italian sausage you're so fond of, dear boy," he said politely, pointing to a heel of some greyish horny-looking compound. "Thanks, I'll pour out the coffee. There's a snack in these things. Half the clearness of the coffee depends on the way in which it is poured out, you see." And with this assurance Captain Paget filled his own large breakfast cup with a careful hand and a tender solemnity of countenance. If he was a trifle less considerate in the pouring out of the second cup, and if some grounds mingled with the second portion, Valentine Hawkehurst was unconscious of the fact. "Do try that Italian sausage," said the captain, as he discussed his second egg, after peeling the most attractive crusts from the French rolls, and pushing the crumb to his protégé. "No, thank you. It looks rather like what your shop people call an old housekeeper. Besides, there's a little too much garlic in those compositions for my taste." "Your taste has grown fastidious," said the captain. "One would think you were going to call upon some ladies this morning." "There are not many ladies upon my visiting list. Oh, by the way, how's Diana? Have you seen her lately?" "No," answered the captain promptly. "I only returned from my provincial tour a day or two ago, and have had no time to waste dancing attendance upon her. She's well enough, I've no doubt, and she's uncommonly well off in Sheldon's house, and ought to think herself so." Having skimmed his newspaper, Captain Paget rose and invested himself in his overcoat. He put on his hat before the glasses over the mantelpiece, adjusting the brim above his brows with the thoughtful care that distinguished his performance of all those small duties which he owed to himself. "And what may you be going to do with yourself to-day, Val?" he asked of the young man, who sat nursing his own knee and staring absently at the fire. "Well, I don't quite know," Mr. Hawkehurst answered hypocritically. "I think I may go as far as Gray's Inn, and look in upon George Sheldon." "You'll dine out of doors, I suppose?" This was a polite way of telling Mr. Hawkehurst that there would be no dinner for him at home. "I suppose I shall. You know I'm not punctilious on the subject of dinner. Anything you please, from a banquet at the London Tavern to a ham sandwich and a glass of ale at fourpence." "Ah, to be sure. Youth is reckless of its gastric juices. I shall find you home when I come in to-night. I dare say I think I may dine in the city un plaisir." "I don't know about the pleasure," muttered Mr. Hawkehurst. "You're a very delightful person, my friend Horatio; but there comes a crisis in a man's existence when he begins to feel that he has had enough of you. Poor Diana! What a father!" He did not waste much time on further consideration of his patron, but set off at once on his way to Gray's Inn. It was too early to call at the Lawn, or he would have fain gone there before seeking George Sheldon's dingy offices. Nor could he very well present himself at the Gothic villa without some excuse for doing so. He went to Gray's Inn, therefore, but on his way thither called at a tavern near the Strand, which was the headquarters of a literary association known as the Ragamuffins. Here he was fortunate enough to meet with an acquaintance in the person of a ragamuffin in the domestic author line, who was reading the morning's criticisms on a rival's piece produced the night before, with a keen enjoyment of every condemnatory sentence. From this gentleman Mr. Hawkehurst obtained a box ticket for a West End theatre, and armed with this mystic document he felt himself able to present a bold countenance at Mr. Sheldon's door. "Will she be glad to see me again?" he asked himself. "Pshaw! I dare say she has forgotten me by this time. A fortnight is an age with some women, and I should fancy Charlotte Halliday just one of those bright impressionable beings who forget easily. I wonder whether she is really like that Molly whose miniature was found by Mrs. Haygarth in the tulip leaf escritoire, or was the resemblance between those two faces only a silly fancy of mine?" Mr. Hawkehurst walked the whole distance from Chelsea to Gray's Inn, and it was midday when he presented himself before George Sheldon, whom he found seated at his desk with the elephantine pedigree of the Haygarths open before him, and profoundly absorbed in the contents of a notebook. He looked up from this notebook as Valentine entered, but did not leave off chewing the end of his pencil as he mumbled a welcome to the returning wanderer. It has been seen that neither of the Sheldon brothers were demonstrative men. After that unceremonious greeting, the lawyer continued his perusal of the notebook for some minutes, while Valentine seated himself in a clumsy leather-covered armchair by the fireplace. "Well, young gentleman," Mr. Sheldon exclaimed, as he closed his book with a triumphant snap, "I think you're in for a good thing, and you may thank your lucky stars for having thrown you into my path." "My stars are not remarkable for their luckiness in a general way," answered Mr. Hawkehurst coolly, for the man had not yet been born from whom he would accept patronage. I suppose if I'm in for a good thing, you're in for a better thing, my dear George. So you needn't come the benefactor quite so strong for my edification. How did you ferret out the certificate of grey-eyed Molly's espousals?" George Sheldon contemplated his coadjutor with an admiring stare. "It has been my privilege to enjoy the society of cool hands, Mr. Hawkehurst, and certainly you're about the coolest of the lot, bar none, as they say in the ring. But that is sine la. I have found the certificate of Matthew Haygarth's marriage, and to my mind the Haygarth succession is as good as ours." "Ah, those birds in the bush have such splendid plumage! But I'd rather have the modest sparrow in my hand. However, I am very glad our affairs are marching. How did you discover the marriage lines?" "Not without hard labour, I can tell you. Of course, my idea of a secret marriage was at the best only a plausible hypothesis, and I hardly dared to hug myself with the hope that it might turn up trumps. My idea was based upon 2 or 3 facts, namely, the character of the young man, his long residence in London away from the ken of respectable relatives and friends, and the extraordinary state of the marriage laws at the period in which our man lived." "Ah, to be sure. That was a strong point." "I should rather think it was. I took the trouble to look up the history of Mayfair marriages and Fleet marriages before you started for Ullerton, and I examined all the evidence I could get on that subject. I made myself familiar with the Reverend Alexander Keith of Mayfair, who helped to bring clandestine marriages into vogue among the swells, and with Dr. Grainham, agreeably nicknamed Bishop of Hell, and more of the same calibre, and the result of my investigations convinced me that in those days a hare-brained young reprobate must have found it rather more difficult to avoid matrimony than to achieve it. He might be married when he was tipsy. He might be married when he was comatose from the effects of a stand-up fight with Mohawks, and his name might be assumed by some sportive Benedick of his acquaintance to give to practical joking, and he might find himself saddled with a wife he never saw. Or if, on the other hand, of an artful and deceptive turn, he might procure a certificate of marriage that had never taken place. For there were very few friendly offices in which the Fleet parsons refused to perform for their clients, for a consideration.
"How about the legality of the Fleet marriage?"
"There's the rub. Before the new Marriage Act passed in 1753, a Fleet marriage was indissoluble. It was an illegal act, and the parties were punishable, but the Gordian knot was quite as secure as if it had been tied in the most orthodox manner. The great difficulty to my mind was the onus probandi. The marriage might have taken place, the marriage to be to all intents and purposes a good marriage, but how to produce undeniable proof of such a ceremony, when all the ceremonies of the kind were performed with a manifest recklessness and disregard of law? Even if I found an apparently good certificate, how was I to prove that it was not one of those lying certificates of marriage that had never taken place? Again, what kind of registers could posterity expect from these parson adventurers, very few of whom could spell, and most of whom lived in a chronic state of drunkenness? They married people sometimes by their Christian names alone, very often under assumed names. What consideration had they for heirs at law in the future, when under the soothing influence of a gin bottle in the present? I thought of all these circumstances, and I was half inclined to despair of realizing my idea of an early marriage. I took it for granted that such a secret business would be more likely to have taken place in the precincts of the Fleet than anywhere else, and having no particular clue, I set to work, in the first place, to examine all available documents relating to such marriages.
"It must have been slow work."
"It was slow work," answered Mr. Sheldon, with a suppressed groan that was evoked by the memory of a bygone martyrdom. "I needn't enter into all the details of the business. The people I had to apply to for permission to see the set of papers, and the signing and countersigning I had to go through before I could see that set of papers, and the extent of circumlocution and idiocy I had to encounter in a general way before I could complete my investigation. The result was nil, and after working like a galley slave, I find myself no better off than before I began my search. Your extracts from Matthew's letters put me on a new track. I concluded therefrom that there had been a marriage, and that the said marriage had been a deliberate act on the part of the young man. I therefore set to work to do what I ought to have done at starting. I hunted in all the parish registers to be found within a certain radius of such and such localities. I began with Clerkenwell, in which neighbourhood our friends spent such happy years, according to that pragmatical epistle of Mrs. Rebecca's. But after hunting in all the mouldy old churches within a mile of St. John's Gate, I was no nearer arriving at any record of Matthew Haygarth's existence. So I turned my back upon Clerkenwell, and went southward to the neighbourhood of the Marshalsea, where Mistress Molly's father was at one time immured, and whence I thought it very probable Mistress Molly had started on her career as a matron. This time my guess was a lucky one. After hunting the registers of St. Olave's, St. Saviour's, and St. George's, and after the expenditure of more shillings in donations to sextons than I care to remember, I at last lighted on a document which I consider worth £3,000 to you, and a very decent sum of money to me." "I wonder what colour our hair will be when we touch that money," said Valentine meditatively. "These sorts of cases generally find their way to Chancery Lane, don't they? That lane for which some unhappy travellers has no turning except the one dismal via which leads to dusty death. You seem in very good spirits, and I suppose I ought to be elated too. £3,000 would give me a start in life, and enable me to set up the new character of a respectable rate-paying citizen. But I've a kind of presentiment that this hand of mine will never touch the prize of the victor, or in plainer English, that no good will ever arise to me or mine out of the reverend intestate's £100,000. "Why, what a dismal-minded croaker you are this morning!" exclaimed George Sheldon with unmitigated disgust. "A regular raven, by Jove! You come to a fellow's office just as matters are beginning to look like success, after 10 years of plodding and 10 years of disappointment, and you treat him to maudlin howls about the Court of Chancery. This is a new line you've struck out, Hawkehurst, and I can tell you it isn't a pleasant one." "Well, no, I suppose I oughtn't to say that sort of thing," answered Valentine in an apologetic tone. "But there are some days in a man's life when there seems to be a black cloud between him and everything he looks at. I feel like that to-day. There is a tightening sensation about something under my waistcoat, my heart, perhaps a sense of depression that may be either physical or mental, that I can't get rid of. If a man had walked by my side from Chelsea to Holborn, whispering forebodings of evil into my ear at every step, I couldn't have felt more downhearted than I do." "What did you eat for breakfast?" asked Mr. Sheldon impatiently. "A tough beefsteak fried by a lodging-house cook, I dare say. They will fry their steaks. Don't inflict the consequences of your indigestible diet upon me. To tell me that there is a black cloud between you and everything you look at is only a sentimental way of telling me that you're bilious. Pray be practical, and let's look at things from a business point of view. Here's Appendix A, a copy of the registry of the marriage of Matthew Haygarth, bachelor, of Clerkenwell, in the county of Middlesex, to Mary Murchison, spinster, of Southwark, in the county of Surrey. And here is Appendix B, a copy of the registry of the marriages between William Meynell, bachelor, of Smithfield, in the county of Middlesex, to Caroline Mary Haygarth, spinster, of Highgate, in the same county." "You have found the entry of a second Haygarthian marriage?" "I have. The C of Matthew's letter is the Caroline Mary here indicated, the daughter and heiress of Matthew Haygarth, doubtless christened Caroline, after Her Gracious Majesty the Consort of George II, and Mary after the Molly, whose picture was found in the tulip leaf bureau. The Meynell certificate was easy enough to find, since the letters told me that Miss C.'s suitor had a father who lived in Aldersgate Street, and a father who approved his son's choice. The Aldersgate citizen had a house of his own, and a more secure social status altogether than that poor, weak, surreptitious Matthew. It was therefore only natural that the marriage should be celebrated in the Meynell mansion. Having considered this, I only had to ransack the registers of a certain number of churches round and about Aldersgate Street in order to find what I wanted, and after about a day and a half of hard labour, I did find the invaluable document which places me one generation nearer the present, and on the high road to the discovery of my heir at law. I searched the same registry for children of the aforesaid William and Caroline Mary Meynell, but could find no record of such children, nor any further entry in the name of Meynell. But we must search other registries within access of Aldersgate Street before we give up the idea of finding such entries in that neighbourhood.
And what is to be the next move?
The hunting up of all descendants of this William and Caroline Mary Meynell, wheresoever such descendants are to be found. We are now altogether off the Haygarth and Judson scent, and have to beat a new covert.
Good, explained Valentine more cheerfully. How is the new covert to be beaten?
We must start from Aldersgate Street. Meynell of Aldersgate Street must have been a responsible man, and it will be hard if there's no record of him extant in all the old topographical histories of wards, without and within, which cumber the shelves of your dry-as-dust libraries. We must hunt up all available books, and when we've got all the information that books can give us, we can go in upon hearsay evidence, which is always the most valuable in these cases.
That means another encounter with ancient mariners, I beg your pardon, oldest inhabitants, said Valentine with a despondent yawn. Well, I suppose that sort of individual is a little less obtuse when he lives within the roar of the great city's thunder than when he vegetates in the dismal outskirts of a manufacturing town. Where am I to find my octogenarian prosers? And when am I to begin my operations upon them?
The sooner you begin the better, replied Mr. Sheldon. I've taken all preliminary steps for you already, and you'll find the business tolerably smooth sailing. I've made a list of certain people who may be worth seeing. Mr. Sheldon selected a paper from the numerous documents upon the table. Here they are, he said. John Gruter, wholesale stationer, Aldersgate Street. Anthony Sparsfield, carver and gilder in Barbican. These are, so far as I can ascertain, the two oldest men now trading in Aldersgate Street, and from these men you ought to be able to find out something about old Meynell. I don't anticipate any difficulty about the Meynells, except the possibility that we may find more of them than we want, and have some trouble in shaking them into their places.
I'll tackle my friend the stationer to-morrow morning, said Valentine.
You'd better drop in upon him in the afternoon, when the day's business may be pretty well over, returned the prudent Sheldon. And now all you've got to do, Hawkehurst, is to work with a will, and work on patiently. If you do as well in London as you did at Ullerton, neither you nor I will have any cause to complain. Of course I needn't impress upon you the importance of secrecy.
No, replied Valentine, I'm quite alive to that. He then proceeded to inform George Sheldon of that encounter with Captain Paget on the platform at Ullerton, and of the suspicion that had been awakened in his mind by the sight of the glove in Goodge's parlour. The lawyer shook his head. "That idea about the glove was rather far-fetched," he said thoughtfully, "but I don't like the look of that meeting at the station. My brother Philip is capable of anything in the way of manoeuvring, and I'm not ashamed to confess that I'm no match for him. He was in here one day when I had the Haygarth pedigree spread out on the table. I know he smelt a rat. We must beware of him, Hawkehurst, and we must work against time if we don't want him to anticipate us." "I shan't let the grass grow under my feet," replied Valentine.
I was really interested in that Haygarthian history. There was a dash of romance about it, you see. I don't feel the same gusto in the Meynell case, but I dare say I shall begin to get up an interest in it as my investigation proceeds. Shall I call the day after to-morrow and tell you my adventures?"
"I think you'd better stick to the old plan, and let me have the result of your work in the form of a diary," answered Sheldon; and with this the two men parted. It was now 2:30. It would be 3:30 before Valentine could present himself at the Lawn, a very reasonable hour at which to call upon Mrs. Sheldon with his offering of a box for the new play. An omnibus conveyed him to Bayswater at a snail's pace, and with more stoppages than ever mortal omnibus was subjected to before, as it seemed to that one eager passenger. At last the fading foliage of the park appeared between the hats and bonnets of Valentine's opposite neighbours. Even those orange tawny trees reminded him of Charlotte. Beneath such umbrage had he parted from her, and now he was going to see the bright young face once more. He had been away from town about a fortnight, but taken in relation with Miss Halliday, that fortnight seemed half a century. Chrysanthemums and china asters beautified Mr. Sheldon's neat little garden, and the plate glass windows of his house shone with all their wonted radiance. It was like the houses one sees framed and glazed in an auctioneer's office. The greenest imaginable grass, the bluest windows, the reddest bricks, the whitest stone. It is a house that would set my teeth on edge, but for the one sweet creature who lives in it, Valentine thought to himself as he waited at the florid iron gate, which was painted a vivid ultramarine and picked out with gold. He tried in vain to catch a glimpse of some feminine figure in the small suburban garden. No flutter of scarlet petticoat or flash of scarlet plume revealed the presence of the divinity. The prim maid-servant informed him that Mrs. Sheldon was at home, and asked if he would please walk into the drawing-room. Would he please? Would he not have been pleased to walk into a raging furnace if there had been a chance of meeting Charlotte Halliday amid the flames? He followed the maid-servant into Mrs. Sheldon's irreproachable apartment, where the show books upon the show table were arranged at the usual mathematical correct distances from one another, and where the speckless looking-glasses and all-pervading French polish imparted a chilly aspect to the chamber. A newly lighted fire was smouldering in the shiny steel grate, and a solitary female figure was seated by the broad Tudor window, bending over some needlework. It was the figure of Diana Paget, and she was quite alone in the room. Valentine's heart sank a little as he saw the solitary figure, and perceived that it was not the woman he loved. Diana looked up from her work and recognised the visitor. Her face flushed, but the flush faded very quickly, and Valentine was not conscious of that flattering indication. "How do you do, Diana?" he said. "Here I am again, you see, like the proverbial bad shilling. I have brought Mrs. Sheldon an order for the princesses." "You are very kind, but I don't think she'll care to go. She was complaining of a headache this afternoon." "Oh, she'll forget all about her headache if she wants to go to the play. She's the sort of little woman who is always ready for a theatre or a concert. Besides, Miss Halliday would like to go, and will easily persuade her mamma." "Whom could she not persuade?" added Mr. Hawkehurst within himself. "Miss Halliday is out of town," Diana replied coldly. The young man felt as if his heart were suddenly transformed into so much lead, so heavy did it seem to grow. What a foolish thing it seemed that he should be the victim of this fair enslaver. He, who until lately had fancied himself incapable of any earnest feeling or deep emotion. "Out of town," he repeated with unconcealed disappointment. "Yes, she has gone on a visit to some relations in Yorkshire. She actually has relations. Doesn't that sound strange to you and me?" Valentine did not notice this rather cynical remark. "She'll be away ever so long, I suppose," he said. "I have no idea how long she may stay there. The people idolize her, I understand. You know it is her privilege to be idolized, and of course they will persuade her to stay as long as they can.
You seem disappointed at not seeing her." "I'm very much disappointed," Valentine answered frankly. "She is a sweet girl." There was a silence after this. Miss Paget resumed her work with rapid fingers. She was picking up shining little beads one by one on the point of her needle, and transferring them to the canvas stretched upon an embroidery frame before her. It was a kind of work exacting extreme care and precision, and the girl's hand never faltered, though a tempest of passionate feeling agitated her as she worked. "I'm very sorry not to see her," Valentine said presently, "for the sight of her is very dear to me. Why should I try to hide my feelings from you, Diana? We have endured so much misery together that there must be some bond of union between us. To me you have always seemed like a sister, and I have no wish to keep any secret from you, though you receive me so coldly that one would think I had offended you." "You have not offended me. Thank you for being so frank with me. You would have gained little by an opposite course. I have long known your affection for Charlotte." "You guessed my secret?" "I saw what any one could have seen who had taken the trouble to watch you for 10 minutes during your visits to this house." "Was my unhappy state so very conspicuous?" exclaimed Valentine, laughing. "Was I so obviously spoony? I, who have so ridiculed anything in the way of sentiment. You make me blush for my folly, Diana. What is that you are dotting with all those beads? Something very elaborate." "It is a prie dieu chair I am working on for Mrs. Sheldon. Of course I am bound to do something for my living." "And so you wear out your eyesight in the working of chairs. Poor girl! It seems hard that your beauty and accomplishments should not find a better market than that. I dare say you will marry some millionaire friend of Mr. Sheldon's one of these days, and I shall hear of your house in Park Lane and 300-guinea barouche." "You are very kind to promise me a millionaire. The circumstances of my existence hitherto have been so particularly fortunate that I am justified in expecting such a suitor. My millionaire shall ask you to dinner at my house in Park Lane, and you shall play écarté with him, if you like, papa's kind of écarté." "Don't talk of those things, Di," said Mr. Hawkehurst, with something that was almost a shudder. "Let us forget that we ever led that kind of life." "Yes," replied Diana, "let's forget it, if we can." The bitterness of her tone struck him painfully. He sat for some minutes watching her silently, and pitying her fate. What a sad fate it seemed, and how hopeless! For him there was always some chance of redemption. He could go out into the world, and cut his way through the forest of difficulty with the axe of the conqueror. But what could a woman do who found herself in the midst of that dismal forest? She could only sit at the door of her lonesome hut, look out with weary eyes for the prince who has come to rescue her. And Valentine remembered how many women there are to whom the prince never comes, and who must needs die and be buried beneath that gloomy umbrage. Oh, let us have women doctors, women lawyers, women parsons, women stonebreakers, anything rather than these dependent creatures who sit in other people's houses, working prie dieu chairs and pining for freedom, he thought to himself, as he watched the pale stern face in the chill afternoon light. "Do leave off working for a few minutes, and talk to me, Di," he said, rather impatiently. "You don't know how painful it is to a man to see a woman absorbed in some piece of needlework at the very moment when he wants all her sympathy. I am afraid you are not quite happy. Do confide in me, dear, as frankly as I confide in you. Are these people kind to you? Charlotte is, of course, but the elder birds, Mr. and Mrs. Sheldon, are they kind?" "They are very kind. Mr. Sheldon is not a demonstrative man, as you know, but I am not accustomed to have people in a rapturous state of mind about me and my affairs. He is kinder to me than my father ever was, and I don't see how I can expect more than that. Mrs. Sheldon is extremely kind in her way, which is rather a feeble way, as you know." "And Charlotte?" "You answered for Charlotte yourself just now. Yes, she is very, very, very good to me, much better than I deserve. I was almost going to quote the collect and say desire or deserve. Why should you not desire or deserve her goodness?" asked Valentine. "Because I am not a lovable kind of person. I am not sympathetic. I know that Charlotte is very fascinating, very charming, but sometimes her fascination repels me. I think the atmosphere of that horrible swampy district between Lambeth and Battersea, where my childhood was spent, must have soured my disposition. No, Diana, you have only learnt a bitter way of talking. I know your heart is noble and true. I have seen your suppressed indignation many a time when your father's meannesses have revolted you. Our lives have been very hard, dear, but let us hope for brighter days. I think they must come to us." "They will never come to me," said Diana. "You say that with an air of conviction. But why should they not come to you? Brighter and better days." "I cannot tell you that. I can only tell you that they will not come." "And do you hope that any good will ever come of your love for Charlotte Halliday? You, who know Mr. Sheldon?" "I am ready to hope anything." "You think that Mr. Sheldon would let his stepdaughter marry a penniless man?" "I may not always be penniless. Besides, Mr. Sheldon has no actual authority over Charlotte." "But he has moral influence over her, and she's very easily influenced." "I'm ready to hope, even in spite of Mr. Sheldon's opposing influence." "You must not try to crush this one little floweret that has grown up in a barren waste, Diana. It is my prison flower." Mrs. Sheldon came into the room as he said this. She was very cordial, very eloquent upon the subject of her headache, and very much inclined to go to the theatre, notwithstanding that ailment, when she heard that Mr. Hawkehurst had been kind enough to bring her a box. "Diana and I could go," she said, "if we can manage to be in time for our 6 o'clock dinner. Mr. Sheldon doesn't care about theatres. All the pieces tire him. He declares they are all stupid. But then, you see, if one's mind is continually wandering, the cleverest piece must seem stupid." Mrs. Sheldon added thoughtfully, "And my husband is so very absent-minded." After some discussion about the theatres, Valentine bade the ladies good afternoon. "Won't you stop to see Mr. Sheldon?" asked Georgina. "He's in the library with Captain Paget." "You did not know that your papa was in here, did you, Diana, my dear?" "He came in with Mr. Sheldon an hour ago." "I won't disturb Mr. Sheldon," said Valentine. "I will call again in a few days." He took leave of the two ladies and went out into the hall. As he emerged from the drawing room, the door of the library was opened, and he heard Philip Sheldon's voice within saying, "Your accuracy with regard to the name of Meynell." It was the close of a sentence, but the name struck immediately upon Valentine's ear. Meynell, the name which had for him so peculiar an interest. "It is only a coincidence," he thought to himself, "or is Horatio Paget on our track?" And then he argued with himself that his ears might have deceived him, and that the name that he had heard might not have been Meynell, but only a name of somewhat similar sound. It was Captain Paget who had opened the door. He came into the hall and recognised his protégé. They left the house together, and the Captain was especially gracious. "We will dine together somewhere at West End, Val," he said. But to his surprise Mr. Hawkehurst declined the proffered entertainment. "I'm tired out with a hard day's work," he said, "and should be very bad company; so if you'll excuse me I'll go back to Omega Street and get a chop." The Captain stared at him in amazement. He could not comprehend the man who could refuse to dine luxuriously at the expense of his fellow man. Valentine had of late acquired new prejudices. He no longer cared to enjoy the hospitality of Horatio Paget. In Omega Street the household expenses were shared by the two men. It was a kind of club upon a small scale, and there was no degradation in breaking bread with the elegant Horatio. To Omega Street Valentine returned this afternoon, there to eat a frugal meal and spend a meditative evening, uncheered by one glimmer of that radiance which more fortunate men know as the light of home. End of Book the 6th, Part 1. Book the Sixth, Part 2 of Birds of Prey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Valentine's Record Continued. October 15th. I left Omega Street for the city before noon, after a hasty breakfast with my friend Horatio, who was somewhat under the dominion of his black dog this morning, and far from pleasant company. I was not to present myself to the worthy John Gruter, wholesale stationer, before the afternoon, but I had no particular reason for staying at home, and I had a fancy for strolling about the old city quarter in which Matthew Haygarth's youth had been spent. I went to look at St. John Street, Clerkenwell, and dawdled about the immediate neighbourhood of Smithfield, thinking of the old-time fair, and all of the rioters and merrymakers, who were now so much or so little dust and ashes in the city churchyards, until the great bell of St. Paul's boomed 3, and then I felt it might be a leisure time with Mr. Gruter. I found the stationer's shop as darksome and dreary as city shops usually are, but redolent of that subtle odour of wealth which has a mystical charm for the nostrils of the penniless one. Stacks of ledgers, mountains of account books, filled the dimly lighted warehouse. Some clerks were at work behind a glass partition, and already the gas flared high in the green-shaded lamps above the desk at which they worked. I wondered whether it was a pleasant way of life theirs, and whether one would come to feel an interest in the barter of day books and ledgers if they were one's daily bread. Alas for me! The only ledger I have ever known is the sainted patron of the northern racecourse. One young man came forward and asked my business, with a look that plainly told me that unless I wanted 2 or 3 gross of account books I had no right to be there. I told him that I wished to see Mr. Gruter, and asked if that gentleman was to be seen. The clerk said he did not know, but his tone implied that, in his opinion, I could not see Mr. Gruter. "Perhaps you could go and ask," I suggested. "Well, yes. Is it old or young Mr. Gruter you want to see?" "Old Mr. Gruter," I replied. "Very well. I'll go see. You'd better send in your card, though." I produced one of George Sheldon's cards, which the clerk looked at. He gave a little start, as if an adder had stung him. "You're not Mr. Sheldon?" he said. "No, Mr. Sheldon is my employer." "What do you go about giving people Sheldon's cards for?" asked the clerk, with quite an aggrieved air. "I know Sheldon of Gray's Inn." "Then I'm sure you found him a very accommodating gentleman," I replied politely. "Deuce take his accommodation. He nearly accommodated me into bankruptcy court. And you're Sheldon's clerk, and you want the governor. But you don't mean to say that Gruter and Gruter are—" This was said in an awe-stricken tone. I hastened to reassure the stationer's clerk. "I don't think Mr. Sheldon ever saw Mr. Gruter in his life," I said. After this the clerk condescended to retire into the unknown antress behind the shop, to deliver my message. I began to think that George Sheldon's card was not the best possible letter of introduction. The clerk returned presently, followed by a tall, white-bearded man, with a bent figure, and a pair of penetrating grey eyes, a very promising specimen of the octogenarian. He asked me my business in a sharp, suspicious way, that obliged me to state the nature of my errand without circumlocution. As I got farther away from the Reverend John Haygarth intestate, I was less fettered by the necessity of secrecy. I informed my octogenarian that I was prosecuting a legal investigation connected with a late inhabitant of that street, and that I had taken the liberty to apply to him, in the hope that he might be able to afford me some information. He looked at me all the time I spoke, as if he thought I was going to entreat pecuniary relief, and I dare say I have something of an air of a begging letter-writer. But when he found that I only wanted information, his hard grey eyes softened ever so little, and he asked me to walk into his parlour. His parlour was scarcely less gruesome than his shop. The furniture looked as if its manufacture had been coeval with the time of the Meynells, and the ghastly glare of the gas seemed a kind of anachronism. After a few preliminary observations, which were not encouraged by Mr. Gruter's manner, I inquired whether he had ever heard the name of Meynell. "Yes," he said, "there was a Meynell in this street when I was a young man, Christian Meynell, a carpet maker by trade. The business is still carried on, and a very old business it is, for it was an old business in Meynell's time, but Meynell died before I married, and his name is pretty well forgotten in Aldersgate Street by this time." "He had no sons?" I asked. "Well, yes, he had one son, Samuel, a kind of companion of mine, but he didn't take to the business, and when his father died he let things go anyhow, as you may say. He was rather wild, and died 2 or 3 years after his father." "Did he die unmarried?" "Yes, there was some talk of his marrying Mrs. Doberly, whose father was a cabinet maker in Jewin Street; but Samuel was too wild for the Doberlys, who were steady going people, and he went abroad. There he was, taken with some kind of fever, and died." "Was this the only child?" "No, there were 2 daughters. The younger of them married. The elder went to live with her, and died unmarried, I heard say." "Do you know whom the younger sister married?" I asked. "No, she didn't marry in London. She went into the country to visit some friends, and she married and settled down in those parts, whatever it might be, and I never heard of her coming back to London again. The carpet business was sold directly after Samuel Meynell's death. The new people kept up the name for a good 20 years. Taylor, late Meynell, established 1693. That's what was painted on the board above the window, but they've dropped the name of Meynell now. People forget old names, you see, and it's no use keeping them after they're forgotten." "Yes, the old names are forgotten. The old people fade off the face of the earth." The romance of Matthew Haygarth seemed to come to a lame and impotent conclusion in this dull record of dealers in carpeting. "You can't remember what part of England it was that Christian Meynell's daughter went to when she married?" "No, it wasn't a matter I took much interest in. I don't think I ever spoke to the young woman above 3 times in my life, though she lived in the same street, and though her brother and I often met each other at the Cat and Salutation, where there used to be a great deal of talk about the war and Napoleon Bonaparte in those days." "Have you any idea of the time at which she was married?" I inquired. "Not as to the exact year. I know it was after I was married, for I remember my wife and I sitting at our window upstairs one summer Sunday evening, and seeing Samuel Meynell's sister go by to church. I can remember it as well as if it was yesterday. She was dressed in a white gown and a green silk spencer. Yes, and I didn't marry my first wife until 1814. But as to telling you exactly when Miss Meynell left Aldersgate Street, I can't." These reminiscences of the past seemed to exercise rather a mollifying influence upon the old man's mind, commonplace as they were. He ceased to look at me with sharp suspicious glances, and he seemed anxious to afford me all the help he could. "Was Christian Meynell's father called William?" I asked, after having paused to make some notes in my pocket book. "That I can't tell you, though if Christian Meynell was living to-day, he wouldn't be 10 years older than me. His father died when I was quite a boy, but there must be old books at the warehouse with his name in them, if they haven't been destroyed." I determined to make inquiries at the carpet warehouse, but I had little hope of finding the books of nearly a century gone by. I tried another question. "Do you know whether Christian Meynell was an only son, or the only son who attained manhood?" I asked. My elderly friend shook his head. "Christian Meynell never had any brothers that I heard of," he said; "but the parish register will tell you all about that, supposing that his father before him lived all his life in Aldersgate Street, as I've every reason to believe he did." After this I asked a few questions about the neighbouring churches, thanked Mr. Grewter for his civility, and departed. I went back to Omega Street, dined upon nothing particular, and devoted the rest of my evening to the scrawling of this journal, and a tender reverie in which Charlotte Halliday was the central figure. How bitter poverty and dependence have made Diana Paget. She used to be a nice girl, too. October 16th. To-day's work has been confined to the investigation of parish registers, a most wearisome business at the best. My labours were happily not without result. In the fine old church of St. Giles, Cripplegate, I found registries of the baptism of Oliver Meynell, son of William and Caroline Mary Meynell, 1768, and of the burial of the same Oliver in the following year. I found the record of the baptism of a daughter to the same William and Caroline Mary Meynell, and further on the burial of the said daughter at 5 years of age. I also found the records of the baptism of Christian Meynell, son of the same William and Caroline Mary Meynell, in the year 1772, and of William Meynell's decease in the year 1793. Later appeared the entry of the burial of Sarah, widow of Christian Meynell. Later still, the baptism of Samuel Meynell, then the baptism of Susan Meynell, and finally that of Charlotte Meynell. These were all the entries respecting the Meynell family to be found in the registry. There was no record of the burial of Caroline Mary, wife of William Meynell, nor of Christian Meynell, nor of Samuel Meynell, his son. And I knew that all these entries would be necessary to my astute Sheldon before his case would be complete. After my search of the registries, I went out into the churchyard to grope for the family vault of the Meynells, and found a grim square monument, enclosed by a railing that was almost eaten away by rust, and inscribed with the names and virtues of that departed house. The burial ground is interesting by reason of more distinguished company than the Meynells. John Milton, John Fox, author of the Martyrology, and John Speed, the chronologer, rest in this city churchyard. In the hope of getting some clue to the missing data, I ventured to make a second call upon Mr. Grewter, whom I found rather inclined to be snappish, as considering the Meynell business unlikely to result in any profit to himself, and objecting on principle to take any trouble not likely to result in profit. I believe this is the mercantile manner of looking at things in a general way. I asked him if he could tell me where Samuel Meynell was buried. "I suppose he was buried in foreign parts," replied the old gentleman with considerable grumpiness, "since he died in foreign parts." "Oh, he died abroad, did he? Can you tell me where?" "No, sir, I can't," replied Mr. Grewter with increasing grumpiness. "I didn't trouble myself about other people's affairs then, and I don't trouble myself about them now, and I don't particularly care to be troubled about them by strangers." I made the meekest possible apology for my intrusion, but the outraged Grewter was not appeased. "Your best apology will be not doing it again," he replied. "Those that know my habits know that I take half an hour's nap after dinner. My constitution requires it, or I shouldn't take it. If I didn't happen to have a strange warehouseman on my premises, you wouldn't have been allowed to disturb me 2 afternoons running." Finding Mr. Grewter unappeasable, I left him and went to seek more placable spirit in the shape of Anthony Sparsfield, carver and gilder, of Barbican. I found the establishment of Sparsfield and Son, carvers and gilders. It was a low, dark shop, in the windows of which were exhibited 2 or 3 handsomely carved frames, very much worse for flies, and one oil painting, a mysterious Rembrandtish character. The old established air that pervaded almost all the shops in this neighbourhood was peculiarly apparent in the Sparsfield establishment. In the shop I found a mild-faced man of about 40 engaged in conversation with a customer. I waited patiently while the customer finished a minute description of the kind of frame he wanted made for a set of proof-gravings after Landseer, and when the customer had departed, I asked the mild-faced man if I could see Mr. Sparsfield. "I am Mr. Sparsfield," he replied politely. "Not Mr. Anthony Sparsfield?" "Yes, my name is Anthony." I was given to understand that Mr. Anthony Sparsfield was a much older person. "Oh, I suppose you mean my father," replied the mild-faced man. "My father is advanced in years, and does very little in the business nowadays. Not but what his head is as clear as it ever was, and there are some of our old customers like to see him when they give an order." This sounded hopeful. I told Mr. Sparsfield the younger that I was not a customer, and then proceeded to state the nature of my business. I found him as courteous as Mr. Grewter had been disobliging. "Me and my father are old-fashioned people," he said, "and we're not above living over our place of business, which most of the Barbican tradespeople are nowadays. The old gentleman is taking tea in the parlour upstairs at this present moment, and if you don't mind stepping up to him, I'm sure he'll be proud to give you any information he can. He likes talking of old times." This was the sort of oldest inhabitant I wanted to meet with. A very different kind of individual from Mr. Grewter, who doled out every answer to my questions as grudgingly as if it had been a £5 note. I was conducted to a snug little sitting room on the first floor, where there was a cheerful fire and a comfortable odour of tea and toast. I was invited to take a cup of tea, and as I perceived that my acceptance of the invitation would be accounted a kind of favour, I said yes. The tea was very weak and very warm, and very sweet, but Mr. Sparsfield and his son sipped it with as great an air of enjoyment as if it had been the most inspiring of beverages. Mr. Sparsfield the elder was more or less rheumatic and asthmatic, but a cheerful old gentleman withal, and quite ready to prate of old times, when Barbican and Aldersgate Street were pleasanter places than they are to-day, or had seemed so to this elderly citizen. "Meynell!" he exclaimed. "I knew Samuel Meynell as well as I know my own brother, and I knew old Christian Meynell almost as well as I knew my own father. There was more sociability in those days, you see, sir. The world seems to have grown too full to leave any room for friendship. It's all push and struggle and push, as you may say. And a man will make you a frame for 25 shillings that will look more imposing like than what I could turn out for £5. Only the gold leaf will all drop off after a 12-month wear, and that's the way of the world nowadays. There's a deal of gilding, and things are made to look uncommon bright, but the gold all drops off 'em before long." After allowing the old man to moralise to his heart's content, I brought him back politely to the subject in which I was interested. "Samuel Meynell was a good fellow as ever breathed," he said, "but he was not too fond of the tavern. There were some very nice taverns round about Aldersgate Street in those days, and you see, sir, the times were stirring times, and folks liked to get together and talk over the day's news, with a pipe of tobacco and a glass of their favourite liquor, all in a sociable way. Poor Sam Meynell took a little too much of his favourite liquor, and when the young woman that he had been keeping company with, Miss Doberly of Jewin Street, jilted him and married a wholesale butcher in Newgate Market, who was old enough to be her father, Sam took to drinking and neglected his business. One day he came to me and said, 'I've sold the business, Tony,' for it was Sam and Tony with us, you see, sir, and I'm off to France. This was soon after the Battle of Waterloo, and many folks had a fancy of going over to France now that they'd seen the back of Napoleon Bonaparte, who was generally alluded to in those days by the name of a monster or tiger, and who was understood to make his chief diet off frogs. Well, sir, we're all of us pretty much surprised at Sam's going to foreign parts, but as he'd always been wild, it was only looked upon as part of his wildness, and we weren't so much surprised to hear, a year or two afterwards, that he had drunk himself to death upon cheap brandy, eau de vie, as they call it, poor ignorant creatures, at Calais." "He died at Calais?" "Yes," replied the old man. "I forget who brought the news home, but I remember hearing it. Poor Sam Meynell died and was buried among the Mossos." "Are you sure he was buried at Calais?" "Yes, as sure as I can be of anything. Travelling was no easy matter in those days, and in foreign parts there was nothing but diligences, which I've heard say were the laziest going vehicles ever invented. There was no one to bring poor Sam's remains back to England, for his mother was dead, and his two sisters were settled somewhere down in Yorkshire." "In Yorkshire?" I'm afraid I looked rather sheepish when Mr. Sparsfield senior mentioned this particular county, for my thoughts took wing and were with Charlotte Halliday before the word had well escaped his lips. "Miss Meynell settled in Yorkshire, did she?" I asked. "Yes, she married some one in farming way down there. Her mother was a Yorkshire woman, and she and her sister went visiting among her mother's relations, and never came back to London. One of them married, the other died a spinster." "Do you remember the name of the man she married?" "No," replied Mr. Sparsfield, "I can't say that I do." "Do you remember the name of the place she went to, the town or village, or whatever it was?" "I might remember it if I heard it," he responded thoughtfully, "and I ought to remember it, for I've heard Sam Meynell talk of his sister Charlotte's home many a time. She was Christian Charlotte, you see, after the Queen. I've sort of a notion that the name of the village was something ending in cross, as it might be Charing Cross or Waltham Cross." This was vague, but it was a deal more than I had been able to extort from Mr. Grewter. I took a second cup of the sweet warm liquid which my new friends called tea, and in order to have an excuse for loitering while I tried to obtain more light from the reminiscence of this old frame maker. No more light came, however, so I was fain to take my leave, reserving for myself the privilege of calling again on a future occasion. October 18th. I sent Sheldon a statement of my Aldersgate Street researches the day before yesterday morning. He went carefully through the information I had collected and approved my labours. "You've done uncommonly well, considering the short time you've been at work," he said, "and you've reason to congratulate yourself upon having your ground all laid out for you, as my ground has never been laid out for me. The Meynell branch seems to be narrowing itself into the person of Christian Meynell's daughter and her descendants, and our most important business now will be to find out when, where, and whom she married, and what issue arose from such marriage. This I think you ought to be able to do." I shook my head rather despondingly. "I don't see any hope of finding out the name of the young woman's husband," I said, "unless I can come across another oldest inhabitant, gifted with a better memory for names and places than my obliging Sparsfield or my surly Grewter." "There are the almshouses," said Sheldon. "You haven't tried them yet." "No, I suppose I must go in for the almshouses," I replied, with the sublime resignation of the pauper, whose poverty must consent to anything, though I confess that the prosiness of the almshouse intellect is almost more than I can endure. "And how do you know that you might get the name of the place out of your friend the carver and gilder?" said George Sheldon. "He has given you some kind of clue in telling you that name ends in cross. He said he should know the name if he heard it. Why not try him with it?" "But in order to do that I must know the name myself," I replied, "and in that case I shouldn't want the aid of my Sparsfield." "You are not in great expedience," said Sheldon, tilting back his chair and taking a shabby folio from a shelf of other shabby folios. "This is a British Gazetteer," he said, turning to the index of the work before him. "We'll test the ancient Sparsfield's memory with every cross in the three writings, and if the faintest echo of the name we want still lingers in his feeble old brain, we'll awaken it." My patron ran his finger-nail along one column of the index. "Just take your pencil and write down the names as I call them," he said. "Here we are. Aylesbury Cross, and here we are again. Bulford Cross, Cullendale Cross, Huxter's Cross, Jarnam Cross, Kingsborough Cross." Then, after a careful examination of the column, he exclaimed, "Those are all the crosses in the county of York, and it will go hard with us if you or I can't find the descendants of Christian Meynell's daughter at one of them. The daughter herself may be alive, for anything we know." "And how about Samuel Meynell, who died at Calais? You'll have to find some record of his death, won't you? I suppose in these cases one must prove everything." "Yes, I must prove the demise of Samuel," replied the sanguine genealogist. "That part of the business I'll see to myself, while you hunt out the female branch of the Meynells. I want an outing after a long spell of hard work, so I'll run across to Calais and search for the register of Samuel's interment. I suppose somebody took the trouble to bury him, though he was a stranger in the land." "And if I extort the name we want from poor old Sparsfield recollection?" "In that case you can start at once for the place, and begin your search on the spot. It can't be above 50 years since this woman married,
and there must be some inhabitant of the place old enough to remember her. Oh, by the by, I suppose you'll be wanting more cash for expenses," added Mr. Sheldon with a sigh. He took a £5 note from his pocket-book and gave it to me with a piteous air of self-sacrifice. I know that he is poor, and whatever money he does contrive to earn is extorted from the necessities of his needier brethren. Some of this money he speculates upon the chances of the Haygarthian succession, as he has speculated his money on worse chances in the past. £3,000, he said to me, as he handed the poor little £5 note. "Think what a prize you are working for, and work your hardest. The nearer we get to the end, the slower our progress seems to me, and yet it has been very rapid progress, considering all things." So sentimental have I become, that I thought less of that possible £3,000 than of the fact that I was likely to go to Yorkshire, the county of Charlotte's birth, the county where she was now staying. I reminded myself that it was the largest shire in England, and of all possible coincidences of time and place, there could be none more unlikely than the coincidence that would bring about a meeting between Charlotte Halliday and me. I know that for all practical purposes I shall be no nearer to her in Yorkshire than in London, I said to myself, but I shall have the pleasure of fancying myself nearer to her. Before leaving George Sheldon, I told him of the fragmentary sentences I had heard uttered by Captain Paget and Philip Sheldon at the Lawn, but he pooh-poohed my suspicions. "I'll tell you what it is, Valentine Hawkehurst," he said, fixing those hard black eyes upon me as if he would fain have pierced the bony covering of my skull to discover the innermost workings of my brain. "Neither Captain Paget nor my brother Phil can know anything of this business, unless you have turned traitor and sold them my secrets. And mark me, if you have, you've sold yourself and them into the bargain. My hand holds the documentary evidence, without which all your knowledge is worthless." "I am not a traitor," I told him quietly, for I despise him far too heartily to put myself into a passion about anything he might please to say of me. "And I have never uttered a word about this business, either to Captain Paget or to your brother. If you begin to distrust me, it is high time you should look out for a new coadjutor." I had Sheldon, morally speaking, at my feet in a moment. "Don't be melodramatic, Hawkehurst," he said. "People sell each other every day of the week, and no one blames the seller, provided he makes a good bargain. But this is a case in which the bargain would be a very bad one." After this I took my leave of Mr. Sheldon. He was to start for Calais by that night's mail, and return to town directly his investigation was completed. If he found me absent on his return, he would conclude that I had obtained the information I required, and started for Yorkshire. In this event he would patiently await the receipt of tidings from that county. I went straight from Gray's Inn to Jewin Street. I had spent the greater part of the day in Sheldon's office, and when I presented myself before my complacent Sparsfield junior, Sparsfield senior's tea and toast were already in the process of preparation, and I was again invited to step upstairs to the family sitting-room, and again entreated with that Arcadian simplicity of confidence and friendliness which it has been my fate to encounter quite as often in the heart of this sophisticated city as in the most pastoral of villages, with people who were so frank and cordial that I could be but equally frank. "I'm afraid I'm making myself a nuisance to you, Mr. Sparsfield," I said, "but I know you'll forgive me when I tell you that the affair I am engaged in is a matter of vital importance to me, and that your help may do a great deal toward bringing matters to a crisis." Mr. Sparsfield senior declared himself always ready to assist his fellow creatures, and was good enough further declare that he had taken a liking to me. So weak had I of late become upon all matters of sentiment, I thanked Mr. Sparsfield for his good opinion, and then went on to tell him that I was about to test his memory. "And it ain't a bad un," he cried cheerily, clapping his hand upon his knee by way of emphasis. "It ain't a bad memory, is it, Tony?" "Few far better, father," answered the dutiful Anthony junior. "Your memory's better than mine, a long way." "Ah," said the old man with a chuckle, Folks lived differently in my day. There weren't no gas, and there weren't no railroads, and London tradespeople was content to live in the same house from year's end to year's end. But now your tradesman must go on his foreign tours, like a prince of the royal family, and he must go here and go there, and when he's been everywhere, he caps it all by going through the Gazette. Folks stayed at home in my day, but they made their fortunes, and they kept their wealth, and their eyesight, and their memory, and their hearing, and many of 'em have lived to see the next generation make fools of themselves." "Why, father," cried Anthony Junior, aghast at this flood of eloquence, "what an oration!" "And it ain't often I make an oration, is it, Tony?" the old man said, laughing. "I only mean to say that if my memory's pretty bright, it may be partly because I haven't frittered it away upon nonsense, as some folks have. I've stayed at home and minded my own business, and left other people to mind theirs. And now, sir, if you want the help of my memory, I'm ready to give it." "You told me the other day that you could not recall the name of the place where Christian Meynell's daughter married. But you said you should remember it if you heard it. And you also said that the name ended in Cross." "I'll stick to that," replied my ancient friend. "I'll stick to that." "Very well, then. It is a settled thing that the place was in Yorkshire?" "Yes, I'm sure of that too." "And that the name ended in Cross?" "It did, as sure as my name is Sparsfield." "Then in that case, as there are only 6 towns or villages in the county of York, the names of which end in Cross, it stands to reason that the place we want must be one of those 6. Thus having premised, I took my list from my pocket and read aloud the names of the 6 places very slowly for Mr. Sparsfield's edification. Aylesly Cross, Beaufort Cross, Callendale Cross, Huxter's Cross, Jarnham Cross, Kingborough Cross. "That's him!" cried the old friend suddenly. "Which?" I asked eagerly. "Huxter's Cross. I remember thinking at the time that it must be a place where they sold things, because of the name Huxter, you see, pronounced just the same as if it was spelt with a CKS instead of an X. And I heard afterwards that there'd once been a market held at that place, but it had been done away with before our time. Huxter's Cross, yes, that's the name of the place where Christian Meynell's daughter married and settled. I've heard it many a time from poor Sam, and it comes back to me as plain as if I'd never forgotten it." There was an air of conviction about the old man which satisfied me that he was not deceived. I thanked him heartily for his aid as I took my leave. "You may have helped to put a good lump of money in my pocket, Mr. Sparsfield," I said; "and if you have, I'll get my picture taken, if it's only for the pleasure of bringing it here to be framed." With this valedictory address I left my simple citizens of Barbican. My heart was very light as I wended my way across those metropolitan wilds that lay between Barbican and Omega Street. I am ashamed of myself when I remember the foolish cause of this elation of mind. I was going to Yorkshire, the county of which my Charlotte was now an inhabitant. My Charlotte! It is a pleasure to even write that delicious possessive pronoun. The pleasure of poor Alnaschar, the crockery seller, dreaming his daydream in the eastern market-place. Can any one know better than I that I shall be no nearer Charlotte Halliday in Yorkshire than I am in London? No one. And yet I am glad my Sheldon's business takes me into the woods of the wolds of that wide northern shire. Huxter's Cross. Some heaven-forgotten spot, no doubt. I bought a railway time-table on my way home to-night, and have carefully studied the bearings of the place amongst those mouldy records I am to discover the history of Christian Meynell's daughter and heiress. I find that Huxter's Cross lies off the railroad, and is to be approached by an obscure little station, as I divine from the ignominious type in which its name appears, about 60 miles northward of Hull. The station is called Hidling, and at Hidling there seems to be a coach which plies between the station and Huxter's Cross. Figure to yourself again, my dear, the heir at law to £100,000 vegetating in the unknown regions of Huxter's Cross come Hidling, unconscious of his heritage.
Shall I find him at the plough-tail, I wonder, this mute inglorious heir at law? Or shall I find an heiress with brawny arms, meekly churning butter? Or shall I discover the last of the Meynells taking his rest in some lonely churchyard, not to be awakened by earthly voice proclaiming the tidings of earthly good fortune? I am going to Yorkshire. That's enough for me. I languish for the starting of the train which shall convey me thither. I begin to understand the nostalgia of the mountain herdsman. I pine for that northern air, those fresh pure breezes blowing over moor and wold, though I am not quite clear, by the by, as to the exact nature of a wold. I pant, I yearn for Yorkshire. I, the Cockney, the child of Temple Bar, whose cradle song was boomed by the bells of St. Dunstan's and St. Clement's Danes. Is not Yorkshire my Charlotte's birthplace? I want to see the land whose daughters are so lovely. End of Book the Sixth, Part 2. Book the Sixth, Part 3 of Birds of Prey, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Arcadia. November 1st. This is Huxter's Cross, and I live here. I have lived here a week, and should like to live here for ever. Oh, let me be rational for a few hours, while I write the record of this last blissful week. Let me be reasonable and businesslike and Sheldon-like for this one wet afternoon, and then I may be happy and foolish again. Be still, beating heart, as the heroines of Minerva press romances were accustomed to say to themselves on the smallest provocation. Be still, foolish, fluttering schoolboy heart, which has taken a new lease of youth and folly from a fair landlord called Charlotte Halliday. Drip, drip, drip-o rain. The day is dark and cold and dreary, and the vine still clings to the mouldering wall, and with every great gust the dead leaves fall. But thy sweet, sad verse wakes no responsive echo in my heart, O tender transatlantic poet, for my heart is light and glad, recklessly glad, heedless of tomorrow, forgetful of yesterday, full to the very brim with the dear delight of today. And now to business. I descend from the supernal realms of fancy to the dry record of commonplace fact. This day week I arrived at Hidling, after a tedious journey, which, with stoppages at Derby and Normanton, and small delays at obscurer stations, had occupied the greater part of the day. It was dusk when I took my place at the hybrid vehicle, half coach, half omnibus, which was to convey me from Hidling to Huxter's Cross. A transient glimpse of Hidling showed me one long straggling street and a square church tower. Our road branched off from the straggling street, and in the autumn dusk I could just discover the dim outlines of distant hills encircling a broad waste of moor. I have been so steeped in London that this wild barren scene had a charm for me which it could scarcely possess for others. Even in the gloom of that dark waste of common land was pleasant to me. I shared the public vehicle with one old woman, who snored peacefully in the remotest corner, while I looked out at the little open window and watched the darkening landscape. Our drive occupied some hours. We passed 2 or 3 little clusters of cottages and homesteads, where the geese screamed and the cocks crowed at our approach, and where a few twinkling tapers in upper windows proclaimed the hour of bedtime. At one of these clusters of habitation, a little island of humanity in the waste of wold and moor, we changed horses, with more yowing and come-upping than would have attended the operation in a civilized country. At this village I heard the native tongue for the first time in all its purity, and for any meaning which it conveyed to my ear I might as well have been listening to the patois of agricultural Carthage. After changing horses we went uphill, with perpetual groanings and grumblings and grindings and whip-smacking and come-upping for an indefinite period. and then we came to a cluster of cottages, suspended high up in the sharp autumn atmosphere as it seemed to me, and the driver of the vehicle came to my little peephole of a window, and told me with some slight modification of the Carthaginian patois that I was there. I alighted and found myself at the door of a village inn, with the red light from within shining out upon me where I stood, and a battered old sign groaning and creaking above my head. For me, who in all my life had been accustomed to find my warmest welcome at an inn, this was to be at home. I paid my fare and took up my carpet bag and entered the hostelry. I found a rosy-faced landlady, clean and trim, though a trifle floury as to the arms and apron. She had emerged from a kitchen, an old-fashioned chamber with a floor of red brick, a chamber which was all in a rosy glow with the firelight, and looked like a Dutch picture, as I peered at it through the open doorway. There were the most picturesque of cakes and loaves heaped upon a wooden bench by the hearth, and the whole aspect of the place was delicious in its homely comfort. "Oh," I said to myself, "how much better the northern winds blowing over these untrodden hills, and the odour of home-made loaves, than the booming bells of St. Dunstan's, and the greasy steam of tavern chops and steaks!" My heart warmed to this Yorkshire and these Yorkshire people. Was it for Charlotte's sake, I wonder, that I was so ready to open my heart to everybody and everything in this unknown land? A very brief parley set me quite at ease with my landlady. Even the Carthaginian patois became intelligible to me after a little experience. I found that I could have a cosy, cleanly chamber, and be fed and cared for upon terms that seemed absurdly small, even to a person of my limited means. My cordial hostess brought me a meal which was positively luxurious: broiled ham and poached eggs, such as one scarcely hopes to see out of a picture of still life; crisp brown cakes, fresh from that wonderful oven whose door I had seen yawning open in the Flemish interior below; strong tea and cream, the cream that one reads of in pastoral stories. I enjoyed my banquet, and then opened my window and looked out at the landscape, dimly visible in the faint starlight. I was at the top of a hill, the topmost of an ascending range of hills, and to some minds that alone is rapture. To inhale the fresh night air was to drink deeply of an ethereal beverage. I had never experienced so delicious a sensation since I had stood on the grassy battlements of Château d'Arcs, with the orchards and gardens of sunny Normandy spread like a carpet below my feet. But this hill was loftier than that on which the feudal castle rears its crumbling towers, and the landscape below me was wilder than verdant Normandy. No words can tell how I rejoiced at this untrodden region, this severance from the Strand and Temple Bar. I felt as if my old life was falling away from me, like the scales of the lepers who were cleansed by the divine healer. I felt myself worthier to love, or even to be loved by, the bright, true-hearted girl whose image fills my heart. Ah, if heaven gave me that dear angel, I think my old life, my old recklessness, my old want of principle would drop away from me altogether, and the leper would stand forth cleansed and whole. Could I not be happy with her here, among these forgotten hills, these wide scattered homesteads? Could I not be happily dissevered eternally from billboard room and kursaal, race ground and dancing rooms? Yes, completely and unreservedly happy. Happy as a village curate, with £70 a year and a cast-off coat, supplied by the charity of a land too poor to pay its pastors the wage of a decent butler. Happy as a struggling farmer, though the clay soil of my scanty acres were never so sour and stubborn, my landlord never so hard about his rent; happy as a pedlar with my pack of cheap tawdry wares slung behind me, and my Charlotte tramping gaily by my side. I breakfasted the next morning in a snug little parlour behind the bar, where I overheard two carters conversing in the Carthaginian patois, to which I became hourly more accustomed. My brisk, cheery landlady came in and out while I took my meal, and whenever I could detain her long enough, I tried to engage her in conversation. I asked her if she had ever heard the name of Meynell, and after profound consideration she replied in the negative. "I don't mind hearing odd of folks called Meynell," she said, with more or less of the patois, which I was beginning to understand, "but I haven't got mooch memory for names. I might have heard o' such folks, and not minded to nem." This was rather dispiriting, but I knew that if any record of Christian Meynell's daughter existed at Huxter's Cross, it was in my power to discover it. I asked if there was any official in the way of a registrar to be found in the village, and found that there was no one more important than the old man who kept the keys of the church. The registers were kept in the vestry, my landlady believed, and the old man was called Jonas Gorles, and lived half a mile off, at the homestead of his son-in-law. But my landlady said she would send for him immediately, and pledged herself to produce him in the course of an hour. I told her that I would find my way to the churchyard in the meantime, whither Mr. Gorles could follow me as soon as convenient. The autumnal morning was fresh and bright as spring, and Huxter's Cross seemed the most delightful place on earth to me, though it is only a cluster of cottages, relieved by one farmhouse of moderate pretensions, my hostelry of the Magpie, a general shop, which is also the post office, and a fine old Norman church, which lies away from the village, and bears upon it the traces of better days. Near the church is an old granite cross, around which the wild flowers and grasses grow rank and high. It marks the spot where there was once a flourishing market-place. But all mortal habitations have vanished, and the Huxter's Cross of the past has now no other memorial than this crumbling stone. The churchyard was unutterably still and solitary. A robin perched on the topmost bar of the old wooden gate, singing his joyous carol. As I approached, he hopped from the gate to the low moss-grown wall, and went on singing as I passed him. I was in the humour to apostrophise skylark or donkey, or to be sentimental about anything in creation just then. So I told my robin what a pretty creature he was, and that I would sooner perish than hurt him by so much as a tip of a feather. Being bound to remember my Sheldon, even when most sentimental, I endeavoured to combine the meditative mood of a Hervey with the business-like sharpness of a lawyer's clerk; and while musing on the common lot of man in general, I did not omit to search the mouldering tombstones for some record of the Meynells in particular. I found none, and yet, if the daughter of Christian Meynell had been buried in that churchyard, the name of her father would surely have been inscribed upon her tombstone. I had read all the epitaphs when the wooden gate creaked on its hinges, and admitted a wizened little old man, one of those ancient meanderers who seem to have been created on purpose to fill the post of sexton. With this elderly individual I entered the church of Huxter's Cross, which had the same mouldy atmosphere as the church at Spotswold. The vestry was an icy little chamber, which had once been a family vault, but it was not much colder than Miss Judson's best parlour, and I endured the cold bravely while I searched the registries of the past 60 years. I searched in vain. After groping amongst the names of all the nonentities who had been married at Huxter's Cross since the beginning of the century, I found myself no nearer the secret of Charlotte Meynell's marriage. And then I reflected upon all the uncertainties surrounding that marriage. Miss Meynell had gone to Yorkshire to visit her mother's relations, and had married in Yorkshire; and the place which Anthony Sparsfield remembered having heard of in connection with that marriage was Huxter's Cross. But it did not by any means follow that the marriage had taken place at that obscure village. Miss Meynell might have been married at Hull or York or Leeds, or at any of the principal places of the county. With that citizen class of people marriage was a grand event, a solemn festivity, and Miss Meynell and her friends could have been likely to prefer that so festive an occasion should be celebrated anywhere rather than at the forgotten old church among the hills. I shall have to search every register in Yorkshire till I light upon the record I want, I thought to myself, unless Sheldon will consent to advertise for the Meynell marriage certificate. There could scarcely be danger in such an advertisement, as the connection between the name of Meynell and the Haygarth estate is only known to ourselves. Acting upon this idea, I wrote to George Sheldon by that afternoon's post, urging him to advertise for descendants of Miss Charlotte Meynell. Charlotte, dear name, which is a kind of music for me. It was almost a pleasure to write that letter because of the repetition of that delightful noun. The next day I devoted to a drive around the neighbourhood, in a smart little dog cart, hired on very moderate terms from mine host. I had acquainted myself with the geography of the surrounding country, and I contrived to visit every village church within a certain radius of Huxter's Cross. But my inspection of mildewed old books, and my heroic endurance of cold and damp in mouldy old churches, resulted in nothing but disappointment. I returned to my Magpie after dark, a little disheartened and thoroughly tired, but still very pleased with my rustic quarters and my adopted county. My landlord's horse had shown himself a very model of equine perfection. Candles were lighted and curtains drawn in my cosy little chamber, and the table creaked beneath one of those luxurious Yorkshire teas which might wean an alderman from the coarser delights of turtle or conger soup and venison. At noon the following day, a very primitive kind of postman brought me a letter from Sheldon. That astute individual told me that he declined to advertise, or to give any kind of publicity to his requirements. "If I were not afraid of publicity, I should not be obliged to pay you £1 a week," he remarked, with pleasing candour, "since advertisements would get me more information in a week than you may scrape together in a 12-month. But I happen to know the danger of publicity, and that many a good thing has been snatched out of a man's hands just as he was working it into shape. I don't say that this could be done in my case, and you know very well that it could not be done, as I hold papers which are essential to the very first move in the business." I perfectly understand the meaning of these remarks, and I am inclined to doubt the existence of those important papers. Suspicion is a fundamental principle in the Sheldon mind, and my friend George trusts me because he is obliged to trust me, and only so far as he is obliged, and is tormented, more or less, by the idea that I may at any moment attempt to steal a march upon him. But to return to his letter. "I should recommend you to examine the registries of every town or village within, say, 30 miles of Huxter's Cross. If you find nothing in such registries, we must fall back upon the larger towns, beginning with Hull, as being nearest to our starting point. The work will, I fear, be slow and very expensive for me. I need scarcely again urge upon you the necessity of confining your outlay to the minimum, as you know that my affairs are desperate. It couldn't well be lower water than it is with me in a pecuniary sense, and I expect every day to find myself ground. And now for my news. I have discovered the burial place of Samuel Meynell, after no end of trouble, the details of which I needn't bore you with, since you are now pretty well up in that sort of work. I am thankful to say I have secured the evidence that settles for Samuel, and ascertained by tradition that he died unmarried. Thus onus probandi would fall upon any one purporting to be descended from said Samuel, and we know how uncommonly difficult said person would find it to prove anything. So, having disposed of Samuel, I came back to London by the next mail. Calais, in the month of November, not being one of those wildly gay watering places which tempt the idler, I arrived just in time to catch this afternoon's post, and I now look impatiently to your Miss Charlotte Meynell of Huxter's Cross. Yours, etc., G.S. I obeyed my employer to the letter, hired my landlord's dog-cart for another day's exploration, and went further afield in search of Miss Charlotte's marriage lines. I came home late at night, this time thoroughly worn out, studied a railway guide with the view to my departure, and decided on starting for Hull by a train that would leave Hidling station at 4 o'clock the following afternoon. I went to bed tired in body and depressed in spirit. Why was I so sorry to leave Huxter's Cross? What subtle instinct of the brain or heart made me aware of that desert region amongst the hills held earth's highest felicity for me? The next morning was bright and clear. I heard the guns of sportsmen popping merrily in the still air as I breakfasted before an open window, while a noble sea-coal fire blazed on the hearth opposite me. There is no stint of fuel at Magpie. Everything in Yorkshire seems to be done with a lavish hand. I have heard Yorkshiremen called mean. As if meanness could exist in the hearts of my Charlotte's countrymen! My own experience of the country is brief, but I can only say that my friends of the Magpie are liberality itself, and that a Yorkshire tea is the very acme of unsophisticated bliss in the way of eating and drinking. I have dined at Philippe's. I know every dish in the menu of the Maison Dorée. But if I am to make my life a burden beneath the dark sway of the demon dyspepsia, let my destruction arrive in the shape of the ham and eggs, the crisp golden brown cakes, and undefiled honey of this northern Arcadia. I told my friendly hostess that I was going to leave her, and she was sorry. She was sorry for me, the wanderer. I can picture to myself the countenance of a London landlady if informed thus suddenly of her lodger's departure, and her suppressed mutterings about the ill convenience of such a proceeding. After breakfast I went out to take my own pleasure. I had done my duty in the matter of mouldy churches and mildewed registries, and I considered myself entitled to a holiday during the few hours that must elapse before starting of the hybrid vehicle for Hidling. I sauntered past the little cluster of cottages, admiring their primitive aspect, the stone crop on the red-tiled roofs, that had sunk under the weight of years. All was unspeakably fresh and bright. The tiny panes of the casement twinkled in the autumn sunlight. Birds sang, and hardy red geraniums bloomed in the cottage windows. What pleasure or distraction had the good wives of Huxter's Cross to lure them from the domestic delights of scrubbing and polishing? I saw young faces peeping at me from between snow-white muslin curtains, and felt that I was a personage for once in my life. And it was pleasant to feel oneself of some importance even in the eyes of Huxter's Cross. Beyond the cottages and the post office there were 3 roads, stretching far away over hill and moorland. With 2 of those roads I had made myself thoroughly familiar, but the third remained unexplored. So now for fresh fields and pastures new, I said to myself as I quickened my pace, and walked briskly along my unknown road. Ah, surely there is some meaning in the fluctuations of the mental barometer. What but an instinctive consciousness of approaching happiness could have made me so light-hearted that morning? I sang as I hastened along that undiscovered road. Fragments of old Italian serenades and barcarolles came back to me as if I had heard them yesterday for the first time. The perfume of the few lingering wildflowers, the odour of burning weeds in the distance, the fresh autumn breeze, the clear cold blue of sky, all were intensely delicious to me, and I felt as if this one lonely walk were a kind of renovating process, from which my soul would emerge cleansed of all its stains. I have to thank George Sheldon for a great deal, I said to myself, since through him I have been obliged to educate myself in the school of man's best teacher, solitude. I do not think I can ever be a thorough Bohemian again. These lonely wanderings have led me to discover a vein of seriousness in my nature, which I was ignorant of until now. Now thoroughly some men are the creatures of their surroundings. With Paget I have been a Paget. But a few hours tête-à-tête with nature renders one averse from the society of Pagets, be they ever so brilliant. From moralising thus I fell into a delicious daydream. All of my dreams of late had moved to the same music. How happy I could be if fate gave me Charlotte and 300 a year! In sober moods I asked for this much of worldly wealth, just to furnish a nest for my bird. In my wilder moments I asked fate for nothing but Charlotte. "Give me the bird without the nest," I cried to fortune, "and we will take wing to some trackless forest where there are shelter and berries for nestless birds. We will imitate that delightful bride and groom of Parisian Bohemia, who married and settled in an attic, and when their stock of fuel was gone, fell foul of the staircase that led to their bower, and so supplied themselves merrily enough until the staircase was all consumed, and the poor little bride, peeping out of her door one morning, found herself upon the verge of an abyss. And then came the furious landlord, demanding restitution. But close behind the landlord came the good fairy of all love stories, with Pactolus in her pocket. Ah, yes, there is always a providence for true lovers. I had passed away by this time from the barren moor to the regions of cultivation. The trimly cut hedges on each side of the way showed me that my road now lay between farmlands. I was outside the boundary of some upland farm. I saw sheep cropping trefoil in a field on the other side of the brown hedgerow, and at a distance I saw the red tiled roof of a farmhouse. I looked at my watch and found that I still had half an hour to spare, so I went onwards to the farmhouse, bent upon seeing what sort of habitation it was. In a solitary landscape like this, every dwelling place has a kind of attraction for the wayfarer. I went on till I came to a white gate, against which a girlish figure was leaning. It was a graceful figure, dressed in that semi-picturesque costume which has been adopted by women of late years. The vivid blue of bodice was tempered by the sober grey of a skirt, and a light-hued ribbon gleamed among the rich tresses of brown hair. The damsel's face was turned away from me, but there was something in the carriage of the head, something in the modelling of the firm full throat, which reminded me of— But then, when a man is over head and ears in love, everything in creation reminds him more or less of his idol. Your pious Catholic gives all his goods for the adornment of a church. Your true lover devotes his every thought to the dressing up of one dear image. The damsel turned as my steps drew near, loud on the crisp gravel. She turned and showed me the face of Charlotte Halliday. I must entreat posterity to forgive me if I leave a blank at this stage of my story. There are chords in the human heart which had better not be vibrated, sed sim tapertit. There are emotions which can only be described by the pen of a poet. I am not a poet, and if my diary is so happy as to be of some use to posterity as a picture of the manners of a repentant Bohemian, posterity must not quarrel with my shortcomings in the way of sentimental description. Chapter 4. In Paradise. We stood at the white gate talking to each other, my Charlotte and I. The old red-tiled roof which I had seen in the distance sheltered the girl I love. The solitary farmhouse which it had been my whim to examine was the house in which my dear love made her home. It was here, to this untrodden hillside, that my darling had come from the prim modern villa at Bayswater. Ah, what happiness to find her here, far away from all those stockbroking surroundings, here, where our hearts expanded beneath the divine influence of nature! I fear that I was coxcomb enough to fancy myself beloved that day we parted in Kensington Gardens. A look, a tone, too subtle for definition, thrilled me with a sudden hope so bright that I would not trust myself to believe it could be realized. She is a coquette, I said to myself. Coquetry is one of the graces which nature bestows upon these bewitching creatures. That little conscious look, which stirred this weak heart so tumultuously, is no doubt common to her when she knows herself beloved and admired, and has no meaning that can flatter my foolish hopes. This is how I had reasoned with myself again and again during the dreary interval in which Miss Halliday and I had been separated. But oh, what a hardy perennial blossom hope must be! The tender buds were not to be crushed by the pelting hailstones of hard common sense. They had survived all my philosophical reflections, and burst into a sudden flower to-day at sight of Charlotte's face. She loved me, and was delighted to see me. That was what her radiant face told me, and could I do less than believe the sweet confession? For the first few moments we could scarcely speak to each other, and then we began to converse in the usual commonplace strain. She told me of her astonishment on seeing me in that remote spot. I could hardly confess to having business at Huxter's Cross, so I was fain to tell my dear love a falsehood, and declare that I was taking a holiday up at the hills. "And how do you come to choose Huxter's Cross for your holiday?" she asked naively. I told her that I had heard the place spoken of by a person in the city, a simple-minded Sparsfield to wit. "And you could not have come to a better place," she cried, "though the people do call it the very dullest spot in the world. This was my dear Aunt Mary's house, Papa's sister, you know. Grandpapa Halliday had 2 farms. This was one, and Hyley the other. Hyley was much larger and better than this, you know, and was left to poor Papa, who sold it just before he died." Her face clouded as she spoke of her father's death. "I can't speak about that without pain even now," she said softly, "though I was only 9 years old when it happened. But one can suffer a great deal at 9 years old." And then, after a little pause, she went on to speak of her Yorkshire home. "My aunt and uncle Mercer are so kind to me, and yet they are neither of them really related to me. My Aunt Mary died very young, when her first baby was born, and the poor little baby died too, and Uncle Mercer inherited the property from his wife, you see. He married again after 2 years, and his second wife is the dearest, kindest creature in the world. I always call her aunt, for I don't remember poor papa's sister at all, and no aunt that ever lived could be more kinder to me than Aunt Dorothy. I am always so happy here," she said, "and it seems such a treat to get away from the lawn. Of course I'm sorry to leave mamma, you know," she added pathetically, "and the stiff breakfasts, and Mr. Sheldon's newspapers that crackle so shockingly all breakfast time, and the stiff dinners, with a prim parlour maid staring at one all the time, and one bringing vegetables that one doesn't want if only ventures to breathe a little louder than usual. Here it is Liberty Hall. Uncle Joe, he is Aunt Dorothy's husband, is the kindest creature in the world, just the very reverse of Mr. Sheldon in everything. I don't mean that my stepfather is unkind, you know. Oh no, he has always been very good to me, much kinder than I have deserved that he should be. But Uncle Joe's ways are so different. I am sure you will like him, and I'm sure he will like you, for he likes everybody, dear thing. And you must come and see us very often, please, for Newhall Farm is open house, you know, and the stranger within the gates is always welcome." Now my duty to my Sheldon demanded that I should scamper back to Huxter's Cross as fast as my legs would carry me, in order to be in time for the hybrid vehicle that was to convey me to Hidling Station. And here was this dear girl, inviting me to linger, and promising me a welcome to the house which was made a paradise by her presence. I looked at my watch. It would have been impossible for me to reach Huxter's Cross in time for the vehicle. Conscience whispered that I should hire my landlord's dog-cart and a boy to drive me to Hidling, but the whispers of conscience are very faint, and love cried aloud, "Stay with Charlotte. Supreme happiness is offered to you for the first time in your life. Fool that would reject so rare a gift." It was to this latter counsel I gave my ear. My Sheldon's interest went overboard, and I stayed by the white gate talking to Charlotte till it was quite too late to heed the reproachful grumblings of conscience about the dog-cart. My Charlotte, yes, I boldly call her mine now. My dear is great in agriculture. She enlightened my Cockney mind on the subject of upland farms, telling me how Uncle and Aunt Mercer's land is poor and sandy, requiring very little in the way of draining, but producing by no means luxuriant crops. It is a very picturesque place, and has a certain gentlemanlike air with it pleasing to my snobbish taste. The house lies in a tract of open grass land, dotted here and there by trees, and altogether a park-like appearance. True that the mild and useful sheep rather than the stately stag browses on that greensward, and few carriages roll along the winding gravel road that leads to the house. I felt a rapturous thirst for the agricultural knowledge as I listened to my Charlotte. Was there a vacancy for hind or herdsman on Newhall Farm, I wondered? What is the office so humble I would not fill for her dear sake? Oh, how I sighed for the days of Jacob, that first distinguished usurer, so that I might serve 7 years, and again 7 years for my darling! I stayed by the white gate, abandoning all thought of my employer's behests, unconscious of time, unconscious of everything except that I was with Charlotte Halliday, and would not have resigned my position to be made Lord Chancellor of England. Anon came Uncle Joe, with a pleasant rubicund visage beaming under a felt hat, to tell Lotta that dinner was ready. To him I was immediately presented. "Mr. Mercer, my dear uncle Joseph, Mr. Hawkehurst, a friend of my stepfather's," said Charlotte. 2 or 3 minutes afterwards we were all three walking across the park-like sward to the hospitable farmhouse, for the idea of my departing before dinner seemed utterly preposterous to this friendly farmer. Considered apart from the glamour that for my eyes must needs shine over any dwelling inhabited by Charlotte Halliday, I will venture to say that Newhall farmhouse is the dearest old place in the world. Such delightful old rooms, with the deepest window seats, the highest mantelpieces, the widest fireplaces possible in domestic architecture; such mysterious closets and uncanny passages; such pitfalls in the way of unexpected flights of stairs; such antiquated glazed corner cupboards for the display of old china; everything redolent of the past. In one corner a spinning wheel, so old that its spindle might be the identical weapon that pierced Princess Sleeping Beauty's soft white hand. In another corner an armchair that must have been old-fashioned in the days of Queen Anne. And oh, what ancient flowered chintzes, what capacious sofas, what darling mahogany secretaries and bureaus, with gleamy brazen adornments in the way of handles, and about everything the odour of rose-leaves and lavender. I have grown familiar with every corner of the dear old place within the last few days, but on this first day I had only a general impression of its antiquated aspect and homely comfort. I stayed to dine at the same unpretending board at which my Charlotte had sat years ago, elevated on a high chair, and as yet new to the use of knives and forks. Uncle Joe and Aunt Dorothy told me this in their pleasant friendly way, while the young ladies sat by, blushing and dimpling like a summer sea beneath the rosy flush of sunrise. No words can relate how delightful it was to me to hear them talk of my dear love's childhood. They dwelt so tenderly upon her sweetness, they dilated with such enthusiasm upon her pretty ways. Her pretty ways! Ah, how fatal a thing it is for mankind when nature endows a woman with those pretty ways! From the thrall of Grecian noses and Castilian eyes there may be hope of deliverance, but from the spell of that indescribable witchery there is none. I whistled my Sheldon down the wind without remorse, and allowed myself to be as happy as if I had been the squire of valley and hillside, with 10,000 a year to offer my Charlotte with the heart that loves her so fondly. I have no idea what we had for dinner. I only know that the fare was plenteous, and that the hospitality of my new friends unabounded. We were very much at ease with one another, and our laughter rang up to the stalwart beams that sustained the old ceiling. If I had possessed the smallest fragment of my heart, I should have delivered it over without hesitation to my my Charlotte's Aunt Dorothy, who is the cheeriest, brightest, kindest matron I ever met, with a sweet unworldly spirit that beams out of her candid blue eyes. Charlotte seems to have been tenderly attached to her father, the poor fellow who died in Philip Sheldon's house. Uncomfortable for Sheldon, I should think. The Mercers talk a good deal of Thomas Halliday, for whom they appear to have entertained a very warm affection. They also spoke with considerable kindness of the two Sheldons, whom they knew as young men in the town of Barlingford; but I should not imagine either uncle Joseph or aunt Dorothy very well able to fathom the still waters of the Sheldon intellect. After dinner uncle Joe took us around the farm. The last stack of corn had been thatched, and there was a peaceful lull in the agricultural world. We went into a quadrangle lined with poultry sheds, where I saw more of the feathered race than I had ever in my life beheld congregated together. Thence to the inspection of pigs; and it was agreeable to inspect even those vulgar querulous grunters, with Charlotte by my side. Her brightness shed a light on all those common objects. And oh, how I longed to be a farmer, like uncle Mercer, and devote my life to Charlotte and agriculture. When uncle Joe had done the honours of his farmyards and threshing machinery, he left us to attend to his afternoon duties. We wandered together over the breezy upland at our own sweet wills, or at her sweet will rather, since what could I do but follow where she pleased to lead? We talked of many things, of the father whom she had loved so dearly, whose memory was still so mournfully dear to her; of her old home at Hyley; of her visits to these dear Mercers; of her school days, and her new unloved home in the smart Bayswater villa. She confided in me as she had never done before; and when we turned in the chill autumn gloaming, I had told her of my love, and had won from her the sweet confession of its return. I have never known happiness so perfect as that which I felt as we walked home together. Home, yes. That old farmhouse must be my home, as well as hers henceforward. For any habitation which she loved must be a kind of home for me. Sober reflection tells me how reckless and imprudent my whole conduct has been in this business. But when did ever love and prudence go hand in hand? We were children, Charlotte and I, on that blessed afternoon, and we told each other our love as children might have told it, without thought of the future. We have both grown wiser since that time, and are quite agreed as to our imprudence and foolishness; but though we endeavour to contemplate the future in the utmost serious manner, we are too happy in the present to be able to analyse the difficulties and dangers that lie in our pathway. Surely there must be a providence for imprudent lovers. The November dews fell thick, and the November air was chill, as we walked back to the homestead. I was sorry that there should be that creeping dampness in the atmosphere that night. It seemed out of harmony with the new warmth in my heart. I pressed my darling's little hand closer to my breast, and had no more consciousness of any impediments to my future bliss than of the ground on which I walked, and that seemed air. We found our chairs waiting for us at aunt Dorothy's tea table, and I enjoyed that aldermanic banquet, a Yorkshire tea, under circumstances that elevate it to an Olympian repast. I thought of the comic Latin grammar. Musa masse, the gods were at tea. Musae musam, eating raspberry jam. I was Jove, and my love was Juno. I looked at her athwart the misty clouds that issued from the hissing urn, and saw her beautified by a heightened bloom, and with a sweet, shy conscious look in her eyes which made her indeed divine. After tea we played whist, and I am bound to confess that my divinity played execrably, persistently disdaining to return her partner's lead, and putting mean little trumps upon her adversary's tricks with a facetious economy of resources which is always ruin. I stayed till 10 o'clock, reckless of the unknown country which separated me from the Magpie, and then walked home alone, under the faint starlight, though my friendly host would have fain lent me a dog-cart. The good people here lend one another dog-carts as freely as a cockney offers his umbrella. I went back to Huxter's Cross alone, and the long solitary walk was very pleasant to me. Looking up at the stars as I tramped homeward, I could but remember an old epigram: "Were you the earth, dear love, and I the skies, my love should shine on you like to the sun, and look upon you with 10,000 eyes, till heaven waxed blind, and till the world were done. I had ample leisure for reflection during that long night walk, and found myself becoming a perfect young Hervey Sturm, what you will, in the way of meditation. I could not choose but wonder at myself when I looked back to this time last year, and remembered my idle evenings in the third-rate cafes, on the Rive Gauche, playing dominoes, talking the foul language of Parisian Bohemia, and poisoning my system with adulterated absinthe. And now I feast upon sweet cakes and honey, and I think it paradisiac enjoyment to play whist for love in a farmhouse parlour. I am younger by 10 years than I was 12 months ago. Ah, let me thank God who has sent me my redemption. I lifted my hat and pronounced the thanksgiving softly under that tranquil sky. I was almost ashamed to hear the sound of my own voice. I was like some shy child who for the first time speaks his father's name. End of Book the 6th, Part 3. Chapter 5. Too Fair to Last. In my confidence with my girl, I had told her neither the nature of my mission in Yorkshire, nor the fact that I was bound to leave Huxter's Cross immediately upon exploring expedition to nowhere in particular, in search of the archives of the Meynells. How could I bring myself to tell her that I must leave her? How much less could I bring myself to do it? Rendered desperately unmindful of the universe by reason of all my absorbing happiness, I determined on giving myself a holiday boldly, in defiance of Sheldon and the Sheldonian interests. Am I a bounden slave, I ask myself, that I should go here or there at any man's bidding, for the pitiful stipend of 20 shillings a week? It is to be observed that the rate of hire makes all the difference in these cases, and while it is ignominious for a lawyer's clerk to hasten to and fro in the earning of his weekly wage, it is in no way dishonourable for the minister of state to obey the call of his chief, and hurry hither and thither in abnegation of all his own predilections, and to the aggravation of his chronic gout. I wrote to my Sheldon and told him that I had met with friends in the neighbourhood of Huxter's Cross, and that I intended to give myself a brief holiday, after which I would resume my labours, and do my uttermost to make up for wasted time. I had still the remnant of my borrowed £30, and amongst these northern hills I felt myself a millionaire. £3,000 at 5%, £150 a year. I felt that with such an income assured to us, and the fruits of my industry, Charlotte and I might be secure from all the storms of life. Ah, what happiness it would be to work for her! And I am not too old to begin life afresh, not too old for the bar, not too old to make some mark as a writer on the press, not too old to become a respectable member of society. After having dispatched my letter to Sheldon, I made off for Newhall Farm with all speed. I had received a sort of general invitation from the kindest of uncles and aunts, but I contrived with becoming modesty to arrive after Mr. Mercer's dinner hour. I found Charlotte alone in the dear old-fashioned parlour, Aunt Dorothy being engaged in some domestic operations in the kitchen, and Uncle Joseph making his usual after-dinner rounds amongst the pigsties and the threshing machines. I discovered afterwards that it was Miss Halliday's wont to accompany her kind kinsman in this afternoon investigation, but to-day she had complained of a headache, and preferred to stay at home. Yet there were a few symptoms of the headache when I found her standing in the bow window watching the path by which I came, and the face of Aurora herself could scarcely be brighter or fresher than my darling's innocent blushes when I greeted her with the privileged kiss of betrothal. We sat in the bow window talking till the twilight shadows crept over the greensward, and the sheep were led away to their fold, with cheerful jingling bells and barking of watchful dog. My dearest girl told me that our secret had already been discovered by the penetrating eyes of Aunt Dorothy and Uncle Joseph. They had teased her unmercifully, it seemed, all that day, but were graciously pleased to smile upon my suit, like a pair of imprudent Arcadians as they are.
"They like you very much indeed," my Lotta said joyously; "but I believe they think I have known you much longer than I really have, and that you are very intimate with my stepfather. It seems almost like deceiving them to allow them to think so. But I really haven't the courage to tell the truth. How foolish and bold they would think me if they knew how very short a time I have known you." "20 times longer than Juliet had known Romeo when they met in the friar's cell to be married," I urged. "Yes, but that was in a play," replied Charlotte, "where everything is obliged to be hurried; and at Hyde Lodge we all of us thought that Juliet was a very forward young person. The poets all believe in love at first sight, and I'll wager our uncle Joe fell head over ears in love with Aunt Dorothy after having danced with her 2 or 3 times at an assize ball," said I. After this we became intensely serious, and I told my darling girl that I hoped very soon to be in possession of a small fixed income, and to have begun a professional career. I told her how dear an incentive to work she had given me, and how little fear I had for the future. I reminded her that Mr. Sheldon had no legal power to control her actions, and that, as her father's will had left her entirely to her mother's guardianship, she had only her mother's pleasure to consult. "I believe poor mamma would let me marry a crossing sweeper if I cried and declared it would make me miserable not to marry him," said Charlotte. "But then, you see, mamma's wishes mean Mr. Sheldon's wishes. She is sure to think whatever he tells her to think; and if he is strongly against our marriage—" "As I am sure he will be," I interjected, "he will work upon poor mamma in that calm, persistent, logical way of his until he makes her as much against it as himself." "But even your mamma has no legal power to control your actions, my love. Were you not of age on your last birthday?" My darling replied in the affirmative. "Then of course you are free to marry whom you please; and as I am thankful to say you don't possess a single sixpence in your own right, there need be no fuss about settlements or pin money. We can marry any fine morning that my girl pleases to name, and defy all the stern stepfathers in creation." "How I wish I had a fortune, for your sake!" she said with a sigh. "Be glad for my sake that you have none," I answered. "You cannot imagine the miserable complications and perplexities which arise in this world from the possession of money. No slave so tightly bound as the man who has what people call a stake in the country, and a balance at his banker's. The true monarch of all he surveys is the penniless reprobate who walks down Fleet street with his whole estate covered by the seedy hat upon his head." Having thus moralised, I proceeded to ask Miss Halliday if she was prepared to accept a humbler station than that enjoyed by her at the Lawn. "No useful landau to be an open carriage at noon and a family coach at night," I said. "No nimble page to skip hither and thither at his fair lady's commands, if not belated on the way by the excitement of tossing halfpence with youthful adventurers of the byways and alleys. No trim parlour maids, with irreproachable caps, dressed for the day at 11 o'clock a.m. But instead of these, a humble 6-roomed bandbox of a house, and one poor hard-working slavey, with perennial smudges from saucepan lids upon her honest pug nose. Consider the prospect seriously, Charlotte, and ask yourself whether you can endure such a descent in the social scale." My Charlotte laughed, as if the prospect had been the most delightful picture ever presented to mortal vision. "Do you think I care for the landau or the page?" she cried. "If it were not for mamma's sake, I should detest that prim villa and all its arrangements. You see me so happy here, there is no pretence of grandeur." "But I am bound to warn you that I shall not be able to provide Yorkshire teas at the commencement of our domestic career," I remarked by way of parenthesis. "Aunt Dorothy will send us hampers of poultry and cakes, sir, and for the rest of our time we can live upon bread and water." On this I promised my betrothed a house in Cavendish or Portman square, and a better built landau than Mr. Sheldon's in the remote future. With those dear eyes for my pole stars, I felt myself strong enough to clamber up the slippery ascent to the woolsack. The best and purest ambition must surely be that which is only a synonym for love. After we had sat talking in the gloaming to our heart's content, Aunt Dorothy appeared, followed by a sturdy handmaid with lighted candles, and a still sturdier handmaid with a ponderous tea tray. The two made haste to spread a snow-white cloth, and to set forth the species of banquet which it is the fashion nowadays to call high tea. Anon came uncle Joseph, bringing with him some slight perfume from the piggeries, and he and Aunt Dorothy were pleased to be pleasantly facetious and congratulatory in their conversation during the social meal which followed their advent. After tea we played whist again, Aunt Dorothy and I obtaining a succession of easy victories over Charlotte and uncle Joe. I felt myself hourly more and more completely at home in that simple domestic circle, and enjoyed the proud position of an accepted lover. My Arcadian friends troubled themselves in no wise as to the approval or disapproval of Mr. and Mrs. Sheldon, or with regard either to my prospects or my antecedents. They saw me devoted to my dear girl. They saw my dearest pleased by my devotion, and they loved her so well that they were ready to open their hearts without reserve to the man who adored her and was loved by her, let him be rich or poor, noble or base-born. As they would have given her the wax doll of her desire 10 or 12 years ago without question as to price or fitness of things, so they now gave her kindly smiles and approval for the lover of her choice. "I know Philip Sheldon is a man who looks to the main chance," said uncle Joe in the course of a discussion about his niece's future, which dyed her cheeks with blushes in the present, "and I shall lay you find him rather a difficult customer to deal with, especially as poor Tom's will be left all the money in George's hands, which of course is tantamount to saying that Sheldon has got the disposal of it." I assured uncle Joe that the money was the very last thing I desired. "Then in that case I don't see why he shouldn't let you have Charlotte," replied Mr. Mercer; "and if she's cheated out of her poor dad's money, she shan't be cheated out of what her old aunt and uncle may have to leave her by and by." Here were these worthy people promising me an heiress with no more compunction than if they had been offering me a cup of tea. I walked homeward once more beneath the quiet stars. Oh, how happy I was! Can happiness so perfect, joy so sinless endure? I, the friendless wanderer and penniless bohemian, asked myself this question, and again I paused upon the lonely moorland road to lift my hat as I thanked God for having given me such bright hopes. But George Sheldon's £3,000 must be mine before I can secure the humblest shelter for my sweet one, and although it would be bliss to me to tramp through the world barefoot with Charlotte by my side, the barefooted state of things is scarcely the sort of prospect a man would care to offer to the woman he loves. So once more to the chase. One more day in this delicious land of the lotus eaters, Newhall Farm, and then away, hark forward, tantivy, and hey for the marriage lines of Charlotte Meynell, great-granddaughter of Matthew Haygarth, and, if still in the fresh, rightful heiress to the £100,000 at present likely to be absorbed by the ravening jaws of the Crown. One more day, one more delightful idle day, in the land where it is always afternoon, and then away to Hidling in the hybrid vehicle, and thence to Hull, from Hull to York, from York to Leeds, then Bradford to Huddersfield. Tout le bouquet. The rain beats against the diamond panes of my casement as I write. The day has been hopelessly wet, so I have stayed in my snug little chamber and occupied myself in writing this record. Foul wind or weather would have little power to keep me from my darling, but even if it had been a fine day, I could not with any grace have presented myself at Newhall Farm for a third afternoon. To-morrow my immediate departure will afford me an excuse for presenting myself once more before my kind uncle and aunt. It will be my farewell visit. I wonder whether Charlotte will miss me this afternoon. I wonder whether she will be sorry when I tell her that I am going to leave this part of the country. Ah, shall we ever meet again under such happy auspices?
Shall I ever again find such friends, or such a hospitable dwelling as those I leave amidst these northern hills? End of Book the Sixth, Part 3. Book the Sixth, Part 4 of Birds of Prey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1, Found in the Bible. November 3rd. The most wonderful event has befallen, surely the most wonderful that ever came to pass outside the realms of fiction. Let me set down the circumstances of yesterday coolly and quietly, if I can. I invoke the placid spirit of my children. I invoke all the divinities of Gray's Inn and the Fields. Let me be legal and specific, perspicacious and logical. If this beating heart, this fevered brain, will allow me a few hours' respite. The autumn sunshine blessed the land again yesterday. Moorland and meadow, fallow and clover field, were all the brighter for the steady downfall of the previous day. I walked to Newhall directly after breakfast, and found my dearest standing at the white 5-barred gate, dressed in her pretty blue jacket, and with ribbons in her bonny brown hair. She was pleased to see me, though at first just a little inclined to play the boudeuse on account of my absence on the previous day. Of course I assured her that it had been anguish for me to remain away from her, and quoted that divine sonnet of our William's to the like effect: "How like winter hath my absence been." And again, "O never say that I was false of heart, though absence seemed my flame to qualify." Equally of course my pet pretended not to believe me. After this little misunderstanding we forgave each other, and adored each other again, with just a little more than usual devotion. And then we went for a long ramble among the fields, and looked at the dear placid sheep, who stared at us wonderingly in return, as if exclaiming to themselves, "And these are the specimen couple of the creatures called lovers." We met Uncle Joe in the course of our wanderings, and returned with him in time for the vulgar superstition of dinner, which we might have forgotten had we been left by ourselves. After dinner Uncle Joe made off to his piggeries, while Aunt Dorothy fell asleep in a capacious old armchair by the fire, after making an apologetic remark to the effect that she was tired, and had been a good deal "tooed" that morning in the dairy. Tooed, I understand, is Yorkshire for worried. Aunt Dorothy having departed into the shadowy realms of dreams, Charlotte and I were left to our own devices. There was a backgammon board on a side table, surmounted by an old Indian bowl of dried rose leaves, and pour nos distraits I proposed that I should teach my dearest that diverting game. She assented, and we set to work in a very businesslike manner, Miss Halliday all attention, I serious as a professional schoolmaster. Unfortunately for my pupil's progress, the game of backgammon proved less entertaining than our own conversation, so after a very feeble attempt on the one side to learn and on the other side to teach, we closed the board and began to talk, first of the past, then of the future, the happy future which we were to share. There is no need that I should set down this lover's talk. Is it not written on my heart? The future seemed so fair and unclouded to me, as my love and I sat talking yesterday afternoon. Now all is changed. The strangest, the most surprising complications have arisen, and I doubt, I fear. After we had talked for a long time, Miss Halliday suddenly proposed that I should read to her. "Diana once told me that you read very beautifully," said this flatterer, "and I should so like to hear you read, poetry of course. You will find plenty of poems in that old bookcase, Cowper and Bloomfield and Pope. Now I'm sure that Pope is just the kind of poet whose verses you would read magnificently. Shall we explore the bookcase together?" Now if there was any manner of beguiling an idle afternoon, which seems to me most delightful, it is by the exploration of old bookcases, and when that delight can be shared by the woman one fondly loves, the pleasure thereof must be of course multiplied to an indefinite amount. So Charlotte and I set to work immediately to ransack the lower shelves of the old-fashioned mahogany bookcase, which contained the entire library of the Mercer household. I am bound to admit that we did not light upon many volumes of thrilling interest. The verses of Cowper, like those of Southey, have always appeared to me to have only one fault: there are too many of them. One shrinks appalled from that thick closely printed volume of morality cut into lengths of 10 feet, and beyond the few well-worn quotations in daily use, I am fain to confess that I am almost a stranger to the Bard of Olney. Half a dozen odd volumes of the Gentleman's Magazine, 3 or 4 of the Annual Register, a neatly bound edition of Clarissa Harlowe and Sir Charles Grandison in 12 volumes, Law's Holy Call to a Serious Life, Paradise Lost, Joseph Andrews, Hervey's Meditations, and Gulliver's Travels, formed the varied contents of the principal shelves. Above there were shabbily bound volumes and unbound pamphlets. Below there were folios, the tops whereof were thickly covered with the dust of ages, having escaped the care of the handmaidens even in that neatly appointed household. I knelt down to examine these. "You'll be covered with dust if you touch them," cried Charlotte. "I was once curious enough to examine them, but the result was very disappointing." "And yet they look so delightfully mysterious," I said. "This one, for instance." "That is an old history of London, with curious plates and maps. Rather interesting if one has nothing more amusing to read. But the perennial supply of novels from Mudie's spoils one for that kind of book. If I ever come to Newhall again I shall dip into the old history. One is never tired of dead and gone London. But after Mr. Knight's delightful book, any old history may seem very poor. What is my burly friend here? Oh, a dreadful veterinary surgeon's encyclopaedia, The Farmer's Friend, I think it's called. It's about the ailments of animals. And the next? The next is an odd volume of Penny Magazine. Dear Aunt Dorothy is rich in odd volumes. And the next, my bulky friend number 2, with cracked leather back and a general tendency to decay. Oh, that is the Meynell Bible. The Meynell Bible! A hot perspiration broke out upon my face as I knelt at Charlotte Halliday's feet, with my hand resting lightly on top of the book. "The Meynell Bible," I repeated, and my voice was faintly tremulous, in spite of the effort I made to control myself. "What do you mean by the Meynell Bible?" "I mean the old family Bible that belonged to my great-grandmamma. It was her father's Bible, you know, and of course he was my great-grandfather, Christian Meynell. Why do you stare at me, Valentine? Is there anything so wonderful in my having had a great-grandfather?" "No, darling, but the fact is that In another moment I should have told her the entire truth, but I remembered just in time that I had pledged myself to profound secrecy with regard to the nature and progress of my investigation, and I had yet to learn whether that pledge did or did not involve the observance of secrecy even with those most interested in my researches. Pending further communication with Sheldon, I was certainly bound to be silent. "I have a kind of interest in the name of Meynell," I said, "for I was once engaged in a business matter with people of that name." And thus having hoodwinked my beloved with a bouncer, I proceeded to extract the Bible from its shelf. The book was so tightly wedged into place that to remove it was like drawing a tooth. It was a noble-looking old volume, blue with mould of ages, and redolent of a chill of dampness like the atmosphere of a tomb. "I should so like to examine the old book when the candles come in," I said. Fortunately for the maintenance of my secret, the darkness was closing in upon us when I discovered the volume, and the room was only fitfully illuminated by the flame that brightened and faded every minute. I carried the book to a side table, and Charlotte and I resumed our talk until the candles came, and close behind them Uncle Joe. I fear I must have seemed a very inattentive lover during that brief interval, for I could not concentrate my thoughts upon the subject of our discourse. My mind would wander to the strange discovery that I had just made, and I could not refrain from asking myself whether by any extraordinary chance my own dear love should be the rightful claimant to John Haygarth's hoarded wealth. I hoped that it might not be so. I hoped that my darling might be penniless rather than the heir to wealth, which in all likelihood would create an obstacle strong enough to sever us eternally. I longed to question her about her family, but could not as yet trust myself to broach the subject. And while I doubted and hesitated, honest blustering uncle Joe burst into the room, and Aunt Dorothy awoke, and was unutterably surprised to find she had slept so long. After this came tea, and as I sat opposite my dearest girl I could not choose but remember that grey-eyed Molly, whose miniature had been found in the tulip wood bureau, and whose bright face I had seen in the likeness of Philip Sheldon's beautiful stepdaughter. And Mr. Sheldon's lovely stepdaughter was the lineal descendant of this very Molly. Strange mystery of transmitted resemblances! Here was the sweet face that had bewitched honest, simple-minded Matthew Haygarth, reproduced after the lapse of a century. My Charlotte was descended from a poor little player girl who had smiled on the roisterous populace of Bartholomew Fair. Some few drops of Bohemian blood mingled with the pure life stream in her veins. It pleased me to think of this, but I derived no pleasure from the idea that Charlotte might possibly be the claimant of a great fortune. She may have cousins who would stand before her, I said to myself, and there was some comfort in the thought. After tea I asked permission to inspect the old family Bible, much to the astonishment of uncle Joe, who had no sympathy with the antiquarian tastes, and marvelled that I should take any interest in so mouldy a volume. I told him with perfect truth that such things had always more or less interest for me, and then I withdrew to my little table, where I was provided with a special pair of candles. "You will find the births and deaths of all poor Molly's ancestors on the first leaf," said uncle Joe. "Old Christian Meynell was a rare one for jotting down such things. But the ink has gone so pale that it's about as much you'll do to make sense of it, I'll lay." Charlotte looked over my shoulder as I examined the fly leaf of the family Bible. Even with this incentive to distraction I contrived to be tolerably businesslike, and this is the record which I found on the faded page. Samuel Matthew Meynell, son of Christian and Sarah Meynell, born March 9, 1796, baptized as St. Giles, Cripplegate, in this city. Susan Meynell, daughter of Christian and Sarah Meynell, born June 29, 1798, also baptized in the same church. Charlotte Meynell, second daughter to the above Christian and Sarah, born October 3, 1800, baptized at the above-mentioned church of St. Giles, London. Below these entries, in blacker ink, and in a different handwriting, a bold, business-like masculine calligraphy, came the following: Charlotte Meynell married to James Halliday, in the parish church of Barngrave, Yorks, April 15, 1819. Thomas Halliday, son of above James and Charlotte Halliday, born January 3, 1821, baptized in the parish church of Barngrave, February 20 in the same year. Mary Halliday, daughter of the above named James and Charlotte Halliday, born May 27, 1823, baptized at Barngrave, July 1 in the same year. Below this there was an entry in a woman's penmanship: Susan, the beloved sister of C.H., died in London, July 11, 1835. Judge not that ye not be judged. I came to call sinners and not the righteous to repentance. This record seemed to hint vaguely at some sad story. Susan, the beloved sister, no precise data of the death, no surname. And then those two depreciating sentences, which seemed to plead for the dead. I had been led to understand that Christian Meynell's daughters both died in Yorkshire, one married, the other unmarried. The last record in the book was the decease of James Halliday, my dear girl's grandfather. After pondering long over the strangely worded entry of Susan Meynell's death, I reflected that, with the aid of those mysterious powers Hook and Crook, I must contrive to possess myself of an exact copy of this leaf from a family history, if not of the original document. Again my duty to my Sheldon impelled me to be false to all my new-born instincts, and boldly give utterance to another bouncer. "I am very much interested in a county history now preparing for the press," I said to my honoured uncle, who was engaged in a hand at cribbage with his wife, "and I really think this old leaf from a family Bible would make a very interesting page in that work." I blushed for myself as I felt how shamefully I was imposing upon my newly found kinsman's credulity. With scarcely any one but Uncle Joe could I have dared to employ so shallow an artifice. "Would it really now?" said that confiding innocent. "Well, I suppose old papers and letters, and such like, are uncommonly interesting to some folks. I can't say I care much about 'em myself." "Would you have any objection to my taking a copy of these entries?" I asked. "My word, no, lad, not I. Take half a dozen copies, and welcome, if they can be of any use to you or other people. That's not much to ask for." I thanked my simple host, and determined to write to a stationer at Hull for some tracing paper by the first post next morning. There was some happiness, at least, in having found this unlooked-for end to my researches. I had a good excuse for remaining longer near Charlotte Halliday. "It's only for my poor Mary's sake that I set any value on that old volume," the farmer said presently in a meditative tone. "You see, the names there are the names of her relations, not mine, and this place and all in it was hers. Dorothy and I are only interlopers, as you may say, at best, though I brought my fortune to the old farm, and Dorothy brought her fortune, and between us we've made Newhall a much better place than it was in old James Halliday's time. But there's something sad in the thought that none of those that were born on the land have left chick or child to inherit it." Uncle Joseph fell for a while into a pensive reverie, and I thought of that other inheritance, well nigh 50 times the value of Newhall farm, which is now waiting for a claimant. And again I asked myself, could it be possible that this sweet girl, whose changeful face had saddened with those old memories, whose innocent heart knew not one sordid desire, could it be indeed she whose fair hand was to wrest the Haygarthian gold from the grip of Crown lawyers? The sight of that old Bible seemed to have revived Mr. Mercer's memory of his first wife with unwonted freshness. "She was a sweet young creature," he said, "the living picture of our Lottie, and sometimes I fancy it must have been that which made me take to Lottie when she was a little one. I used to see my first wife's eyes looking up at me out of Lottie's eyes. I told Tom it was a comfort to me to have the little lass with me, and that's how they let her come over so often from Hyley. Poor old Tom used to bring her over in his Whitechapel cart, and leave her behind him for a week or so at a stretch. And then, when my Dorothy yonder took pity upon a poor lonely widower, she made as much of the little girl as if she'd been her own, and more perhaps, for not having any children of her own, she thought them such out-of-the-way creatures that you couldn't coddle them and pet them too much. There's a little baby lies buried in Barngrave churchyard with Tom Halliday's sister, that would have been a noble young man, sitting where you're sitting, Mr. Hawkehurst, and looking at me as bright as you're looking, perhaps, if the Lord's will hadn't been otherwise. We've all our troubles, you see, and that was mine. If it hadn't been for Dorothy, life would not have been worth much for me after that time, but my Dorothy is all manner of blessings rolled up in one." The farmer looked fondly at his second wife as he said this, and she blushed and smiled upon him with responsive tenderness. I fancy a woman's blushes and smiles wear longer in these calm solitudes than amid the tumult and clamour of a great city. Finding my host inclined to dwell upon the past, I ventured to hazard an indirect endeavour to obtain some information respecting that entry in the Bible which had excited my curiosity. "Miss Susan Meynell died unmarried, I believe," I said. "I see her death recorded here, but she is described by her Christian name only." "Ah, very like,"
replied Mr. Mercer, with an air of indifference, which I perceived to be assumed. "Yes, my poor Molly's Aunt Susan died unmarried." "And in London?" "I had been given to understand that she died in Yorkshire." I blushed for my own impertinence as I pressed this inquiry. What right had I to be given to understand anything about these honest Meynells? I saw poor uncle Joe's disconcerted face, and I felt that the hunter of an heir at law is apt to become a very obnoxious creature. "Susan Meynell died in London. The poor lass died in London," replied Joseph Mercer gravely. "And now we'll drop that subject, if you please, my lad. It isn't a pleasant one." After this I could no longer doubt that there was some painful story involved in these two depreciating sentences of the gospel. It was some time before uncle Joe was quite his own jovial and rather noisy self again, and on this evening we had no whist. I bade my friends good night a little earlier than usual, and departed, after having obtained permission to take a tracing of the flyleaf as soon as possible. On this night the starlit sky and lonesome moor seemed to have lost their soothing power. There was a new fever in my mind. The simple plan of the future which I had mapped out for myself was suddenly shattered. The Charlotte of to-night, heiress at law to an enormous fortune, ward in Chancery, claimant against the Crown, was a very different person from the simple maid whom there were none, or only a doting simpleton in the person of the present writer, to praise and very few to love. The night before last I had hoped so much. To-night hope had forsaken me. It seemed as if Titan's hand had dug a great pit between me and the woman I loved, a pit as deep as the grave. Philip Sheldon might have consented to give me his stepdaughter unpossessed of a sixpence. But would he give me his stepdaughter with £100,000 for her fortune? Alas, no! I know the Sheldonian intellect too well to be fooled by any hope so wild and baseless. The one bright dream of my misused life faded from me in the hour in which I discovered my dearest girl's claim to the Haygarthian inheritance. But I am not going to throw up the sponge before the fight is over. Time enough to die when I am laying face downward in the ensanguined mire, and feel the hosts of the foeman trampling above my shattered carcass. I will live in the light of my Charlotte's smiles while I can, and for the rest, il ne faut pas fontaine, je ne bois pas de tonneau. There is no cup so bitter that a man can dare say, I will not drain it to the very dregs. What must be shall be. That is a certain text. And in the meantime, carpe diem. I am all Bohemian again. November 5th. After a day's delay, I have obtained my tracing paper and made 2 tracings of the entries in the Meynell Bible. How intercourse with the Sheldonian race inclines one to the duplication of documents. I consider the copying press of modern civilization the supreme incarnation of man's distrust of his fellow men. I spent this afternoon and evening with my dear love, my last evening in Yorkshire. To-morrow I shall see my Sheldon, and inform him of the very strange termination which has come to my researches. Will he communicate at once with his brother? Will he release me from my oath of secrecy? There's nothing of the Masonic secretiveness in my organisation, and I am very weary of the seal that has been set upon my unwary lips. Will Charlotte be told that she is the Reverend intestate's next of kin? These are questions which I ask myself as I sit in the stillness of my room at the Magpie, scribbling this wretched diary of mine, while the church clock booms 3 solemn strokes in the distance. Oh, why did not the Reverend intestate marry his housekeeper, and make a will, like other honest citizens, and leave my Charlotte to walk the obscure byways of honest poverty with me? I do believe that I could have been honest. I do believe that I could have been brave and true and steadfast for her dear sake. But it is the office of a man to propose, while the unseen disposes. Perhaps such a youth as mine admits no redemption. I have written circulars for Horatio Paget.
I have been the willing, remorseless tool of a man who never eats his dinner without inflicting a wrong upon his fellow creatures. Can a few moments of maudlin sentimentality, a vague yearning for something brighter and better, a brief impulse towards honesty, inspired by a woman's innocent eyes, can so little virtue in the present atone for so much guilt in the past? Alas, I fear not. I had one last brief tete-a-tete with my dear girl, while I took the tracing from the old Bible. She sat watching me, and distracting me more or less while I worked, and despite the shadow of doubt that has fallen upon me, I could not be otherwise than happy in her sweet company. When I came to the record of Susan Meynell's death, my Charlotte's manner changed all at once from her accustomed joyousness to a pensive gravity. "I was very sorry you spoke of Susan Meynell to uncle Joseph," she said thoughtfully. "But why sorry, my dear?" I had some vague notion as to the cause of this sorrow, but the instincts of the chase impelled me to press the subject. Was I not bound to know every secret in the lives of Matthew Haygarth's descendants? "There is a very sad story connected with my aunt Susan. She was my great aunt, you know," said Charlotte, with a grave earnest face. "She went away from home, and there was great sorrow. I cannot talk of the story, even to you, Valentine, for there seems something sacred in these painful family secrets. My poor aunt Susan left all her friends, and died many years afterwards in London." "She was known to have died unmarried?" I asked. This would be an important question from George Sheldon's point of sight. "Yes," Charlotte replied, blushing crimson. That blush told me a great deal. "There was some one concerned in this poor lady's sorrow," I said; "some one to blame her for all her unhappiness." "There was." "One whom she loved and trusted, perhaps?" "Whom she loved and trusted only too well. O, Valentine, must not that be terrible? To confide with all your heart in the person you love, and to find him base and cruel! If my poor aunt had not believed Montagu Kingdon to be true and honourable, she would have trusted her friends a little, instead of trusting so entirely in him. O, Valentine, what am I telling you? I cannot bear to cast a shadow on the dead." "My dear love, do you think I cannot pity this injured lady? Do you think that I am likely to play the Pharisee, and be eager to bespatter the grave of this poor sufferer? I can almost guess the story which you shrink from telling me. It is one of those sad stories so often acted, so often told. Your aunt loved a person called Montagu Kingdon, her superior in station, perhaps." I looked at Charlotte as I said this, and her face told me that I had guessed rightly. "This Montagu Kingdon admired and loved her," I said. "He seemed eager to make her his wife, but no doubt imposed secrecy as to his intentions. She accepted his word as that of a true-hearted lover and a gentleman, and in the end had bitter reason to repent her confidence. That is an outline of the story, is it not, Charlotte?" "I am sure that it was so. I am sure that when she left Newhall she went away to be married," cried Charlotte eagerly. "I have seen a letter that proves it, to me at least; and yet I have heard even mamma speak harshly of her. So long dead and gone off the face of this earth, as if she had deliberately chosen the sad fate which came to her." "Is it not possible that Mr. Kingdon did marry Miss Meynell after all?" "No," replied Charlotte very sadly. "There is hope of that. I have seen a letter written by my poor aunt years afterwards, a letter which tells much of the cruel truth; and I have heard that Mr. Kingdon came back to Yorkshire and married a rich lady during my aunt's lifetime." "I should like to see that letter," I said involuntarily. "Why, Valentine?" asked my darling, looking at me with sorrowful wondering eyes. "To me it seems so painful to talk of these things. It's like reopening an old wound." "But if the interests of other people require," I began in a very blundering manner, "whose interest can be served by my showing you my poor aunt's letter? It would seem like an act of dishonour to the dead." What could I say after this, bound hand and foot as I am by my promise to Sheldon? After a long talk with my sweet one, I borrowed Uncle Joe's dog-cart and spun across to Barngrave, where I found the little church, beneath whose grey old roof Charlotte Meynell plighted her troth to James Halliday. I took a copy of all entries in the register concerning Miss Meynell Halliday and her children, and then went back to Newhall to restore the dog-cart, and to take my last Yorkshire tea at the hospitable old farmhouse. To-morrow I'm off to Barlingford, 15 miles from this village, to make more copies from registries concerning my sweet heiress, the registries of her father's marriage and her own birth. After that I think my case will be tolerably complete, and I can present myself to Sheldon in the guise of a conqueror. Is it not a great conquest to have made? Is it not almost an act of chivalry for these prosaic days to go forth into a world as a private inquirer, and win £100,000 for the lady of one's love? And yet I wish any one rather than my Charlotte were the lineal descendant of Matthew Haygarth. November 10th. Here I am in London once more, with my Sheldon in ecstatics, and our affairs progressing marvellously well, as he informs me, but with that ponderous slowness peculiar to all mortal affairs in which the authorities of the realm are in any way concerned. My work is finished. Hawkehurst the genealogist and antiquarian sinks into Hawkehurst the private individual. I have no more to do but to mind my own business, and wait for the fruition of time in the shape of my reward. Can I accept £3,000 for giving my dearest her birthright? Can I take payment for a service done to her? Surely not. And on the other hand, can I continue to woo my sweet one, conscious that she is the rightful claim to a great estate? Can I take advantage of her ignorance, and may it not be said that I traded on my secret knowledge? Before leaving Yorkshire, I stole one more day from the Sheldon business, in order to loiter just a few hours longer in that northern Arcadia called Newhall Farm. What assurance have I that I shall ever re-enter that pleasant dwelling? What hold have I, a wanderer and vagabond, on the future which respectable people map out for themselves with such mathematical precision? And even the respectable people are sometimes out in their reckoning. To snatch the joys of to-day must always be the policy of the adventurer. So I took one more happy afternoon at Newhall. Nor was the afternoon entirely wasted, for in the course of my farewell visit I heard more of poor Susan Meynell's history from honest Uncle Joseph. He told me the story during an after-dinner walk, in which he took me the round of his pigsties and cattle sheds for the last time, as if he would fain have had them leave their impress on my heart. "You may see plenty of cattle in Yorkshire," he remarked complacently, "but you won't see many beasts to beat that." He pointed to a brown and mountainous mass of inert matter, which gave me to understand was something in the way of cattle. "Would you like to see him standing?" he asked, giving the mass a prod with the handle of his walking stick, which to my Cockney mind seemed rather cruel, but which, taken from an agricultural point of view, was no doubt the correct thing. "He can stand. Come up, Brownie." I humbly entreated that the ill-used mass might be allowed to sprawl in undisturbed misery. "Thorley," exclaimed Mr. Mercer, laying his finger significantly against the side of his unpretending nose. I had not the faintest comprehension of my revered uncle-in-law's meaning, but I said, "Oh, indeed," with the accents of admiration. "Thorley's condiment," said my uncle. "You'll see some fine animate at the cattle show; but if you see a 2-year-old ox to beat him, my name is not Joe Mercer." After this I had to pay my respects to numerous specimens of the bovine race, all more or less prostrate under the burden of superabundant flesh, all seeming to cry aloud for the retreatment of some banting of the agricultural world. After we had "done" the cattle sheds, with heroic resignation on my part, and with enthusiasm on the part of Mr. Mercer, we went a long way to see some rarities in the way of mutton, which commodity was to be found cropping the short grass on a distant upland.
With very little appreciation of the zoological varieties, and with the consciousness that my dear one was sitting in the farmhouse parlour, wondering at my prolonged absence, this excursion could not be otherwise than a bore to me. But it was a small thing to sacrifice my own pleasure for once in a way when by doing so I might gratify the kindest of men and of uncles, so I plodded briskly across the fields with the friendly farmer. I had my reward, for in the course of this walk Mr. Mercer gave me the history of poor Susan Meynell. "I didn't care to talk about the story the other night before the young lass," he said gravely, "for her heart's so full of pity and tenderness, pretty dear, that any tale such as that is like to upset her. But the story's known to almost all the folks in these parts, so there's no particular reason against my telling it to you. I've heard my poor mother talk of Susan Meynell many a time. She was a regular beauty, it seems, prettier than her sister Charlotte, and she was a pretty woman, as you may guess by looking at our Charlotte, who is thought the image of her grandmother. But Susan was one of those beauties that you don't see very often, more like a picture than flesh and blood. The gentry used to turn round to look at her at Barngrave Church, I've heard my mother say. She was a rare one for dress, too. She had a few hundreds left by her father and mother, who both of them had been very well-to-do people. The mother was daughter to William Rand, of Barngrave, a man who farmed above 1,000 acres of his own land, and the father kept a carpet warehouse in Aldersgate Street. This information I received with respectful deference, and a hypocritical assumption of ignorance respecting Miss Meynell's antecedents. Mr. Mercer paused to take a breath, and then continued the story after his own rambling fashion. "Well, my lad, what with her fine dress, and what with her pretty looks, Susan Meynell seems to have thought a little too much of herself, so that when Montague Kingdon, of Kingdon Place, younger brother to Lord Durnsville, fell in love with her and courted her, not exactly openly, but with the knowledge of her sister, Mrs. Halliday, she thought it no more than natural that he should tend to make her his wife. Mr. Kingdon was 10 years older than Susan, and had served in Spain, and had not borne too good a character abroad. He had been in a hard drinking cavalry regiment, and had spent all his money, and sold out directly the war was over. There was very little of all this known down hereabouts, where Mr. Kingdon stood very high on account of his being Lord Durnsville's brother, but it was known that he was poor, and that the Durnsville estates were heavily encumbered into the bargain. Then this gentleman would have been no grand match for Miss Meynell if he had married her? No, my lad, it might have been the knowledge of his poverty that made Susan and her sister think less of the difference between his station and the girl's. The two women favoured him, anyhow, and they kept the secret from James Halliday, who was a regular up-straight and downright kind of fellow, as proud as any lord in his own way. The secret was kept safe enough for some time, and Mr. Kingdon was always dropping in at Newhall when Jim was out of the way. But folks in these parts are very inquisitive, and lonesome as our place is, there are plenty of people go by between Monday and Saturday. So by and by it got to be noticed that there was very often a gentleman's horse standing at Newhall gate, with a bridle tied to one of the gate posts. And those that knew anything knew that that horse belonged to Montague Kingdon. A friend of Jim Halliday's told him as much one day, and warned him that Mr. Kingdon was a scamp, and was said to have a Spanish wife somewhere beyond seas. This was quite enough for James Halliday, who flew into a roaring rage at the notion of any man, most of all Lord Durnsville's brother, going to his house and courting his sister-in-law in secret. It was at Barngrave he was told this one market day, as he was lounging with his friends in the old yard of the Black Bull Inn, where the Corn Exchange used to be held in those days. He called for his horse the next minute, and left the town at a gallop. When he came to Newhall he found Montague Kingdon's chestnut mare tied to the gate-post, and he found Mr. Kingdon himself dawdling about the garden with Miss Meynell. And then I suppose there was a scene?
I suggested, with unfeigned interest in this domestic story. "Well, I believe there was, my lad. I've heard all about it from my poor Molly, who had the story from her mother. James Halliday didn't mince matters. He gave Mr. Kingdon a bit of his mind, in his own rough outspoken way, and told him it would be worse for him if he ever crossed the threshold of Newgate again. 'If you meant well by that foolish girl, you wouldn't come sneaking here behind my back,' he said. 'But you don't mean well by her, and you've a Spanish wife hidden away somewhere in the peninsula.' Mr. Kingdon gave lie to this, but he said he shouldn't stoop to justify himself to an unmannerly yeoman. 'If you're a gentleman,' he said, 'you should pay dearly for your insolence.' 'I'm ready to pay you any price you like,' answered James Halliday, as bold as brass. 'But as you weren't over fond of fighting abroad, where there was plenty to be got for it, I don't suppose you want to fight at home, where there's nothing to be got for it.'" "And did Susan Meynell hear of this?" I asked. I could fancy this ill-fated girl standing by and looking on aghast while hard things were said to the man she loved, while the silver veil of sweet romance was plucked so roughly from the countenance of her idol by an angry rustic's rude hand. "Well, I don't quite know whether she heard it all," answered Mr. Mercer thoughtfully. "Of course James Halliday told his wife all about the row afterwards. He was very kind to his sister-in-law, in spite of her having deceived him, and he talked to her very seriously, telling her all he had heard in Barngrave against Montagu Kingdon. She listened to him quietly enough, but it was quite clear that she didn't believe a word he said. 'I know you have heard all of that, James,' she said, 'but the people who said it knew they were not telling the truth. Lord Durnsville and his brother are not popular in the country, and there are no falsehoods too cruel for the malice of his enemies.' She answered him with some such fine speech as that, and when the next morning came she was gone." "She eloped with Mr. Kingdon?" "Yes, she left a letter for her sister, full of romantic stuff about loving him all the better because people spoke ill of him. Regular women's talk, you know. Bless their poor silly hearts," murmured Mr. Mercer with a tender compassion. "She was going to London to be married to Mr. Kingdon," she wrote. They were to be married at the old church in the city where she had been christened, and she was going to stay with an old friend, a young woman who had once been her brother's sweetheart, and who was married to a butcher in Newgate Market, till the banns were given out, or the licence bought. The butcher's wife had a county house out at Edmonton, and it was there Susan was going to stay. "All that seems straightforward enough," I said. "Yes," replied uncle Joe; "but if Mr. Kingdon had meant fairly by Susan Meynell, it would have been as easy for him to marry her at Barngrave as in London. He was as poor as a church mouse, but he was his own master, and there was no one to prevent him doing just what he pleased. This is about what James Halliday thought, I suppose, for he tore off to London as fast as post horses could carry him, in pursuit of his wife's sister and Mr. Kingdon. But though he made inquiries along the road, he could not hear that they had passed before him, and for the best of all reasons. He went to the butcher's house at Edmonton, but there he found no trace of Susan Meynell, except a letter posted in Yorkshire, on the day of the row between James and Mr. Kingdon, telling her intention of visiting her old friend within the next few days, and hinting at an approaching marriage. There was a letter announcing the visit, but the visitor had not come. But the existence of that letter bears witness that Miss Meynell believed in the honesty of her lover's intentions." "To be sure it does, poor lass," answered Mr. Mercer pensively. "She believed in the word of a scoundrel, and she was made to pay dearly for her simplicity. James Halliday did all he could to find her. He searched London through, as far as any man can search such a place as London, but it was no use, and for a very good reason, as I said before. The end of it was, he was obliged to go back to Newhall no wiser than when he started." "And was nothing further ever discovered?" I asked eagerly, for I felt that this was just one of those family complications from which all manner of legal difficulties might arise. "Don't be in a hurry, my lad," answered uncle Joe. "Wickedness is sure to come to light sooner or later. 3 years after this poor young woman ran away, there was a drunken groom dismissed from Lord Durnsville's stable. And what must he needs do but come straight off to James Halliday, to vent his spite against his master, and perhaps to curry favour at Newhall. "You shouldn't have gone to London to look for the young lady, Mr. Halliday," he said. "You should have gone the other way. I know a man as drove Mr. Kingdon and your wife's sister across country to Hull, with 2 of my lord's own horses, stopping to bait on the way. They went aboard ship at Hull, Mr. Kingdon and the young lady, a ship that was bound for foreign parts." This is what the groom said. But it was little good knowing it now. There had been advertisements in the papers beseeching her to come back, and everything had been done that could be done, and all to no end. A few years after this, back comes Mr. Kingdon as large as life, married to some dark-faced frizzy-haired lady, whose father owned half the Indies, according to people's talk. But he fought very shy of James Halliday. But they did meet one day at the covert side. Jim rode up to the honourable gentleman and asked him what he had done with Susan Meynell. Those that saw the meeting say that Montague Kingdon turned as white as a ghost when he saw Jim Halliday riding up to him on his big raw-boned horse. But nothing came of the quarrel. Mr. Kingdon did not live many years to enjoy the money his frizzy-haired West Indian lady brought him. He died before his brother, Lord Durnsville, and left neither chick nor child to inherit his money, nor yet the Durnsville title, which was extinct on the death of the Viscount. And what of the poor girl? Ay, poor lass, what of her? It was 14 years after she left her home before her sister got so much as a line to say that she was in the land of the living. When a letter did come at last, it was a very melancholy one. The poor creature wrote to her sister to say she was in London, alone and penniless, and, as she thought, dying. And the sister went to her? I remembered that depreciating sentence in the family Bible, written in a woman's hand. That she did, good honest soul, as fast as she could travel, carrying a full purse along with her. She found poor Susan at an inn near Aldersgate Street, the old quarter, you see, that she'd known in her young days. Mrs. Halliday meant to have brought the poor soul back to Yorkshire, and had settled it all with Jim. But it was too late for anything of that kind. She found Susan dying, wandering in her mind off and on, but just able to recognise her sister, and to ask forgiveness for having trusted to Montague Kingdon instead of taking counsel from those that wished her well. Was that all? I asked presently. Mr. Mercer made long pauses in the course of his narrative, during which we walked briskly on, he pondering those past events, I languishing for further information. Well, lad, that was about all. Where Susan had been in all those years, or what she had been doing, was no more than Mrs. Halliday could find out. Of late she had been living somewhere abroad. The clothes she had last worn were of foreign make, very poor and threadbare, and there was one little box in her room at the inn that had been made at Rouen, for the name of Rouen trunkmaker was on the inside of the lid. There were no letters or papers of any kind in the box, so you see there was no way of finding out what the poor creature's life had been. All her sister could do was stay with her and comfort her to the last, and to see that she was quietly laid to rest in a decent grave. She was buried in a quiet little city churchyard, somewhere where there are green trees among the smoke and the chimney pots. Montague Kingdon had been dead some years when that happened. Is that last letter still in existence? I asked. End of Book the 6th, Part 4. Book the 6th, Part 5 of Birds of Prey, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. Is that last letter still in existence? I asked. Yes, my first wife kept it with the rest of her family letters and papers. Dorothy takes care of them now. We country folks set store by those sorts of things, you know. I would have fain asked Mr. Mercer to let me see this last letter, written by Susan Meynell. But what excuse could I devise for so doing? I was completely fettered by my promise to George Sheldon, and could offer no reasonable pretence for my curiosity. There was one point which I was bound to push home in the interests of my Sheldon, or shall I not rather say, of my Charlotte? That all-important point was the question of marriage or no marriage. "You feel quite clear as to the fact that Montague Kingdon never did marry this young woman?" I said. "Well, yes," replied Uncle Joe. "That was proved beyond doubt, I'm sorry to say. Mr. Kingdon never could have dared to come back here with his West Indian wife in poor Susan Meynell's lifetime if he had really married her." "And how about the lady he was said to have married in Spain?" "I can't say anything about that. It may have been only a scandal, or if there was a marriage, it may have been illegal. The Kingdons were Protestants, and the Spaniards were all Papists, I suppose. A marriage between a Protestant and a Roman Catholic wouldn't be binding." "Not upon such a man as this Kingdon." It seems more than probable that the opinion arrived at by this poor soul's friends must be correct, and that Montague Kingdon was a scoundrel. But how about Susan Meynell's after life? The 14 years in which she was lost sight of? May she not have married some one else than Mr. Kingdon? And may she not have left heirs, who will arise in the future to dispute my darling's claim? Is it a good thing to have a great inheritance? The day has been when such a question as that could not by any possibility have shaped itself in my mind. Ah, what is this subtle power called love, which worketh such wondrous changes in the human heart? Surely the miracle of the cleansed leper is in some manner typical of this transformation. The emanation of divine purity encircled the leper with its supernal warmth, and the scales fell away beneath that mysterious influence. And so from the pure heart of a woman issues a celestial fire, which burns the plague spot out of the sinner's breast. Ah, how I languish to be at my darling's feet, thanking her for the cure she has wrought. I have given my Sheldon the story of Susan Meynell's life, as I had it from Uncle Joseph. He agrees with me as to the importance of Susan's last letter, but even that astute creature does not always see a way to getting the document in his hands without letting Mr. Mercer more or less into our secret. "I might tell this man Mercer some sort of story about a little bit of money coming to his niece, and get at Susan Meynell's letter that way," he said. "But whatever I told him would be sure to get around to Philip somehow or other, and I don't want to put him on the scent." My Sheldon's legal mind more than ever inclines to caution, now that he knows the heiress of the Haygarths is so nearly allied to his brother Philip. "I'll tell you what it is, Hawkehurst," he said to me, after we had discussed the business in all its bearings. "There are not many people I'm afraid of, but I don't mind owning to you that I'm afraid of my brother Phil. He has always walked over my head, partly because he can wear his shirt front all through business hours without creasing it, which I can't, and partly because he is, well, more unscrupulous than I am." He paused meditatively, and I too was meditative, for I could not choose but wonder what it was to be more unscrupulous than George Sheldon. "If he were to get an inkling of this affair," my patron resumed presently, "he'd take it out of our hands before you could say Jack Robinson, supposing anybody ever wanted to say Jack Robinson, which they don't, and he'd drive a bargain with us, instead of our driving a bargain with him." My friend of Gray's Inn has a pleasant way of implying that our interests are co-equal in this affair. I caught him watching me curiously once or twice during our last interview, when Charlotte's name was mentioned. Does he suspect the truth, I wonder? November 12th. I had another interview with my patron yesterday, and rather a curious interview, though not altogether unsatisfactory. George Sheldon has been making good use of his time since my return from Yorkshire. "I don't think we need to have any fear of opposition from children or grandchildren of Susan Meynell," he said. "I have found the registry of her interment in the churchyard of St. Giles, Cripplegate. She is described in that registry by her maiden name,
and there is a plain headstone in a corner of the ground, inscribed with the name of Susan Meynell, who died July 14th, 1835, much lamented. And then the next text about the one sinner that repenteth, and so on," said Mr. Sheldon, as if he did not care to dwell on so hackneyed a truism. "But," I began, "she might have been married in spite of—" "Yes, she might," replied my Sheldon captiously; "but then you see the probability is that she wasn't. If she had been married, she would have told her sister as much in that last letter, or she would have said as much when they met." "But she was delirious." "Not all the time. She was sensible enough to talk about her sorrow for the past, and so on. And she must have been sensible enough to have spoken of her children, if she had ever had any. Besides, if she had been married, she would scarcely have been wandering about the world in that miserable manner, unless her husband was an uncommonly bad lot. No, Hawkehurst, depend upon it, we have nothing to fear in that quarter. The person we have to fear is that precious brother of mine." "You talked the other day about driving a bargain with him," I said. "I didn't quite understand your meaning. The fortune can only be claimed by Miss Halliday, and your brother has no legal authority to dispose of her money." "Of course not," answered my employer, with a contemptuous impatience of my dullness; "but my brother Phil is not the man to wait for legal power. His ideas will be Miss Halliday's ideas in this business. When my case is ripe for action, I shall make my bargain. Half the fortune to be mine from the day of its recovery. A deed containing these conditions must be executed by Charlotte Halliday before I hand over a single document relating to the case. Now, as matters stand at present," he went on, looking very fixedly at me, "her execution of that deed would rest with Philip." "And when shall you make your overtures to Mr. Sheldon?" I asked, at a loss to understand that intent look. "Not until the last links of the chain are put together. Not before I'm ready to make my first move on the Chancellor's chessboard. Perhaps not at all." "How do you mean?" "If I can tide over for a little time, I may throw Philip overboard altogether, and get some one else to manage Miss Halliday for me." "What do you mean?" "I'll tell you, Hawkehurst," answered my patron, resting his elbows on the table by which we were sitting, and looking me through with those penetrating black eyes of his. "My brother Phil played me a shabby trick a few years ago, which I have not forgotten or forgiven, so I shouldn't mind paying him out in some of his own coin. Beyond which, I tell you again, I don't like the idea of his having a finger in this business. Where that kind of man's finger can go, his whole hand will follow; and if once that hand fastens on John Haygarth's money, it will be bad times for you and me. Miss Halliday counts for exactly nothing in my way of reckoning. If her stepfather told her to sign away $500,000, she'd scribble her name at the bottom of the paper, and press her pretty little thumb upon the wafer, without asking a single question as to the significance of the document. And of course she'd be still less inclined to make objections if it was her husband who asked her to execute the deed. Aha, my young friend, how is it you grow first red and then white when I mention Miss Halliday's husband?" I have no doubt that I did indeed blanch when that portentous word was uttered in conjunction with my darling's name. Mr. Sheldon leant a little farther across the table. His hard black eyes penetrated a little deeper into the recesses of my foolish heart. "Valentine Hawkehurst," he said, "shall we throw my brother Phil overboard altogether? Shall you and I go shares in this fortune?" "Upon my word and honour, I don't understand you," I said in all sincerity. "You mean that you won't understand me," answered George Sheldon impatiently. "But I'll make myself pretty clear presently. As your own interest is at stake, you'll be very unlike the rest of your species if you don't find it easy enough to understand me. When I first let you in for the chance of a prize out of this business, neither you nor I had the slightest idea what circumstances would throw the rightful claimant to the Haygarth estate so completely into our way. I had failed so many times with other cases before I took up this case, that it's a wonder I had the courage to work on. But somehow or other I had a notion that this particular business would turn up trumps. The way it seemed a little clearer than it usually is, but not clear enough to tempt Tom, Dick, and Harry. And then, again, I had learnt a good many secrets from the experience of my failures. I was well up to my work. I might have carried it on, and I ought to have carried it on without help. But I was getting worn out and lazy, so I let you into my secret, having taken it into my head that I could venture to trust you. "You didn't trust me further than you could help, my friend," I replied with my usual candour. "You never told me the amount left by the Reverend intestate, but I heard that down at Ullerton. A half share in £100,000 is worth trying for, Mr. Sheldon." "They call it 100,000 down there, do they?" asked the lawyer with charming innocence. "Those country people always deal in high figures. However, I don't mind owning that the sum is a handsome one, and if you and I play our cards wisely, we may push Philip out of the game altogether, and share the plunder between us." Again I was obliged to confess myself unable to grasp my employer's meaning. "Marry Charlotte Halliday out of hand," he said, bringing his eyes and elbows still nearer to me, until his bushy black whiskers almost touched my face. "Marry her before Philip gets an inkling of this affair, and then, instead of being made a tool of by him, she'll be safe in your hands, and the money will be in your hands into the bargain. Why, how you stare, man! Do you think I haven't seen how the land lies between you two? Haven't I dined at Bayswater when you've been there? And could any man with his wits about him see you two sentimental young simpletons together without seeing how things were going on? You are in love with Charlotte, and Charlotte is in love with you. What more natural than that you two should make a match of it? Charlotte is her own mistress, and hasn't sixpence in the world that any one but you and I know of. For of course my brother Phil will continue to stick to every penny of poor old Tom's money. All you have to do is to follow up the young lady. It's the course that would suggest itself to any man in the same case, even if Miss Halliday were the ugliest old harridan in Christendom, instead of being a very jolly kind of girl, as girls go." My employer said this with the tone of a man who had never considered the genus girl a very interesting part of creation. I suppose I looked at him rather indignantly, for he laughed as he resumed. "I'll say she's an angel if you like," he said, "and if you think her one, so much the better. You may consider it a very lucky thing that you came in my way, and still more lucky thing that Miss Halliday has been silly enough to fall in love with you. I've heard of men being born with silver spoons in their mouths, but I should think you must have come into the world with a whole service of plate. However, this is neither here nor there. Your policy will be to follow up your advantages, and if you can persuade the young lady to change her name for Hawkehurst on the quiet some fine morning, without stopping to ask permission of her stepfather or any one else, so much the better for you, and so much more the agreeable to me. I'd rather do business with you than with my brother Phil, and I shan't be sorry to cry quits with that gentleman for the shabby trick he played me a few years ago." My Sheldon's brow darkened as he said this, and the moody fit returned. That old grudge which my patron entertains against his brother must have relation to some very disagreeable business, if I may judge by George Sheldon's manner. Here was a position for me: Valentine Hawkehurst, soldier of fortune, cosmopolitan adventurer, the child of the nomadic tribes who call Bohemia their mother country, already blessed with the sanction of my dear love's simple Yorkshire kindred. I was now assured of George Sheldon's favour, nay, urged onward in my paradisiac path by that unsentimental mentor. The situation was almost too much for my bewildered brain. Charlotte an heiress, and George Sheldon eager to bring about my participation in the Haygarthian thousands. And now I sit in my little room in Omega Street, pondering upon the past, and trying to face the perplexities of the future. Is this to be? Am I, so hopeless an outsider in the race of life,
to come in with a rush and win the prize which fortune's first favourite might envy? Can I hope or believe it? Can the fates have been playing a pleasant practical joke with me all this time, like those fairies who decree that the young prince shall pass his childhood and youth in the guise of a wild boar, only to be transformed into Adonis at last by the hand of the woman who is disinterested enough to love him despite his formidable tusks and ungainly figure? No, 1,000 times no. The woman I love, and the fortune I have so often desired, are not for me. Every man has his own special fates, and the 3 sisters who take care of me are grim, hard-visaged, hard-hearted spinsters, not to be mollified by propitiation, or by the smooth tongue of the flatterer. The cup is very sweet, and it seems almost within my grasp. But between that chalice of delight and the lips that thirst for it, what a gulf! November 13th. The above was written late at night, and under the influence of my black dog. What an ill-conditioned cur he is, and how he mouths and mangles the roses that bestrew his pathway, always bent upon finding the worm at the core. I kicked the brute out of doors this morning, on finding a letter from my dear one lying on my plate. "Avaunt, arroi thee, foul friend," I cried. "Thou art the veritable poodle in whose skin Mephistopheles hides when bent on direst mischief. I will set the sign of the cross upon my threshold, and thou shalt enter no more." This is what I said to myself as I tore open Charlotte's envelope, with its pretty little motto stamped on cream-coloured sealing wax: "Pensez à moi, all love," while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. I saw the eyes of my friend Horatio fixed upon me as I opened my letter, and I knew that my innermost sentiments were under inspection. Prudence demands all possible caution where the noble captain is concerned. I cannot bring myself to put implicit faith in his account of his business at Ullerton. He may have been there, as he says, on some promoting spec; but our meeting in that town was, to say the least, a strange coincidence, and I am not a believer in coincidences, off the stage, where a gentleman invariably makes his appearance directly his friends begin to talk about him. I cannot forget my conviction that Jonah Goodge was brought over by a rival investigator, and that Rebecca Haygarth's letters were tampered with, nor can I refrain from connecting that shapely but well-worn lavender glove with the person of my dandy friend, Horatio Paget. The disappearance of a letter from the packet entrusted to me by Miss Judson is another mysterious circumstance, nor can I do away with the impression that I heard the name Meynell distinctly pronounced by Philip Sheldon the last time I was at the villa. George Sheldon tells me the secret cannot by any possibility have been betrayed, unless by me, and I have been prudence itself. Supposing my suspicions of Mr. Goodge to be correct, the letters extracted from Mrs. Rebecca's correspondence might tell much, and might even put Horatio on the track of the Meynells. But how should he get his first inkling of the business? Certainly not from me or from George Sheldon. But might not his attention have been attracted by that advertisement for heirs at law to the Haygarthian estate which appeared in the Times? These are questions with which the legal intellect of my Sheldon may best grapple. For myself, I can only drift with the resistless stream called life. I was so unfortunate as to make my appearance in our common sitting room 5 minutes after my patron. There had been enough time for him to examine the superscription and postmark of my letter. He was whistling when I went into the room. People who have been looking at things that don't belong to them always whistle. I did not care to read Charlotte's first letter with those hawk's eyes fixed upon me, so I just glanced at the dear handwriting, as if running over an ordinary letter with the eye of indifference, and then put the document into my pocket with the best assumption of carelessness I was capable of. How I longed for the end of that tedious meal, over which Captain Paget lingered in his usual Epicurean fashion. My friend Horatio has shown himself not a little curious about my late absence from the joint domicile. I again resorted to the Dorking fiction.
My aged aunt breaking fast, and requiring much propitiation from a dutiful nephew with an eye to her testamentary arrangements, I had been compelled to endow my shadowy relative with a comfortable little bit of money, in order to account for my devotion, since the powerful mind of my Horatio would have refused to grasp the idea of disinterested affection for an ancient kinswoman. There was an ominous twinkle in the Captain's sharp grey eyes when I gave this account of my absence, and I sorely doubt his acceptance of this second volume of the Dorking romance. Ah, what a life it is we lead in the tents of Ishmael, the castaway! Though what tortuous pathways wander the nomad tribes who call Hagar, the abandoned, their mother! What lies, what evasions, what prevarications! Horatio Paget and I watch each other like two cunning fencers, with a stereotyped smile upon our lips and an eager restlessness in our eyes, and who shall say that one or other of our rapiers is not poisoned, as in the famous duel before Claudius, usurper of Denmark? My dear one's letter is all sweetness and love. She is coming home, and much as she prefers Yorkshire to Bayswater, she is pleased to return for my sake. For my sake! She leaves the pure atmosphere of that simple country home to become the central point in a network of intrigue, and I am bound to keep the secret so closely interwoven with her fate. I love her more truly, more purely than I thought myself capable of loving, yet I can only approach her as the tool of George Sheldon, a rapacious conspirator, bent on securing the hoarded thousands of old John Haygarth. Of all men upon this earth I should be the last to underrate the advantages of wealth. I, who have been reared in the gutter, which is poverty's cradle. Yet I would fain Charlotte's fortune had come to her in any other fashion than as the result of my work in the character of a salaried private inquirer. End of Book the Sixth. Book the Seventh, Part 1 of Birds of Prey, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. In Your Patience Ye Are Strong. Miss Halliday returned to the Gothic villa at Bayswater with a bloom on her cheeks and a brightness in her eyes, which surpassed her wonted bloom and brightness, fair and bright as her beauty had been from the hour in which she was created to charm mankind. She had been a creature to adore, even in the first dawn of infancy, and in her christening hood and toga of white satin had been a being to dream of. But now she seemed invested all at once with a new loveliness, more spiritual, more pensive than the old. Might not Valentine have cried, with the rapturous pride of a lover, "Look at the woman here with the new soul," and anon, "This new soul is mine"? It was love that had imparted a new charm to Miss Halliday's beauty. Diana wondered at the subtle change as her friend sat in her favourite window on the morning after her return, looking dreamily out into the blossomless garden, where evergreens of the darkest and spikiest character stood up stern and straight against the cold grey sky. Diana had welcomed her friend in her usual reserved manner, much to Charlotte's discomfiture. The girl so yearned for a confidant. She had no idea of hiding her happiness from this chosen friend, and waited eagerly for the moment in which she could put her arms around Diana's neck, and tell her what it was that made Newhall so sweet to her during this particular visit. She sat in the window this morning thinking of Valentine, and languishing to speak of him, but at a loss how to begin. There are some people about whose necks the arms of affection can scarce entwine themselves. Diana Paget sat at her eternal embroidery frame, picking up beads on her needle with the precision of some self-feeding machine. The little glass beads made a hard clicking sound as they dropped from her needle, a very frosty, unpromising sound, as it seemed to Charlotte's hypersensitive ear. There had been an unwonted reserve between the girls since Charlotte's return, a reserve which arose, on Miss Halliday's part, from the contest between girlish shyness and the eager desire for a confidant,
and on the part of Miss Paget, from that gloomy discontent which had of late possessed her. She watched Charlotte furtively as she picked up her beads, watched her wonderingly, unable to comprehend the happiness that gave such spiritual brightness to her eyes. It was no longer the childlike gaiety of heart which had made Miss Halliday's girlhood so pleasant. It was the thoughtful, serene delight of womanhood. "She can care very little for Valentine," Diana thought, "or she could scarcely seem so happy after such a long separation. I doubt if these bewitching women who enchant all the world know what it is to feel deeply. Happiness is a habit with this girl. Valentine's attentions were very pleasant to her. The pretty little romance was very agreeable while it lasted, but at the first interruption of the story she shuts the book, and thinks of it no more. Oh, if my Creator had made me like that! If I could forget the days we spent together, and the dream I dreamt!" That never-to-be-forgotten vision came back to Diana Paget as she sat at her work, and for a few minutes the clicking sound of the beads ceased, while she waited with clasped hands until the shadows should have passed before her eyes. The old dream came back to her like a picture, bright with colour and light. But the airy habitation which she had built for herself of old was no palace lifting to Italian heavens its marble roof. It was only a commonplace lodging in a street running out of the Strand, with just a peep of the river from a trim little balcony. An airy second-floor sitting-room with engraved portraits of the great writers on the newly papered walls. On one side an office desk, on the other a work-table. The unpretending shelter of a newspaper hack, who lives for a jour de journée, and whose wife must achieve wonders in the way of domestic economy in order to eke out his modest earnings. This was Diana Paget's vision of paradise, and it seemed only the brighter now that she felt it was never to be anything more than a supernal picture painted on her brain. After sitting silent for some time, eager to talk, but waiting to be interrogated, Charlotte was fain to break silence. "You don't ask me whether I enjoyed myself in Yorkshire, Di," she said, looking shyly down at the little bunch of charms and lockets which employed her restless fingers. "Did I really?" replied Diana languidly. "I thought that was one of the stereotyped inquiries one always made." "I hope you wouldn't make stereotyped inquiries of me, Diana." "No, I ought not to do so. But I think there are times when one is artificial even with one's best friends. And you are my best friend, Charlotte. I may as well say my only friend," the girl added with a laugh. "Diana," cried Charlotte reproachfully, "why do you speak so bitterly? You know how dearly I love you. I do, indeed, dear. There is scarcely anything in this world I would not do for you. But I am not your only friend. There is Mr. Hawkehurst, whom you have known so long." Miss Halliday's face was in a flame, and although she bent very low to examine the golden absurdities hanging on her watch-chain, she could not conceal her blushes from the eyes that were so sharpened by jealousy. "Mr. Hawkehurst!" cried Diana with unspeakable contempt. "If I were drowning, do you think he would stretch out his hand to save me while you were within his sight? When he comes to this house, he who has seen so much poverty and misery and shame, and happiness with me and mine, do you think he so much as remembers my existence? Do you think he ever stops to consider whether I am that Diana Paget who was once his friend and confidant and fellow wayfarer and companion, or only a figure dressed up to fill a vacant chair in your drawing-room? Diana, it is all very well to look at me reproachfully, Charlotte. You must know that I am speaking the truth. You talk of friendship. What is that word worth if it does not mean care and thought for another? Do you imagine that Valentine Hawkehurst ever thinks of me or considers me?" Charlotte was fain to keep silence. She remembered how very rarely, in those long afternoons at Newhall Farm, the name of Diana Paget had been mentioned. She remembered how, when she and Valentine were mapping out the future so pleasantly, she had stopped in the midst of an eloquent bit of word-painting, descriptive of the little suburban cottage they were to live in, to dispose of Diana's fate in a sentence. "And dear Di can stop at the villa to take care of mamma," she had said. Whereupon Mr. Hawkehurst had assented with a careless nod, and the description of the ideal cottage had been continued. Charlotte remembered this now with extreme contrition. She had been so supremely happy, and so selfish in her happiness. "Oh, Di," she cried, "how selfish happy people are!" And then she stopped in confusion, perceiving that the remark had little relevance to Diana's last observation. "Valentine shall be your friend, dear," she said after a pause. "And you are beginning to answer for him already!" exclaimed Miss Paget with increasing bitterness. "Diana, why are you so unkind to me?" Charlotte cried passionately. "Don't you see that I am longing to confide in you? What is it that makes you so bitter? You must know how truly I love you, and if Mr. Hawkehurst is not what he once was to you, you must remember how cold and distant you always are in your manner to him. I am sure to hear you speak of him, and to see you look at him sometimes, one would think he was positively hateful to you, and I want you to like him a little for my sake." Miss Halliday left her seat by the window as she said this, and went towards the table by which her friend was sitting. She crept close to Diana, and with a half frightened, half caressing movement, seated herself on the low ottoman at her feet, and seated thus possessed herself of Miss Paget's cold hand. "I want you to like Mr. Hawkehurst a little, Di," she repeated, "for my sake." "Very well, I will try to like him a little for your sake," answered Miss Paget in a very unsympathetic tone. "Oh, Di, tell me how it was he offended you." "Who told you that he offended me?" "Your own manner, dear. You could never have been so cold and distant with him, having known him so long and endured so many troubles in his company, if you had not been deeply offended by him." "That's your idea, Charlotte. But you see, I am very unlike you. I am fitful and capricious. I used to like Mr. Hawkehurst, and now I dislike him. As to offence, his whole life has offended me, just as my father's life has offended me, from first to last. I am not good and amiable and loving like you, but I hate deceptions and lies above all, the lies that some men traffic in day after day." Was your father's life a very bad one?" Charlotte asked, trembling palpably and looking up at Miss Paget's face with anxious eyes. "Yes, it was a mean, false life, a life of trick and artifice. I do not know the details of the schemes by which my father and Valentine earned their daily bread, and my daily bread, but I know they inflicted loss upon other people. Whether the wrong done was always done deliberately and consciously upon Valentine's part, I cannot say. He may have been only a tool of my father's. I hope he was, for the most part, an unconscious tool." She said all this in a dreamy way, as if uttering her own thoughts, rather than seeking to enlighten Charlotte. "I am sure he was an unconscious tool," cried that young lady with an air of conviction. "It is not in his nature to do anything false or dishonourable." "Indeed, you know him very well, it seems," said Diana. Ah, what a tempest was raging in that proud passionate heart! What a strife between the powers of good and evil! Pitying love for Charlotte, tender compassion for her rival's childlike helplessness, and unutterable sense of her own loss. She had loved him so dearly, and he was taken from her. There had been a time when he almost loved her. Almost. Yes, it was the remembrance of that which made the trial so bitter. The cup had approached her lips, only to be dashed away for ever. "What did I ask for in life except his love?" she said to herself. "Of all the pleasures and triumphs which girls of my age enjoy, is there no one that I ever envied? No, I only sighed for his love. To live in a lodging-house parlour with him, to sit by him and watch him at his work, to drudge for him, to bear with him, this was my brightest dream of earthly bliss, and she has broken it." It was thus Diana argued with herself as she sat looking down at the bright creature who had done her this last wrong which one woman can do to another. This passionate heart, which ached with such cruel pain, was prone to evil,
and today the scorpion jealousy was digging its sharp tooth into its very core. It was not possible for Diana Paget to feel kindly disposed towards the girl whose unconscious hand had shattered the airy castle of her dreams. Was it not a hard thing that the bright creature, whom every one was ready to adore, must needs steal away this one heart? "It has always been like this," thought Diana. "The story of David and Nathan is a parable that is perpetually being illustrated. David is so rich. He is lord of incalculable flocks and herds, but he will not be content till he has stolen the one little ewe lamb, the poor man's pet and darling." "Diana," said Miss Halliday very softly, "you are so difficult to talk to this morning, and I have so much to say to you." "About your visit, or about Mr. Hawkehurst?" "About Yorkshire," answered Charlotte, with the air of a shy child who has just made her appearance at dessert, and asked whether she will have a pear or a peach. "About Yorkshire," repeated Miss Paget with a little sigh of relief. "I shall be very glad to hear about your Yorkshire friends. Was the visit a pleasant one?" "Very, very pleasant," answered Charlotte, dwelling tenderly on the words. "How sentimental you have grown, Lotta! I think you must have found a forgotten shelf of Minerva Press novels in some cupboard of your aunt's. You have lost all your vivacity." "Have I?" murmured Charlotte. "And yet I am happier than I was when I went away. Whom do you think I met at Newhall, Di?" "I have not the slightest idea. My notions of Yorkshire are very vague. I fancy the people amiable savages, just a little in advance of the ancient Britons whom Julius Caesar came over to conquer. Whom did you meet there? Some country squire, I suppose, who fell in love with your bright eyes, and wished you to waste the rest of your existence in those northern wilds." Miss Paget was not a woman to bear her wounds for the scrutiny of the friendliest eyes. Let the tooth of the serpent bite never so keenly, she could meet her sorrows with a bold front. She was not accustomed to suffer. She, the scapegoat of defrauded nurses and indignant landladies, the dependent and drudge of her kinswoman's gynæceum, the despised of her father. The flavour of these waters was very familiar to her lips. The draught was only a little more acrid, a little deeper, and habit had enabled her to drain the cup without complaining, if not in a spirit of resignation. To-day she had been betrayed into a brief outbreak of passion, but the storm had passed, and a more observant person than Charlotte might have been deceived by her manner. "Now you are my own Di again," cried Miss Halliday, somewhat cynical at the best of times, but always candid and true. Miss Paget winced ever so little as her friend said this. "No, dear," continued Charlotte, with the faintest spice of coquetry, "it was not a Yorkshire squire. It was a person you know very well, a person we have been talking of this morning. Oh, Di, you must surely have understood me when I said I wanted you to like him for my sake." "Valentine Hawkehurst!" exclaimed Diana. "Who else, you dear obtuse Di? He was in Yorkshire?" "Yes, dear. It was the most wonderful thing that ever happened. He marched up to Newhall gate one morning in the course of his rambles, without having the least idea I was to be found in the neighbourhood. Wasn't it wonderful? What could have taken him to Yorkshire? He came on business. But what business? How do I know? Some business of papa's or of George Sheldon's, perhaps. And yet that can't be. He is writing a book, I think, about geology or archaeology. Yes, that's it, archaeology." "Valentine Hawkehurst writing a book on archaeology?" cried Miss Paget. "You must be dreaming, Charlotte." "Why so? He does write, does he not?" "He has been a reporter for a newspaper, but he is the last person to write about archaeology. I think there must be some mistake." "Well, dear, it may be so. I didn't pay much attention to what he said about business. It seemed so strange for him to be there, just as much at home as if he had been one of the family. Oh, Di, you can't imagine how kind Aunt Dorothy and Uncle Joe were to him. They like him so much, and they know we are engaged."
Miss Halliday said these last words almost in a whisper.
"What?" exclaimed Diana. "Do you mean to say that you have promised to marry this man, of whom you know nothing but what is unfavourable?"
"What do I know of his disfavour? Ah, Diana, how unkind you are, and what a dislike you must have for poor Valentine! Of course, I know he is not what people call a good match. A good match means that one is to have a pair of horses, whose health is so certain I am sure their lives must be a burden to them, if we may judge by our horses, and a great many servants, who are always conducting themselves in the most awful manner, if poor mamma's experience is any criterion, and a big expensive house, which nobody can be prevailed on to dust. No, Di, that is just the kind of life I hate. What I should like is a dear little cottage at Highgate or Wimbledon, and a tiny, tiny garden, in which Valentine and I could walk every morning before he began his day's work, and where we could drink tea together on summer evenings. A garden just large enough to grow a few rose bushes. Oh, Di, do you think I want to marry a rich man?" "No, Charlotte, but I should think you would like to marry a good man. Valentine is good. No one but a good man could have been so happy as he seemed at Newhall Farm. That simple country life could not have been happiness for a bad man." "And was Valentine Hawkehurst really happy at Newhall?" "Really, really, really. Don't try to shake my faith in him, Di. It is not to be shaken. He has told me a little about the past, though I can see that it pains him very much to speak of it. He has told me of his friendless youth, spent among unprincipled people, and what a mere waif and stray he was until he met me. And I am to be his pole-star, dear, to guide him in the right path. Do you know, Di, I cannot picture to myself anything sweeter than that, to be a good influence for the person one loves. Valentine says his whole nature has undergone a change since he has known me. What am I that I should work so good a change in my dear one? It is very foolish, is it not, Di?" "Yes, Charlotte," replied the voice of reason from the lips of Miss Paget. "It is all foolishness from beginning to end, and I can foresee nothing but trouble as the result of such folly. What will your mamma say to such an engagement? Or what will Mr. Sheldon say?" "Yes, that is the question," returned Charlotte very seriously. "Dear mamma is one of the kindest creatures in the world, and I am sure she would consent to anything rather than see me unhappy. And then, you know, she likes Valentine very much, because he has given her orders for the theatres, and all that kind of thing. But whatever mamma thinks, she will be governed by what Mr. Sheldon thinks, and of course he will be against our marriage." Our marriage. It was a settled matter then, a thing that was to be sooner or later, and there remained only the question as to how and when it was to be. Diana sat like a statue, enduring her pain. She may have suffered the Christian martyrs in their death agony. So suffers a woman when one dear hope of her life is reft from her, and she dare not cry out loud. "Mr. Sheldon is the last man in the world to permit such a marriage," she said presently. "Perhaps," replied Charlotte, "but I am not going to sacrifice Valentine for Mr. Sheldon's pleasure. Mr. Sheldon has full power over mamma and her fortune, but he has no real authority where I am concerned. I am as free as air, Diana, and I have not a penny in the world. Is not that delightful?" The girl asked this question in all good faith, looking up at her friend with radiant countenance. What irony there was in the question for Diana Paget, whose whole existence had been poisoned by the lack of that sterling coin of the realm which seemed such a sordid dross in the eyes of Charlotte. "What do you mean, Charlotte?" "I mean that even his worst enemies cannot accuse Valentine of any mercenary feeling. He does not ask me to marry him for the sake of my fortune. Does he know your real position?" "Most fully. And now, Diana, tell me that you will try to like him, for my sake, and that you will be kind, and will speak a good word for me to mamma by and by, when I have told her all." "When do you mean to tell her?" "Directly, or almost directly. I scarcely know how to set about it. I am sure it has been hard enough to tell you. My poor Charlotte, what an ungrateful wretch I must be! My dear Diana, you have no reason to be grateful. I love you very dearly, and I could not live in this house without you. It is I who have reason to be grateful, when I remember how you bear with mamma's fidgety ways, and with Mr. Sheldon's gloomy temper, and all for the love of me." "Yes, Lotta, for love of you," Miss Paget answered with a sigh. "And I will do more than that for love of you." She had her arm around her happy rival's beautiful head, and she was looking down at the sweet upturned face with supreme tenderness. She felt no anger against this fair enslaver, who had robbed her of her little lamb. She only felt some touch of anger against the Providence which had decreed that the lamb should be so taken. No suspicion of her friend's secret entered Charlotte Halliday's mind. In all their intercourse Diana had spoken very little of Valentine, and in the little she had said there had been always the same half bitter, half disdainful tone. Charlotte, in her simple candour, accepted this tone as the evidence of Miss Paget's aversion to her father's protégé. "Poor Di does not like to see her father give so much of his friendship to a stranger while she is neglected," thought Miss Halliday; and having once jumped at this conclusion, she made no further effort to penetrate the mysteries of Diana's mind. She was less than ever inclined to speculation about Diana's feelings now that she was in love, and blessed with the sweet consciousness that her love was returned. Tender and affectionate as she was, she could not quite escape that taint of egotism which is the ruling vice of fortunate lovers. Her mind was not wide enough to hold much more than one image, which demanded so large a space. End of Book the 7th, Part 1.